Chapter 51. Early the next morning, Chen Xingzhen pushed open the door and walked out. At this moment, Chen Xingzhen's eyes were red. He had obviously stayed up all night, but he was full of energy, especially when he saw the combat skill Taizu Chang Fist that he had copied in his hand. He felt even more happy. He was originally worried that he would not be able to remember this vast knowledge of combat skills, but later he discovered that the combat skills seemed to have been integrated into his mind and could not be forgotten. However, for the future of his family, he still burned the midnight oil and finally copied it. Just when Chen Xingzhen was about to summon Chen Tianyu and several blood coagulation realm warriors to teach them their combat skills, he saw Chen Xingyu walking towards him. "Xingyu, you're here at the right time. Quickly take this combat skill and learn it." The family also has combat skills. Chen Xingyu, who was about to tell Chen Xingzhen what happened last night, was stunned when he heard this. The next moment, Chen Xingzhen put the combat skills in Chen Xingyu's hands and said with joy, "This combat skill was taught to me by the Sacred Tree last night. It will be of great benefit to the family. After you learn it, you can hand over this combat skill to your second uncle and the others and ask them to make a few copies and pass them on to other clan members. This combat skill is of great importance. Currently, it can only be taught to family warriors. After the teaching is completed, it must be handed over uniformly and cannot be passed on to others." Chen Xingzhen was talking to himself, but he didn't notice the slight change in Chen Xingyu's face after flipping through the combat skills in his hand. This is obviously the Taizu Chang Fist he got last night. If you think about it carefully, it is extremely reasonable. Since the Sacred Tree passed down the combat skills to him, how could he not pass it on to the clan leader? This made Chen Xingyu, who originally wanted to tell Chen Xingzhen about his combat skills, change his previous thoughts. After he told him, wouldn't it mean that he would reveal that he secretly entered the ancestral hall last night? Although this is not a big deal, even with his status in the clan, he can report it to the clan leader and then swagger into the ancestral hall to worship his father. But as a genius in his family, he didn't want to expose his weaknesses to others, even members of his family. Good. Chen Xingyu didn't say anything more, turned around and left with her combat skills. Behind him, Chen Xingzhen sighed as he watched Chen Xingyu's leaving figure. Xingyu is a child with extremely high talents. Although his personality is a bit impulsive, he is also devoted to his family. However, due to the death of his parents in his early years, his personality is more aloof than others. He could also guess the people in the ancestral hall last night. Similarly, he also understood why Chen Xingyu went in, but he had no intention of exposing Chen Xingyu. As the patriarch, he knows everyone in the family. Behind Chen Xingyu's seemingly aloofness, he actually hides a heart that is more fragile than others. It's a pity that even as the clan leader, he can't help his clan members much in this regard. He can only do his little bit to give his clansmen a place to live and make the family the last harbor in every clansman's heart. Combat skills, or high-grade yellow-level combat skills. Great. Quick, let me see. When Taizu Changquan was introduced to the ears of the family warriors, it caused quite a stir in the clan. Many tribesmen circulated it one after another, wanting to get a glimpse of the mystery of this yellow-level combat skill. Not long after, the patriarch Chen Xingzhen personally spoke out. The top 3 tribesmen who understand Taizu Changquan will receive rewards from the tribe at the end of the year. As for the prize, it is the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts in the blood coagulation realm. The tribesmen who heard the news were extremely enthusiastic. Although the family would allocate the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts every year according to the tribe's realm or merit, no one would have too many things that can temper the body and condense the blood. For a time, all the warriors in the clan were practicing Taizu Changquan, hoping to be one step ahead and become the first person in the clan to learn Taizu Changquan. Chen Xingyu did not participate. Although he was not of high seniority, his level was already the highest except for the clan leader. Participating at the late stage of blood coagulation realm would inevitably discourage the enthusiasm of the clan members. Of course, the most important thing is that he has understood it. Moreover, the family still has a lot to do and cannot spend all their time learning combat skills. Even teenagers like Chen Qinghe and Chen Qingming have to plant blood rice in the spiritual fields. However, the planting methods of the two are somewhat different. Upon closer inspection, it is not difficult to tell that the two planted according to the operation method of Taizu Changquan. In the ancestral hall, Jiang felt a little happier as he listened to the excited shouts of many clan members. It seems that this yellow-level high-grade combat skill has been of great help to the family. It is a pity that he did not stay in the netherworld for a short time. Otherwise, he might be able to learn more combat skills from those living souls. But then some doubts arose in Ji Yang's mind. Since this combat skill can be understood by oneself, it means that this combat skill and the living soul really exist. So is there really a netherworld in this world? What is the netherworld for? There are many doubts in Ji Yang's mind, but unfortunately his current vision is not enough to know the reasons. Ji Yang ignored it and turned to look at the many gray fruits on his branches. Today is the 6th day for these fruits to grow. However, the appearance of the fruits is not much different from yesterday, but the color gradually changes from white to gray. It is estimated that one day, these ginkgo fruits will be completely ripe. After enduring it for several days, it was finally coming to an end. In the past few days, he had been unable to make ends meet with the vitality he gained from absorbing the moonlight every day. Ji Yang opened the panel and checked his current attributes. Name: Ji Yang. Race: Netherworld Locust Tree. Vitality: 16. Supernatural powers: Eye of Insight, Reversal of Elixir Movement, Blindness with 1 leaf, Soul Condensation, Armor Covering. Exercise: Lunar Eclipse, Gathering In. Combat Skill: Taizu Chongquan, can be transferred once. Qi and Blood, 54, can be converted into Vitality. Spiritual Power, 11, Deduction Points, 0, cannot be deduced. Status: you have been using the Yin gathering technique for a long time, and your race has changed, but this does not matter. You are still weak. The family has been busy hunting these days and has not yet offered sacrifices. Even if Ji Yang can absorb the moonlight, the consumption of these ginkgo fruits is even greater, resulting in Ji Yang only having 16 points of vitality left. However, when Ji Yang noticed his sudden change in race, he was shocked. How could he turn into a locust tree? When Ji Yang saw the status column, he realized that it was due to the technique. Although the new race sounds much better than before, Ji Yang still likes the green version of himself, because it represents vigorous vitality. Ji Yang tried to stop the Yin gathering technique. After stopping the exercise, Ji Yang's original black trunk gradually turned back to brown, and the leaves on the branches gradually turned from black to green. Chapter 52. Isn't that okay? Ji Yang thought to himself. But then he realized something was wrong, because halfway through the changes, they suddenly stopped. Moreover, there was no obvious change in his vision. The sparse Yin Qi around him still existed, and this time he could absorb it even without using the Yin gathering technique. Now Ji Yang's trunks and branches are twinned in 2 colors, half brown and half black. Not only the trunk, but also the locust leaves on the tree are the same, but half of them are dark green and the other half are black, making them look even more monstrous, with a hint of weirdness in them. Looking at his flashy self, Ji Yang was speechless and choked. But regardless of appearance, he must have become stronger now, because he felt that whether it was branches or underground roots, his strength was higher. And he can see the living soul and absorb Yin Qi without running the technique. That's it. Ji Yang no longer struggled, and then looked at the conditions required for his deduction. Considering that family sacrifices are quite difficult, Ji Yang is not in a hurry to convert his Qi and blood, and his spiritual power is still left, but his deduction points have not increased at all. Only because in the past few days, everyone in the tribe was busy with other things and no one was practicing. This resulted in Ji Yang's deduction points not improving at all. Without enough deduction points, he cannot deduce, let alone multiple deductions. If this continues, how can he improve himself? After all, the Chen family is still very sparse today. If there were more people in the family, the situation would be better. It's a pity that he can't communicate with Chen Xingzhen. If it didn't work, Ji Yang decided to extend his roots and write and communicate with Chen Xingzhen. But in this way, the reputation of his family's sacred tree seems to be somewhat unsafe. In addition, Ji Yang felt that the root he had strengthened before seemed to be a little out of order. It took 0.5 of his vitality to strengthen before, but then his vitality increased, and the underground roots also grew. Perhaps it was because the newly grown roots had not been strengthened, which caused the control to not work well. This means that he has to strengthen it again. But now that the family is stable, he doesn't need it for the time being. He can strengthen it when needed. The night is getting darker, and the bright moon is in the sky. But at the other end of the secret passage that no one knew about, a figure slowly moved the huge blue stone in front of it. This man is none other than Li Kaiyang, the only late-stage blood coagulation realm warrior in the Li family. He is now in good condition after practicing for a day. After moving the huge blue stone away, he did not act in a hurry. Instead, he placed the flesh and blood of the ferocious beast that he had prepared near the entrance of the secret passage. The smell of blood will definitely attract vicious beasts. Moreover, he also put something special into the flesh and blood of these ferocious beasts, which was time that could make the ferocious beasts excited and violent. After being specially refined, this herb can attract all the ferocious beasts from hundreds of miles away. Although it is a bit exaggerated, the effect is extremely good. This was developed by the family's pharmacist. It belongs exclusively to his Li family and is usually used for hunting. There are two reasons why Li Kaiyang did this. If he escapes after destroying the sacred tree, these ferocious beasts will become an obstacle to the Chun family's pursuit of him. If he fails, unfortunately, the ferocious beasts attracted by these flesh and blood will also go deep along this secret passage, thus bringing certain trouble to the Chun family. After arranging everything, Li Kaiyang did not act in a hurry. Instead, he looked into the distance and said to himself, I think Yongcheng and the others have gone far away now. This is also the reason why he waited for a whole day. Even if he failed, it would not affect other tribesmen. There wasn't much time left for him, so it was time to take action. Li Caiyang's eyes showed a hint of determination, and he quickly walked towards the Chun family ancestral hall at the other end of the secret passage. In the ancestral hall, Ji Yang was silently absorbing the moonlight, making up for the shortfall caused by the ginkgo trees. When he was bored, Ji Yang used the underground roots to sense the surrounding situation and listen to the conversations among the patrolling tribesmen from time to time. Although it is still boring, this is Ji Yang's only fun now. Just as Ji Yang was listening intently to the conversation between the two tribesmen, he suddenly noticed an unusual vibration from a root. This vibration did not come from other places, but from the roots that extended to the bottom of the family secret passage. This made Ji Yang doubtful. If he remembered correctly, the family secret passage had been closed after the Li family was eliminated, and no one from the clan had entered it since. So where did this vibration come from? Could it be that the ferocious beast at the other end of the secret passage found the exit of the secret passage and came along the secret passage? No, Chen Xingyu would definitely not be so careless when he returned from hunting last time. Ji Yang moved most of his consciousness to the root and quickly saw clearly what was going on in the secret passage. In the dark entrance of the cave, a figure was cautiously approaching the ancestral hall. When the figure saw the fracture in front of him, his face was filled with joy. But when Ji Yang saw the visitor, his heart suddenly stopped. He remembered this person, the late-stage blood coagulation realm warrior from the Li family. Although he didn't know his name, this person was extremely troublesome during the battle that day. Now that this person has come through the secret passage, he must be up to no good. Ji Yang wanted to call on his tribe to respond to the enemy, but then he found that he couldn't do it. Although there are two clansmen patrolling outside the ancestral hall, they are only at the middle stage of body tempering. How can they be his match? Moreover, Ji Yang had reason to suspect that this person was here for him. As the crisis approached, Ji Yang's heart condensed. He no longer hesitated and quickly began to strengthen his roots, while not forgetting to disperse the lunar eclipse technique. He didn't have much life force, and he wanted to use it to do other things, but he never thought of this accident. Just as Ji Yang was strengthening his roots, Li Kaiyang had already moved the blue stone above his head and jumped out from the secret passage below. As a warrior in the late stage of the blood coagulation realm, he had just sensed it in the secret passage, and there was no trace of other warriors nearby. After leaving the secret passage, Li Kaiyang looked around, his face even more overjoyed. This was the Chun family ancestral hall. Where's the sacred tree? Where's the sacred tree? Hearing the footsteps not far away, Li Kai felt anxious in his conscience and looked around, looking for the sacred tree of the Chun family. Soon, he saw the so-called sacred tree in the corner of the ancestral hall. This sacred tree is only 2 meters high, and its sparse branches and leaves make it even more unattractive. If he was not a blood coagulation realm warrior, it would not be easy to see it in the dark night. Is this the sacred tree? Although he had glimpsed it from a distance during the family war before, looking back again, he still had doubts in his heart. However, there are no other trees in this ancestral hall, so it is obviously not wrong. Li Kaiyang showed his murderous intention, and at the same time he no longer hesitated, gathered his energy and blood in his hands, and flew towards the sacred tree not far away. Chapter 53. He wants to destroy this sacred tree before the Chun family discovers him, and then leaves through the secret passage. The distance from the entrance of the secret passage to the tree is only a few meters away. With his strength, he can make it in time, and there is no one guarding the temple. It is simply a God-given opportunity. But when he was halfway through and could clearly see the lines on the tree trunk, the sacred tree in front of him suddenly lit up. This sudden abnormality shocked Li Kai's conscience, and he couldn't help but look up. Under the dim night, the branches in front were flickering with fluorescence, and among the flickering branches and leaves, gray berries with clear facial features were swaying in the wind. The rustling sound was even more like the ferocious laughter coming from the mouths of these human-faced fruits when they looked at me. What on earth is this? Li Caoliang's eyes were slightly dazed when he saw the scene in front of him, and a great fear arose spontaneously, which even made him couldn't help but take half a step back. When he lost his mind, a sense of crisis suddenly erupted from his heart. Not good. With his keen intuition, Li Caoliang hurriedly got out of the way. And just as he dodged, a root as thick as a rope suddenly emerged from the ground, causing the bluestone slab underneath to break into several pieces. Li Caoliang felt a chill in his heart when he saw this. If he hadn't been able to avoid it in time, the root would have penetrated not the bluestone slab, but his body. Seeing that the blow missed, Ji Yang secretly thought it was a pity. Just now, he deliberately dispersed the lunar eclipse and strengthened the roots, hoping to make a sneak attack. But he still underestimated the intuition of the blood coagulation realm warrior, and even avoided the roots he was hiding. Ji Yang was not discouraged. This time, he directly strengthened the 3 roots. He did not believe that Li Caoliang could avoid it. As the thoughts in Ji Yang's mind dissipated, 2 new roots exploded under the ground again, killing Li Caoliang. After the race change, the strength of Ji Yang's roots reached a higher level. Seeing 2 more roots, Li Kai's conscience froze. But the attack just now allowed him to successfully regain his clarity, and he also remembered the purpose of his visit this time. Especially after seeing these roots, Li Kai's conscience became even more murderous. If this allows the Chun family's sacred tree to grow, the family will have no chance of revenge in the future. Even if the 3 roots came to attack at the same time, they still couldn't make Li Caoliang retreat. Relying on his strong posture and pace, Li Caoliang avoided the strangulation of 2 roots one after another and headed towards Ji Yang's main trunk. His eyes are firm and decisive. Ji Yang was slightly shocked. Although his roots were strong, they were not as sensitive as those of late-stage blood coagulation realm warriors. But fortunately, he had already anticipated the situation before him. The 2 roots bypassed by Li Caoliang were not taken back by Ji Yang, but directly hit the ancestral hall door behind. Boom! The sound of the ancestral hall door collapsing echoed around. Not to mention the clansmen patrolling nearby. Even the clansmen who were a little further away heard the huge noise at this moment. What happened? It's the sound coming from the ancestral hall. Go and have a look. The voices of many clan members rang out in the clan. After the sacred tree ceremony, the ancestral hall is the most important place in the family. It contains not only the ancestors' spiritual tablets, but also the current family sacred tree. There cannot be any mistakes. Li Caoliang gritted his teeth when he heard the noise outside. He still underestimated this sacred tree. He didn't expect it to be so smart. However, this did not stop him from destroying the tree in front of him, not to mention that there was only 1 root in front of him, which would never stop him. Facing the strangulation of the last root, Li Caoliang did not dodge this time, but rushed forward directly. Just when the roots were about to attack his body, Li Caoliang's quick eyesight and quick hands actually grasped the last root firmly in his hands. The huge power coming from his hands almost made Li Caoliang unable to grasp it, but as he mobilized all his energy and blood, he was still unable to break free from the roots in his hands. Without the last root to block him, Li Caoliang strode forward. At this moment, he was less than half a meter away from Ji Yang's trunk, which was already within reach. Just when he was about to use his feet instead of his hands to kick off the sacred tree that was not thick enough, a new root suddenly stretched out from under the sacred tree. This root came too suddenly and came too close. So when Li Caoliang reacted, the roots had already reached his face. At the speed of this root, if he continued to attack at this moment, he might be able to hit the tree trunk in front of him, but he would also be killed. Although the opportunity was good, he had to give up. The secret passage behind him was his hope of escape. Stop! Before Li Caoliang dodged his second attack, a loud shout came from behind his ears, followed by a powerful attack coming from behind him. Feeling the crisis behind him, Li Caoliang could only continue to dodge. When he dodged the attack and turned around to look, Chun Xingyu's figure appeared in the ancestral hall at some unknown time. It was this person who had just attacked. Other members of the Chun family came with Chun Xingyu. The faces of the family members changed slightly when they saw the chaos in the ancestral hall, but after realizing that it was an enemy attack, everyone quickly surrounded Li Caoliang. Li Kai's conscience was filled with despair when he was surrounded. Among his people were not only Chun Xingyu, a late-stage blood coagulation realm, but also 2 other blood coagulation realm warriors. Realizing that he might have missed the last chance to destroy the sacred tree just now, Li Kai felt regretful in his conscience. The passage that seemed to give him a chance to live unexpectedly turned out to be the final factor that led to the failure of his plan this time. Damn it! Li Kaoyong looked up to the sky and roared, venting his dissatisfaction. Chun Xingzhen, who came in a hurry, looked solemn, but after seeing that the sacred tree was safe and sound, Chun Xingzhen finally let go of his worries. If something happens to the sacred tree this time, how will he explain to his dead ancestors, and how he will give an explanation to his clan members? Surrender, Li Kaoyong. You have no way out. Looking at Li Kaoyong trapped in the center of the crowd, Chun Xingzhen issued a final announcement. Ah. The only response to Chun Xingzhen was Li Caoyong's disdainful sneer. Kill. Without further words, the tribesmen took action again. With Chun Xingyu, a warrior in the late stage of blood coagulation realm, to help out, and the rest of the family, Li Kaoyong didn't have the slightest chance. After just a few rounds, Li Kaoyong was seriously injured and could not support himself. However, when he was about to die, Li Kaoyong suddenly looked at Chun Xingyu and asked, "What kind of combat skill are you doing? Why haven't I seen you use it before?" Chun Xingyu did not answer, but used a Taizu Chongquan style to successfully send him away. Good. Chun Xingzhen looked excited when he saw this punch. Strictly speaking, if you want to learn combat skills, you must at least be in the blood coagulation state. The body of a warrior in the body-quenching state has thin blood and qi, making it difficult to exert the power of combat skills. But this does not mean that people in the body-tempering realm cannot learn it. Even if they cannot learn it, they can still familiarize themselves with the operation route of combat skills in advance and prepare for the future. Chapter 54. But Chun Xingzhen didn't expect Chun Xingyu to learn it so quickly. Although Chun Xingyu has a relatively cold personality, she felt a little uncomfortable when she saw Chun Xingzhen's satisfied look. After all, he was able to learn it so quickly not because of himself, but because of the sacred tree. Chun Xingyu didn't explain. Anyway, he wasn't going to occupy the top 3 spots in the clan. Just misunderstand it. This seems to be Taizu's Chongquan. Brother Qingyu clan is really a genius. He actually learned it in one day. When the words of praise from the clansmen came to his ears, Chun Xingyu could only pretend that he didn't hear them. After dealing with Li Kaoyong, Chun Xingzhen, who was not at ease, carefully checked the sacred tree again, and he was relieved when he saw that the sacred tree was indeed not damaged. Then Chun Xingzhen remembered the secret passage again, and immediately issued an order. Tianjing, you and Xingyu will take a few more clan members into the secret passage to check for any flaws. Also, check if there are other members of the Li family outside the secret passage. Although this secret passage is not considered a family secret now, it is still another passage for the family. It cannot be missed and needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. Looking at the destruction of the ancestral hall, Chun Xingzhen had a trace of regret in his eyes. He knew that the remaining members of the Li family had gone to the mass burial mountain, but he did not take any precautions. Although the chance of this happening is relatively small, he should have considered it at the beginning. After all, it was his own carelessness that almost caused the family's sacred tree to be destroyed. Fortunately, the sacred tree is still there and has not been damaged. Although he wanted to pursue him, he thought that Li Yongcheng and others had already moved away and would not stay where they were and wait. However, there was still the innate level green wolf deep in the mass burial mountain. So Chun Xingzhen had no choice but to give up and told the others not to pursue him too deeply. After everything was tidied up, Chun Xingzhen looked at the sacred tree in front of him and sighed in his heart. The family power is still too weak. But when it comes to family development, it can't be said that it can be done quickly. All big families have been inherited for decades or even hundreds of years before they can reach a certain scale, let alone the current Chun family, which does not even have a Xiantian realm warrior. Above, looking at the Chun family members cleaning up the mess, Ji Yong finally felt relieved. The situation just now was quite dangerous. Now that he is not fully grown up, if he is approached by a warrior in the blood coagulation realm, it is very likely that the tree will be destroyed and people will be killed. Moreover, Li Kaoyong is still in the late stage of the blood coagulation realm. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he once again strengthened a root and was able to block the attack. Fortunately, Li Kaoyong did not risk his life, otherwise the situation would still be different. The strengthening of the 4 roots just now used a total of 7.5 of Ji Yang's vitality, causing his life to fall below 10 points again. In order to maintain his senses and status, Ji Yang directly transformed all the energy and blood he had reserved before, so that his vitality could be filled again. But this also gave Ji Yang a new sense of crisis. This time it was an accident. However, the current strength of the Chun family cannot guarantee that there will be no accidents next time. He also needs to become stronger, and he also needs to make the Chun family stronger and have the ability to deal with risks. If it didn't work, he could only communicate with Chun Xingzhen through his roots. At least from his current perspective, The Qin family still has major flaws in the development of the family. If this continues, I don't know how long it will take for the family to develop. Originally, Ji Yang didn't want to get too involved in family affairs. After all, he just wanted to be a tree. While enjoying family sacrifices, it would be nice to contribute occasionally. If he had to do everything himself, then he might as well be the clan leader. Although he was a little anxious, he was not in a hurry. Ji Yang was ready to wait until the fruits on the tree matured. After Li Kaoyang died, Ji Yang also saw a new soul appearing in the ancestral hall. This living soul is a replica of Li Kaoyang, except that its face is dull and unconscious, and it is not much different from other living souls. It's just that the body is richer and in better condition than the many living souls that Ji Yang transformed in the spiritual position before. Looking at the living soul in front of him, Ji Yang's consciousness moved, and the living soul was quickly absorbed by Ji Yang. This is a new ability gained after Ji Yang's race changed. It eliminates the need for him to use roots as a medium between himself and his soul. Ji Yang used his magical power to condense the soul, trying to transform it. But then, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of Ji Yang. It has been bound to a family and cannot gather other souls except the Qin family. This reminder made Ji Yang stunned for a moment. There are still such limitations in feelings. How can he organize his own army of souls? He also expected to rely on this to make the Qin family stronger. It seems that this is not possible now. Seeing that Li Caoyang's living soul was useless, Ji Yang's branches swayed slightly, blowing out a breeze. When the breeze blew by, Li Caoyang's living soul instantly dissipated and turned into a dense cloud of yin energy, which was absorbed by Ji Yang's trunk. After absorbing the yin energy, the gray fruits on the tree seemed to be a little bigger. At this moment, Chen Xingzhen was still waiting for the return of his clan members in the ancestral hall. At the moment when Li Caoyang's soul disappeared, Chen Xingzhen also felt a cool breeze blowing past his face. This made Chen Xingzhen confused. After all, he was a late-stage warrior in the blood coagulation realm. How could he still feel such a chill? Chen Xingzhen turned his head and looked at the family's sacred tree in front of him, and then noticed the change in the appearance of the sacred tree, but Chen Xingzhen's expression remained as usual. The sacred tree is ever-changing, and he is used to it. Half an hour later, Chen Xingyu and others returned from the secret passage. When returning, several people also carried several ferocious beasts in their hands. According to Chen Tianjing, the bluestone outside the secret passage has been removed, and there are a lot of traces left in the secret passage, but after leaving the secret passage, there are very few traces. And when a few people passed by, there were several ferocious beasts outside the secret passage. It's a pity that the realm of these ferocious beasts is not high, and the strongest one is only in the middle stage of blood coagulation realm. In addition, these ferocious beasts attack each other, but Chen Qingyu and others can easily kill them. After killing the ferocious beast, several people checked around and found no trace of the Li clan members. Finally, after cleaning up the secret passage, several people moved the bluestone back and reinforced it before leaving. After listening to Chen Tianjing's report, Chen Xingzhen carefully inspected the ferocious beasts returned from hunting. After smelling a special smell, Chen Xingzhen's vision became clear. This is something unique to the Li family. It seems that these ferocious beasts were attracted by Li Kaoyang. Unfortunately, there is now a Xintian-level green wolf deep in the mass burial mountain. Even the ferocious beasts outside the secret passage are much less. Even this time cannot attract too much. What a ferocious beast, but this is what the family has gained. Okay, it's getting late, you go back and rest. As for these ferocious beasts, sacrifice them all to the sacred tree. Ji Yang's roots were also discovered by Chen Xingzhen before. This is an ability that the sacred tree has never shown before. It seems that the sacred tree has consumed a lot this time and is in urgent need of replenishment. Above, Ji Yang nodded silently after listening. You are sensible. Chapter 55. This time, 3 ferocious beasts were sacrificed, 2 of which were in the early stage of blood coagulation realm and 1 in the middle stage of blood coagulation realm. If Li Kalianquan knew better, his time not only did not cause damage to the Qin family, but instead allowed the Qin family to pick up several ferocious beasts for nothing. Who knows if he would have died in peace. The 3 ferocious beasts in the blood coagulation realm increased Ji Yang's energy and blood to 33 points, but his spiritual power only increased by 4 points. Although he had enough energy, blood, and spiritual power, Ji Yang could not start a new deduction without enough deduction points. And after tasting the sweetness last time, Ji Yang no longer looked down on single deduction. He had to at least increase the multiple a little, so that he would have a greater chance of obtaining magical powers and combat skills. As everyone left, the ancestral hall became silent again. However, in order to prevent this kind of thing from happening again, there were 2 more warriors patrolling at night, and they were also equipped with a blood coagulation realm warrior. After the last sacred tree sacrifice, 2 more blood coagulation realm warriors were added to the clan. Together with the clan leader Qin Xingxin, there are now a total of 6 blood coagulation realm warriors in the clan. It can be considered that it has returned to the scale before the fight with the Li family. On the 7th day of the growth of the ginkgo, all the fruits on the tree have lost their previous white color and turned into gray. The facial features on the fruits have become more lifelike, as if their ancestors were still alive. But if a stranger sees this, he will feel extremely strange. Due to the orders issued by Qin Xingxin in the past 2 days, not many tribesmen came to disturb the sacred tree. However, Qin Tianjing and several blood coagulation realm warriors took advantage of the free time in the evening to visit the ancestral hall twice to remember their ancestors. After all, among the gray fruits on the tree were not only Qin Qingyu's father, but also their elders. On the night of the 7th day, there were not many changes in the gray berries on the tree. At this time, Jiang was also paying full attention to these gray fruits after soul condensation, wanting to see what these gray fruits would look like when mature. However, what puzzled Jiang was that although he had already felt that these gray fruits were getting closer to maturity, he did not see the faces on these gray fruits open their eyes. Under Jiang's gaze, another half-hour passed like this, until the moon hung high and Jiang began to absorb the moonlight and yin energy. These gray fruits finally took on new changes. Under the illumination of the moonlight, these gray fruits hanging on the branches slowly began to shake. As the gray fruits shook, their eyes gradually opened. Jiang couldn't take his eyes off, carefully watching the changes in these gray fruits. This was the first time he saw such a magical scene. After a brief sway, a gray fruit located above the branch suddenly fell towards the ground. But just when the gray fruit was about to fall to the ground, a strong yin energy suddenly burst out from the gray fruit. As the gray fruit disappeared, a gray old man suddenly appeared in the ancestral hall, and his face was consistent with the face on the gray fruit before. Is this a living soul? Above, Jiang looked at these ripe gray fruits with doubts in his eyes. If he still has a living soul, what's the point of condensing his soul? However, when Jiang observed carefully, he discovered differences in this living soul. First of all, the untransformed living soul was in tatters, and the whole body was gray-white. Now the living soul has a solid body, and the whole body is gray. Secondly, he seemed to sense something different from other souls in this fallen soul, but he couldn't remember it for a while. When Jiang was thinking carefully, other gray fruits on the branches could no longer hold back and fell to the ground like raindrops. Before each gray fruit falls to the ground, it has turned into a new figure and appeared in the ancestral hall. In just a few seconds, the ancestral hall was already filled with countless gray figures, but these figures could not be seen by others at this moment. Jiang, who had been observing these living souls, soon brightened up and knew what was different. Wisdom. These living souls were different from other living souls in their sluggishness. They seemed more agile, and Jiang even saw thinking in their eyes. Could it be? After a short pause after landing, the old man who landed first suddenly put his hand on his forehead, with a trace of thinking in his eyebrows, and he couldn't help but uttered the 3 major philosophical questions of life. Who I am? Where am I? What am I going to do? The other living souls were also frowning and thinking hard, searching for the memories that had long been dusted in their minds. After a brief period of contemplation, a bright light suddenly burst out from the eyes of the old man's living soul. He remembered. His name is Qin Changming, the 11th generation patriarch of the Qin family. But looking at the unfamiliar environment around him, Qin Changming once again had a doubt in his mind. If he remembered correctly, he fought with the enemy when he moved his family for the last time, and then died. Why is he alive again now? Soon, Qin Changming also noticed his current changes, as well as the strange figures around him. At this moment, other living souls also expressed confusion. Who am I? I remember that I died too, in a battle with a vicious beast. I seem to have died too, on the way to my family's migration. Why can't I touch things? What's wrong with me? What happened? Doubtful sounds echoed through the ancestral hall, but the tribesmen outside did not notice it at all. Only Jiang, who was above, could hear the doubtful sounds. At this moment, Jiang also knew the role of his own soul condensation. This magical power seemed to be able to re-solidify the souls of those who had passed away and restore their memories of their lives. It's a pity that it is bound to a family, so only people from the Chun family can enjoy it. But even after solidifying, they still can't touch other things, or even be seen. What can such a living soul be used for? Ji Yang ignored the many living souls below, but thought about the role these living souls could bring after their recovery. Xingba, are you Xingba? Chun Changming looked at a very familiar soul not far away. His expression suddenly became excited, and he couldn't help but move closer to the soul. As he approached, Chun Changming noticed a few familiar souls. You are my son Xingha. Build. Hearing Chun Changming's cry, the memories in the minds of the other 3 living souls gradually became clear. When the 3 of them saw Chun Changming, they looked very excited and shouted, Father! When the 3 people approaching saw their faces, their expressions became even more excited. Brother! Second brother! Third brother! Brother! Cousin? Is that you? Dad, it's so good to see you. Uncle San, are you dead too? Nephew, it turns out you are here too. Many members of the Chun family who had recovered their memories started communicating with each other excitedly after seeing familiar faces all around them. They either expressed their thoughts in their hearts, or expressed words they had never said before, or expressed the joy of not seeing each other for a long time. For a time, the entire ancestral hall was in chaos. Chapter 56. Above, Jiang looked at the scene in front of him and pretended not to hear. These complicated family relationships gave him a headache, so he asked them to sort it out on their own, and it wouldn't be too late to wait until they regained consciousness. These Chun family members who have come back to life are not living beings, but transformed living souls. He should be able to communicate with everyone, which would be a lot more convenient. As time passed, and many living souls continued to communicate below, everyone soon woke up from the confusion just now. Especially after seeing the family's spiritual tablets in the ancestral hall room, everyone was even more amazed. It turns out they are really dead. Half an hour later, the voices in the crowd gradually became fainter. At this time, everyone began to think about what they should do now. At this time, Chun Changming also noticed the fluorescent sacred tree beside him. The moment he saw the sacred tree, the memory of these 7 days slowly awakened in his mind. In his memory, he saw his state as a fruit, the worship of the tribe below, and even the current situation of the family. Chun Changming, who understood all this, immediately floated into the sky above the ancestral hall, raised his arms and shouted, Fellow tribesmen, please be quiet for now. Many tribesmen who recovered their memories also recognized the former family patriarch, but several of them did not know Chun Changming, including the 3 tribesmen who died in the struggle with the Li family not long ago. But from the conversations between other family elders, the 3 of them had a pretty good understanding of everyone's identities. The Chun Changming in front of him seems to be the patriarch and his father. That is, their ancestor. Everyone, now we have come back from the dead and reunited in the family ancestral hall. This is not an accident, but the guidance given by the sacred tree to my Chun family. Having said that, everyone also focused their attention on Jiyang. The sacred tree was the totem of the family in the past. Several people present were even older than Chun Xingzhen, the current patriarch, and had seen the glory of the sacred tree in the past. Although the sacred tree is now damaged, it is not as good as 1% of the family's sacred tree back then. But knowing that it was the power of the sacred tree that brought them back to the world, everyone present looked in awe and bowed earnestly. Above, Jiyang, who saw Chun Changming's actions, nodded slightly in his heart. As expected of the patriarch of the past, he was able to grasp the key points in the current situation. After the people of the lower tribe finished worshipping, Chun Changming spoke again. Are there any clan members here who have died in the past 10 years? After the words fell, several people stood up from the crowd, including the 3 people who had died not long ago. From the oral accounts of these people, the situation of the family in recent decades has also become clear to everyone. After hearing this, many people sighed in their hearts. It turned out that so many things happened to their family after their death. After hearing about the recent struggle with the Li family, everyone present became even more nervous. However, after hearing that the sacred tree showed its power and rescued the family, everyone was even more grateful and knelt down to worship. Although they are dead, there are still their descendants in the family, and these descendants have the blood and inheritance of the family flowing in them. After grasping the situation, Chun Changming continued, Everyone has heard about the current situation of the family. Now that the family has declined and the sacred tree has been born, the family still needs our help. Even if we die, our consciousness still exists. We can still make our family prosper. We can't do it, but our descendants can. It is our duty to restore the glory of our family. Many tribesmen below also had excited faces after hearing this. The dead people come back again. watching the family prosper step by step, watching the family's descendants grow every step of the way. How can they refuse? Chief, I want to see my son first. In the crowd, a figure suddenly stood up and begged. You are Tian Shun, go ahead. Chen Changming said with a gentle face. Although he had died a long time ago, he remembered the younger generation of the family very clearly. Tian Shun was a child who was very talented when he was young. Unfortunately, he died young and sacrificed himself for the sake of his family. Fortunately, I am alive now, even though I am only half alive. After receiving Chen Changming's consent, Chen Tianshuan's figure quickly drifted towards the outside of the ancestral hall. Although he was still a little unaccustomed to this way of walking, it felt good. He could walk much faster than before and could penetrate walls. Others also thought of the younger generations of the clan at this moment, and asked one after another to go and take a look. Chen Changming did not stop him. He understood the thoughts of these clan members. In fact, even he wanted to see his fourth son, the current clan leader, Chen Xingxian. Soon, all the clan members dispersed from the ancestral hall, leaving him alone in the ancestral hall. Although Chen Changming also wanted to take a look, he did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he looked at the sacred tree and then worshipped respectfully. Today I am able to meet my family relatives again. Chen Changming, the 11th generation patriarch of the Chen family, and I would like to pay my respects to this sacred tree. Ji Yang did not answer, but a wisp of the yin qi that had just been absorbed on the tree trunk dispersed and floated into Chen Changming's body. Chen Changming's eyes lit up as this ray of yin energy entered his body, and he felt that his body seemed to become more solid. This made Chen Changming feel a little more in awe. Although the family sacred tree looks far less than it did back then, and can even be said to be extremely weak, the power of the sacred tree now seems to be even better than the family sacred tree of the past. At least, the sacred tree back then could not do this. Chen Changming, who received the response from the sacred tree, felt a little more excited. The response from the sacred tree meant that his idea just now was not wrong. The sacred tree resurrected them to make the family stronger. After Chen Changming thanked him again, he turned and left the ancestral hall. He wanted to see the current situation of the family and also wanted to see Chen Xingxian. After he left, the ancestral hall became quiet again. Looking at the current situation, Ji Yang was thoughtful, but did not intervene. Since these retransformed souls have memories and intelligence, it may be better than him doing it himself. I have never heard that having an old man in the family is like having a treasure. Besides, they are all tribesmen who have died once, so they should have more experience in developing their families. It's just that he doesn't know how to let them communicate. He doesn't seem to have acquired magical powers in this area yet, which makes Ji Yang a little distressed. But then, when Ji Yang's roots buried underground sensed the situation not far away, he was shocked. I saw a living soul who had just left the ancestral hall. After seeing his sleeping junior, he actually threw himself into his body in the state of a living soul. Ji Yang wanted to stop him, but then he heard a murmur from the sleeping clansman. Dad? Why are you here? Did I dream about you? Looking at this scene, Ji Yang fell into deep thought. He didn't expect that the transformed soul would still have this ability. It seems that he doesn't need to take action anymore. Chapter 57. After one living soul discovered this ability, other living souls also quickly discovered this and entered the dream world of their descendants. This night, the Chen family was destined to be unrest. Countless sleeping tribesmen murmured in their sleep. In the clan leader's bedroom, other clan members have already rested, but as the clan leader, Chen Xingxian is still thinking about the future development direction of the clan and what the clan members need for winter. When it comes to the family, he can't be careless in the slightest. It was getting late, and Chen Xingxian couldn't hide the look of exhaustion on his face after a busy day. Although the blood coagulation realm warrior has sufficient qi and blood in his body, he is old after all, and the gradually weakening qi and blood in his body makes it impossible for him to return to the state of his youth. Chen Xingxian stopped thinking and lay down to rest. In his sleep, a figure loomed in front of him, which made Chen Xingxian frown slightly in his sleep. But after clearing the fog and seeing the figure's face clearly, Chen Xing was shocked and shouted, Dad? Is that you? Looking at the familiar face in front of him, Chen Xingxian, who was over 60 years old, looked very excited. This appearance is even clearer than the ginkgo on the sacred tree, just like what it looked like when my father was still alive. Xingxian, you have suffered a lot these years. Chen Changming's face was soft, and he looked at the old man in front of him who was now about the same age as himself, with a hint of heartache in his eyes. But he can't be blamed for this. The family's migration back then was really difficult. Even as the clan leader, he couldn't stay out of it. But after all, a trace of family blood was preserved, which led to today's resurrection. It's not bitter. "Dad, how are you doing down there?" Chen Changming was stunned for a moment when he heard this question. He had no memory of the time from his death back then to his awakening with the power of the sacred tree today, and he didn't know how he was living. However, in order to comfort Chen Xingzhen, Chen Changming still smiled and replied, "Dad is having a good time down there." "That's good, that's good." After hearing this, Chen Xingzhen murmured softly and nodded repeatedly. As long as his father's life down there was not too bad, he could rest assured. "By the way, your eldest brother and second brother will also come to see you later, so you can catch up on old times." Chen Xingzhen was stunned when he heard this. "Brother, are they here too?" Although there was expectation in his words, Chen Xingzhen's face was a little ugly. Today, his father and the others came to see him. Could it be that they came to take him with them this time? Although he is older, his lifespan is too short, right? Things in the clan haven't been settled yet, and the next clan leader hasn't been elected yet. Is he going to leave like this? Seeing the change in Chen Xingzhen's expression, Chen Changming hurriedly patted his head. He didn't blame Chen Xingzhen for thinking, but he forgot to explain clearly. Feeling that his figure was getting weaker and weaker in the dream, Chen Changming also hurriedly explained what happened today. "Xingzhen, listen to me. That's what happened. Now the resurrection of the souls of the tribe depends entirely on the power of the sacred tree. But Qingyu, you can reach your current state and become the first person in the clan. As a father, I am really happy for you." After being praised by her father, Chen Qingyu also showed a hint of pride in her eyes, as if she had returned to the original days. However, after hearing that the souls of the dead tribesmen were resurrected, Chen Qingyu still had a trace of confusion in his eyes, even if Chen Tianshan told him personally. Just when Chen Qingyu wanted to ask about other things, the figure in front of her suddenly disappeared. "Tianjing, tell me quickly, which room does my grandson live in? As a father, I have to go and see for myself." In his dream, Chen Xinghe asked excitedly after hearing the news. After all, when he died, Chen Tianjing was not yet married and naturally had no children. This became his regret when he died. Unexpectedly, he was able to get married today, but regretted it in his heart. This made him so excited. After getting the answer, Chen Xinghe decisively exited the dreamland. After moving around several rooms, he finally saw Chen Xinghe in his sleep. Looking at this young man who looked somewhat similar to himself in his sleep, Chen Xinghe looked pleased. "Chen Xinghe, good name. He looks handsome too." Overjoyed, Chen Xinghe no longer hesitated and directly entered his dream with his soul. In the dream world, the two figures gradually appeared in a void. Chen Xinghe looked at the strange yet familiar young man in front of him and immediately called softly, "Child, I am your grandpa." Chen Xinghe in the dream had a look of confusion and curiosity at first, but after hearing this, a trace of anger appeared on Chen Xinghe's slightly immature face, and he sneered, "I'm still your dad." After saying that, Chen Xinghe swung his fist, directly shattering the figure in front of him, and fell into a deep sleep again. Chen Xinghe, who was kicked out, looked confused at this moment. Why was this situation different from what he imagined? How does Tianjing teach children? He must go and talk tomorrow night. As for today, he felt that he could no longer enter the dreamland. In the ancestral hall, Jiyang silently sensed the situation in the clan and soon discovered this. Although these dead tribesmen can fall into dreams, there seem to be many restrictions. For example, the time to fall asleep will not last too long, and if they encounter resistance from the sleeping people, they will quickly escape from the dream. And every time after falling into a dream, the yin energy of these dead tribesmen will also be reduced. Among them, Chen Tianshan consumed the yin qi the fastest and stayed the shortest. It seems to be due to realm. The rich blood energy can also dissipate the yin energy. In this way, the attack power of these living souls will not be strong. No, it can be said that it has no offensive power. But Ji Yong then thought of another magical power of his, armor covering. I don't know if this magical power can allow living souls to come into contact with living warriors. If it can, there is a lot to be done. It's just that this armor also consumes one's own life force. He doesn't have much vitality now, and I'm afraid he won't be able to support it. Let's talk about it later. In addition, Ji Yong feels that the biggest role of these resurrected souls in the family today may not be for fighting, but to use the experience and knowledge in their minds to make the Chun family stronger. In the family, many living souls have already passively escaped from the dream, but when they wake up, they are still very curious about the current family. At this moment, they are wandering around in the family, like lingering ghosts. Fortunately, the clan members couldn't see it. Otherwise, there would be rumors of haunting in the family tomorrow. But with tonight's dream, tomorrow's family may not be stable. Time flies and the sky becomes brighter and brighter. Accompanied by the crow of the pheasant, The first ray of sunshine slowly rises in the morning. But as the sun shines, the souls still wandering among the clan feel a raging fire burning their bodies. The rich yin chi in the original body also dissipated quickly under the sunlight, which was far faster than when falling into a dream. Chapter 58. The tribesmen who sensed something was wrong looked panicked. They had just woken up. Even in this state, they did not want to die quickly. Sacred Tree, go back to the ancestral hall quickly. A silent shout resounded through the family. It was Chen Changming who realized something was wrong and reacted. For a time, all the souls wandering outside quickly drifted into the ancestral hall. When everyone arrived at the ancestral hall, the yin chi that was still rapidly dissipating just now gradually slowed down. It wasn't until all the tribesmen hid under the shade of the trees that the yin chi that had originally dissipated completely stopped. In the ancestral hall, Jiang felt the yin energy disappearing from everyone. It seemed that these dead tribesmen could not appear in the daytime. But the shade he has now is not enough to cover all the people from the sun. When the sun rises, where will these living souls go? While Jiang was thinking, many tribesmen were getting closer and closer, even crowding around Ji Yang's tree trunk. At this time, a tribesman figure was suddenly squeezed towards the tree trunk and then disappeared. The other tribesmen were surprised when they saw this, but they didn't care too much and flew towards the tree trunk one after another. Can the sacred tree still harm them? Ji Yang looked puzzled as he looked at the living souls pouring into the tree trunks one by one. However, when Ji Yang checked his consciousness carefully, he discovered that at some point, most of the absorbed souls had gathered in his trunk. The yin energy comes. These yin energy merged into his torso, creating a space that was like the original netherworld. It was gray inside, but the space was quite large, just enough to accommodate these dead family members. It seems that this is also a new ability that he gained after his race changed, and it also saved him a lot of effort. Otherwise, he would really not know where to hide these souls. As the sun rises, the family gradually regains its vitality, and the clan members begin to get busy again. However, many tribesmen looked hesitant. After recalling what happened last night, many tribesmen had a trace of doubt on their faces. The face was so real that they couldn't tell whether it was a dream or something real. Qinghe, my grandpa seemed to have come to see me last night. Chen Qingming held the hoe on his shoulder and said to Chen Qinghe beside him, dreams are all fake. Tomorrow your grandpa will come again. Just give him a couple of punches and he'll be fine. Chen Qinghe said nonchalantly. Chen Qingming was thoughtful after hearing this, and then nodded. Good. In the room, Chen Xingzhen frowned. What happened in his dream last night made him feel a little ridiculous, but the faces of his father and elder brother appeared clearly in his mind. He remembered that the dream dissipated just as his father was about to say something. This made it difficult for him to tell whether what happened last night was caused by his longing for the ginkgo fruit on the sacred tree a few days ago. After a while, Chen Xingzhen no longer struggled with yes or no. He could just ask the sacred tree. Soon, Chen Xingzhen arrived at the ancestral hall. And when he opened the door of the ancestral hall and saw the sacred tree, the look in his eyes became more complicated. Because the many white fruits that were still hanging on the sacred tree yesterday have all disappeared. But the sacred tree still maintains its previous appearance. This surprised and delighted Chen Xingzhen. Could it be that what happened last night was not a dream? Brother, did you dream of anything last night? Yes, I dreamed about my father. He told me to practice martial arts well and reach the blood coagulation realm as soon as possible. The chatter of the tribesmen outside made Chen Xingzhen even more certain that what happened in his dream last night was not fake. If that was the case, he would have to make some preparations tonight. Ben was still worried that he could not make the family stronger by himself, but with the help of his father and several brothers, he felt that the future of the family would be bright. However, this matter is of great importance, and the news must be sealed and not allowed to be known to outsiders. Among the tree trunks, Chen Changming also warned the tribesmen. Although the resurrection of the dead is just a soul, if word spreads, the family will definitely suffer a catastrophe. The current family sacred tree cannot be saved by the current Chen family. In the ancestral hall, Jiang sensed the situation in the tree trunk and nodded in affirmation. However, he could feel that these souls that he had transformed were actually within his control. When necessary, Jiang can even forcefully control it. But this is not in Jiyang's plan. He just wants to be a tree now. Family matters should be left to the two patriarchs. It's night soon. As soon as night fell, Chen Xingzhen went to rest, as did the rest of the clan. The dream last night and the conversation with the tribe today made them realize that something was wrong, so they wanted to confirm it tonight. Father, in the dream, Chen Xingzhen saw Chen Changming again, looking slightly excited. However, This time Qin Changming's mood was not much stable and he said directly, Xingzhen, we don't have much time, I can't stay too long. This time the sacred tree resurrected the clan members to strengthen the family. Although the family is now stable, there are still many shortcomings. Qin Xingzhen looked guilty when he heard this. He had been the clan leader for so many years, but he still failed to make the clan prosperous and was even almost exterminated. This was all his own fault. Seeing this, Qin Changming comforted him and said, I don't blame you for this. I just blame me for dying too early and not being able to teach you much. I said, remember. Good. Qin Xingzhen nodded. After half a stick of incense, Qin Xingzhen looked at Qin Changming's fading figure and nodded again. I've written it down. Qin Changming smiled and nodded. These suggestions about the family were also discussed between me, your eldest brother, and several other clan members. However, the reality of the family is unpredictable now. Some of the suggestions may not be accurate. You can listen, but not all. Remember, you are the patriarch of the family now. Dad, I know. When the words fell, Qin Changming's figure disappeared again, and this time Qin Xingzhen was no longer hesitant, but his eyes were extremely bright. In the ancestral hall, Jiang was also seriously thinking about the decisions made by Qin Changming and others during the day, and nodded again in his heart. As expected of the previous clan leader, his views on developing the clan far surpassed Qin Xingzhen's. If the current Qin family wants to develop rapidly, it is indeed necessary to make many prepared decisions. These few decisions are indeed suitable for today's Qin family, and he can also benefit from them. Under the night, Jiang's branches exude a faint fluorescence. Without the consumption of ginkgo, he can now get 2.4 vitality every night. If there is enough time, it may not take long for him to become stronger. Not long after, the souls who left the ancestral hall returned to the ancestral hall. When they saw the fluorescent sacred tree, they were unconsciously attracted to Ji Yang. Then they sat cross-legged on the ground one by one, closed their eyes, and absorbed the yin energy emanating from the trunk of Ji Yang. With every ray of yin qi absorbed, their bodies became more solid. Qin Changming, who had returned, saw a hint of excitement in his eyes. He had long discovered that although they were resurrected now, they would consume a certain amount of yin energy every day. If they could not replenish it, their lifespan might not be long. But now it seems that there is no need to worry about this issue. If they can become stronger in their current state, will they be able to fight in person in the future of the family? Qin Changming was excited. With the sacred tree here, his family would definitely be able to prosper, perhaps even surpassing the heyday of the family. Chapter 59. On the second day, the Qin family warriors gathered in the ancestral hall again to hold a family meeting. Nowadays, the Qin family members are smiling, and there is a hint of confidence in their eyes. This is a scene that they have never seen before when they were fighting with the Li family. Qin Xingzhen stood at the top, looking at the radiant and energetic tribesmen below, with a smile on his face. The family is thriving and everything is moving in a good direction, and he is very pleased. But this is not enough. The family needs to become stronger. This is also the reason for holding a family meeting today. Below, many tribesmen were talking quietly, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Just because the elders in the family fell asleep again last night. One time may be a coincidence, but the other 2 times are inevitable. And today's family meeting made the clan members have some expectations in their eyes. Qinghe, my grandfather came to see me again last night and taught me a lot. Among the crowd, Qin Qingming said happily. Qin Qinghe on the side was not in a very high mood, just because his father punished him again yesterday and told him that his grandfather would come to see him in the evening and asked him to be more obedient. Although the old man in the dream looked familiar, he still couldn't sleep well because he was too enthusiastic. Above, seeing that all the clan members had arrived, Qin Xingzhen raised his hand slightly to signal everyone to be quiet. When all the tribesmen's eyes were focused on Qin Xingzhen said, I believe that many tribesmen have felt this in the past 2 days. I can tell you clearly that what happened in the dream was not fake. Some of the ancestors of my Qin family did come back to life with the help of the sacred tree. As soon as this statement came out, there was a wave of excitement in the crowd. Although they had already guessed in their minds, now that these words came from the clan leader in person, they couldn't be more excited. The resurrection of dead ancestors is really bizarre. Among the shocked clansmen, there were also several clansmen whose faces remained unchanged. Among them were several blood coagulation realm warriors from Qin Qingyu's family, and they had already known about this matter. After the voices in the crowd quieted down, Qin Xingzhen said with a solemn expression, this matter is related to the survival of the family. I hope that all clan members present can keep it a secret and not tell anyone else except themselves. In order to keep the secret, Everyone present must make an oath to the sacred tree. They must not break it, otherwise they will be punished by the sacred tree. After hearing this, many tribesmen began to swear to the sacred tree that they would never reveal this matter. Chen Xingzhen was relieved when he saw this. In fact, he also hesitated whether to tell the clan members about this. But after some consideration, he still chose to say it. After all, even if he didn't say it, the tribe would definitely be suspicious if they met their ancestors in dreams for a long time. Moreover, the people present now are all the core strength of the family. They share the hardships with the family and will definitely be the pillars of the family in the future. Members of the family need to be united in order to make the family stronger. In addition to the clan members outside, my father's side will also take corresponding measures. Now I swear by the sacred tree that the news will not be leaked out. It will only be spread among the clan. Moreover, this matter is too mysterious. Even if it is spread, others may not believe it. He heard from his father that even in the heyday of the family, he had never encountered such a situation. It is precisely because of this that we must be more careful. Otherwise, once it is leaked, the family will suffer a devastating blow, unless the family is already strong enough. After announcing this, Chen Xingzhen spoke again. Considering the development of the family, I have decided as follows after discussing with several blood coagulation realm warriors in the family. 1. Any clan member who is promoted to the blood coagulation realm can become a clan elder and enjoy special treatment. Under the clan elder, there are positions of deacons and elite clan members in the clan. If they perform outstandingly, they can be blessed by the sacred tree. Second, considering the lack of manpower in the family, we decided to recruit domestic slaves from outside. Family warriors only need to concentrate on practicing martial arts, improve their realm, and make monthly assessments. 3. Anyone in the family who is over 16 years old must get married. After several decisions were made, many clan members looked excited. Whether it is the special treatment from the clan elders or the blessing of the sacred tree, this is extremely attractive to them. Even Chen Xinghe looked happy when he heard that there was no need to plant blood rice. But when he heard the third item, his face was stunned. If he remembers correctly, he is already 14 this year, right? Doesn't that mean that he only has 2 years left? As the clan members left, the family meeting soon ended. Several blood coagulation realm warriors in the clan had already arranged their respective errands before the clan meeting. In the ancestral hall, Chen Xingzhen looked at the sacred tree again and prayed sincerely. After seeing these decisions, he also had some worries in his heart, such as whether these new decisions would be too abrupt. There are not many warriors in the clan now, and there are only a few warriors in the blood coagulation realm. But after hearing his father's explanation, Chen Xingzhen no longer struggled. The family has family laws, and the clan has clan rules. No rules, no standards. Only better treatment can give the clan members the motivation to improve their realm. As for the position of clan elder, when the clan becomes stronger, there will naturally be higher requirements. According to what his father said, the family is currently weak, but the core of a strong family is the warrior. Nowadays, there are too few warriors in the family, and even planting blood rice requires warriors from the clan to do it themselves, which greatly delays the time for the clan members to practice martial arts. You must know that the younger you are, the more suitable it is for body tempering. If you are too old, it will be more difficult. In the past few days, because they were too busy, no clan members even learned the combat skill of Taizu Changquan. In addition, the family population is very sparse now. There are only a dozen or so young men like Chen Xinghe in the family, and among them there are those with weak bones who may never reach the blood coagulation realm. And because the family often fought with the Li family in the past, the new population has also been greatly slowed down. If things go on like this, it will be difficult for the family to develop. Sufficient population is the key to developing a family. Even the Qin family, which was once prosperous in the past, has never fallen behind in this aspect. Logically speaking, the current family's economy is not enough to recruit domestic slaves. After all, in this cold winter, the family has not even prepared food for its own family members. However, after annexing the Li family's hunting range in Mass Burial Mountain, the family will definitely be able to obtain better harvests from hunting. The focus after the family has to be on family hunting. Compared to the many small villages next to the Mass Burial Mountain, the several blood coagulation realm warriors in the clan are the family's current confidence. After this year, the situation will be much better next year. By then, with the family's fertile farmland, there will be no need to worry about food problems, and the production of blood rice will also increase a lot. Unfortunately, there is also a Xintian-level green wolf in the Mass Burial Mountain, and there is also a Lu family next to it. If the entire Mass Burial Mountain can be taken down, the family strength will increase a lot. But it's too early to think about this now. Lu family. This family is like a sleeping tiger that may reveal its sharp fangs at some point. At present, family development requires stability. P.S. I'm taking it easy. Duh. Chapter 60. In a small market at the foot of Mass Burial Mountain, many people dressed in coarse linen or animal skins were shouting hard at the things on their stalls. They are all villagers from small villages around Mass Burial Mountain. They come here every once in a while to sell their excess belongings in exchange for other needed things. For sale there are various beast skins, dried meat, and some homemade iron weapons. It's just that these weapons are not exquisite and can only perform some basic functions. Moreover, in the market here, no money is accepted, only things can be exchanged. The market here gathers a total of more than 10 small villages nearby. It has always been under the jurisdiction of the Chun family before. If you want to sell here, you must pay 1/10 of the value of the items sold to the Chun family. Although it's not much, it adds up to a considerable amount of wealth. Even though many people are dissatisfied, considering safety and convenience, many villagers can only swallow their anger. Not to mention that the current Chun family has been in the limelight for a while after wiping out the Li family, and there are several blood coagulation realm warriors in the family, so they don't dare to complain. However, the struggle between the two families in Mass Burial Mountain has now become a gossip among many villagers. I thought that the market here would change its owner, but I didn't expect that the Chun family would win in the end. Many people setting up stalls sighed, and they were inevitably curious about the process, but this was too far away from them, so they should think about how to spend this winter. Hey, have you heard? The Chun family is recruiting domestic slaves recently. A street vendor said suddenly, which caused a stir in the crowd, and everyone asked whether it was true or false. Of course it's true. After hearing this, a group of vendors wanted to inquire more carefully. After all, they were just nearby villagers, and there was not a single warrior in the village. If a vicious beast accidentally entered the village would very likely be destroyed. Although the slave status is low, the Chun family is now a big family in Burial Mountain. If he can become a slave of the Chun family, his life will be much easier. At this time, a strong vendor said disdainfully, "Humph, after becoming a domestic slave and being governed by others for the rest of your life, how can you be as free as you are now? I'm Tianming. You can hunt up the mountain and farm down the mountain. You have plenty of strength, so why do you need to be a slave?" The Chun family is looking down on people. The other vendors nodded slightly after hearing this. Indeed, they had some abilities. Since they could live a comfortable life, why would they become domestic slaves? They were simply inferior to others. But some vendors looked envious at the many dried meats on the stall in front of Na Tianming. This man was born with great strength, and he learned hunting skills from an old hunter in the village. Now he is also a well-known figure in the nearby villages. I heard that the last time he went into the mountains, he escaped from the mouth of a body-tempering beast. With such strength, he is naturally disdainful of his status as a domestic slave. On the other hand, they are weak, can only maintain basic food and clothing, and have no great abilities. The Chun family slaves may not be a good place to go. I also heard that the conditions given by the Chun family for recruiting domestic slaves this time are excellent. It is said that as a domestic slave, you can receive 2 kilograms of blood rice and 1 kilogram of fresh ferocious beast meat every month. If you make a great contribution to the family, you can also teach the slaves how to temper their bodies. After hearing these benefits, the eyes of everyone who had been complaining suddenly lit up. Blood rice is precious. Even if you are not a warrior, eating it can strengthen your physique. However, there are not many fertile fields that can grow blood rice near the Mass Burial Mountain, and there are even fewer small villages like theirs. Besides the blood rice, there was actually fresh ferocious beast meat. Let's not mention these 2 points for the moment, but the final body tempering method has made many people excited. Although they are villagers, they also yearn for martial artists. Unfortunately, not all of them are qualified to practice martial arts. Firstly, there is no way to temper the body, so it is impossible to get started. Secondly, the consumption of warriors is quite high, which they cannot afford. If he can really become a warrior, then becoming a house slave doesn't seem to matter. While everyone was still thinking about the pros and cons, Tianming on the side had already stood up and packed up the items for sale one by one. The street vendor who knew him had a look of surprise in his eyes when he saw this, and asked, "Tianming, don't you want to set up a stall?" "Set up a stall? I, Tianming, can hunt up the mountain and farm down the mountain. I have a lot of strength. I, Tianming, will be the leader of this family. No one can compete with me." After saying that, Tianming packed up his things, stood up, and left. But everyone else who heard this was stunned. But then everyone hurriedly reacted, closing their stalls and leaving. Even people like Tianming are moved by it. So why are they still hesitating? This opportunity must not be missed. What's more, becoming a domestic slave is not an easy task. I heard that the Chun family has corresponding assessments. As the news spread, many villages around the burial mountain soon became aware of it. The next day, Chen Tianjing led several clan members towards the outside of the family. Not far from the Chen family, an open space has been cleared, which was prepared for the recruitment of domestic slaves this time. And he is responsible for the recruitment of domestic slaves this time. Although he already knew about it before Chen Xingzhen promulgated it, Chen Tianjing sighed in his heart and felt worried about the future of his family when he thought that there was not much food in the clan and that there were many clan members in the clan. And when he walked out of the family, the oncoming flow of people made Chen Tianjing's eyes dull for a moment. There were more than 100 people in the dark area in front of me. It is even similar to the number of Chun family today. However, unlike the people in the family, most of the people in front of them were in ragged clothes, with sallow complexions and thin muscles, and looked malnourished. But he has seen this kind of situation too many times and doesn't take it seriously. Without a family as a harbor, it is not easy to survive in this mass burial mountain by one person, not to mention that there are no warriors present. Facing the direct gazes of these many people, Chen Tianjing slowly walked towards the heights. Several family warriors on the side also raised their chests and raised their heads. The sense of family honor instantly rose to its peak. I believe that everyone here is here for the Chun family's recruitment of domestic slaves. I believe that everyone already understands the specific situation, but I will reiterate it again. After Chen Tianjing finished describing the treatment of domestic slaves, many people looked excited. This time it is not a rumor, but someone from the Chun family personally said it, which is extremely credible. But then Chen Tianjing's words poured cold water on everyone. This time, our Chen family is only recruiting 20 domestic slaves. Anyone who does not meet the standard will leave on their own. I hope you can abide by the rules. What? We only recruit 20 people. This is too few. That is. In the crowd, some people expressed dissatisfaction. Chen Tianjing snorted coldly, and the momentum of a blood coagulation realm warrior radiated out, and as Chen Tianjing punched to the side, a stone as big as a millstone instantly fell apart. Chapter 61. The huge noise also made everyone quiet down instantly, and there was silence in the venue. They are not even warriors. They have never seen such a scene. If the person who was slapped by the palm just now was themselves, would they still be alive? This made many people have a hint of fear in their eyes. But this also makes many people even more excited to become Chun family slaves. They also hope to become warriors in the future. Maybe they can also master this power by then. Many people had a trace of determination in their eyes. This time, they must become the Chun family slaves. Seeing that everyone was quiet and fearful, Chen Tianjing's expression did not change. What he used just now was the Taizu Changquan. Although he had not yet fully mastered it, the power of the combat technique was enough to easily intimidate the scene in front of him. You don't have to worry too much. Although our Chen family only recruits 20 slaves this time, it may not be the same next year. As soon as these words came out, many people expressed hope. If they didn't get chosen this time, they might have a chance next time. Okay, now let's start the selection of domestic slaves. Chen Tianjing began to select domestic slaves according to the requirements previously discussed by the clan. House slaves are also part of the family and will live and die with the Chen family in the future. However, house slaves cannot be the core of the family, and the family cannot allow all house slaves to become warriors. Therefore, in this selection, the first thing to consider is character, and secondly, they should not be too thin. After all, domestic slaves still need to be engaged in growing blood rice and other things. In addition, if you have a certain skill, you can also be admitted on a merit-based basis. After half a day, 20 domestic slaves were selected. Some were tall and some were short, but most of them had certain abilities. Tianming is also among them. He is strong and strong. Although he is not a warrior, his strength is not much different from that of a warrior in the early stage of the body tempering realm. He can be regarded as quite talented. After the selection, the others were dismissed one by one. These people felt disappointed, but they had no choice but to ask the Chun family to recruit more slaves next year. The chosen person naturally had a look of joy on his face, especially after seeing the others leaving with a sense of disappointment. A sense of accomplishment could not help but arise in his heart. Looking at the 20 people in front of him, Chen Tianjing said, "My name is Chen Tianjing. I am now the elder of the family. From now on, you will be in charge of me. The next 7 days will be the assessment period. If you fail to meet the standards, you will not be able to join our Chen family. In addition, after 7 days, 2 leaders will be selected from among the 20 of you. The leaders will receive a larger monthly salary." Jing Song, Take them to my Chun family to get familiar with it, and tell them the rules of the family. Yes, clan elder. Looking at the 20 people leaving, Chun Tianjing sighed a lot. When facing family members, he does not need to do this, but now it is no longer possible. These people are uncertain, like duckweeds. They currently have no sense of belonging to the family. They not only need to be beaten, but also need to be lured. These are the knowledge that his father taught him in his dream. Although he doesn't quite understand it yet, looking at everyone's performance, he also has some ideas in his mind. It is not so easy to become a big family, especially for today's Chin family. On the second day, these 20 people were put into various parts of the family. They were either responsible for managing blood rice or repairing houses. Now that there are 20 more people in the family, the corresponding food supply will naturally increase. At the same time, it is also necessary to provide clothing and accommodation for these domestic slaves. This may seem like a small matter, but it cannot be ignored. The family's focus is entirely on hunting. Winter is approaching, and it is definitely too late to plant blood rice and other grains in large areas. Only hunting can keep the family strong and improve the level of the tribe. Although Chun Xingzhen valued this aspect before, he did not regard it as the family's top priority. But then under Qin Changming's suggestion, he put it first. Nowadays, there are many blood coagulation realm warriors in the family, and there is also Chun Qingyu, a late-stage blood coagulation realm warrior, who has now mastered Huang-level high-level combat skills. As long as he does not go deep into the mass burial mountain, there is not much pressure on hunting. And when you chose this mountain, didn't you just take a fancy to the rich resources and blood rice in this mountain? However, in order to train the tribe, the hunting team was divided into several teams this time. This can not only exercise the tribesmen, but also give them a sense of competition in their hearts. The development of a family cannot be like a pool of stagnant water. You need to throw some stones into the calm water to create waves before the water can move. These are all suggestions from my father. Although he is currently the leader of the clan, he also feels his own shortcomings. It's no wonder that the family declined in the first place. In addition to his blind sacrifice to the sacred tree, his own shallow views also had something to do with it. Fortunately, it's not too late. After a few days, the situation in the clan became even better. The family square, which was originally slightly empty, now has many teenagers. They are all warriors in the family who have completed their body tempering, and many of them have already completed their body tempering. They have entered the early stage of body tempering and can practice family combat skills. In the square, Chunqing has circulated the few blood energy in his body, clenched his hands into a fist, and punched the stone in front of him. His eyes are firm, and there is a hint of confidence in his eyes. On the side, Chun Qingming and several other youths from the tribe also watched this scene carefully, with expectation in their eyes. As Chun Qinghe punched suddenly, the eyes of several teenagers also widened a bit. Could it be that Chun Qinghe was the first among them to learn Huang-level combat skills? Boom! As the fists collided with the hard blue stone, everyone hurriedly looked around. But then he saw that the blue stone in front of him did not react. Instead, Chun Qinghe's fists turned red, and a wailing sound came from his mouth. Ouch, it hurts. Cut. Seeing this, the others dispersed one after another and continued to temper their bodies. Qinghe, are you okay? Qin Qingming stepped forward and expressed concern, but his fists were also red. Obviously, he had suffered a lot in practicing his combat skills. Fortunately, both of them have tempered their bodies, so there is no need to worry about damaging their roots. Just practicing combat skills, it is inevitable to suffer some skin injuries. Otherwise, we should continue to temper the body. This combat skill is too difficult. Didn't the clan leader also say that? At present, we only need to familiarize ourselves with the operation route of the combat skill and remember the moves. No, Brother Qingyu learned it in one day, and I have to learn it earlier too. After hearing this, Chun Qingming stopped trying to persuade him, and the two of them continued to practice their fighting skills. From a distance, Chun Xingzhen looked at this scene with relief on his face. Indeed, his previous decision was somewhat inappropriate. These young men in the clan should focus on practicing martial arts. Only when they are not disturbed by other things can they concentrate on practicing martial arts. But Chun Xingzhen sighed again. If you want to practice martial arts, practice alone is not enough. You also need a lot of resources. Every blood coagulation realm warrior in the family was created by the resources piled up by the clan. Nowadays, there is not enough blood and rice, and there is not enough meat for ferocious beasts, which greatly hinders the progress of the warriors in the clan. Fortunately, the family center is now placed in the mass burial mountain, and daily hunting is also very fruitful. Although most of them are ordinary wild beasts, at least the clan members don't have to worry about food. Chapter 62. Keep this rhythm. and in half a month, the clan can safely get through this cold winter. It's just that if you want to hunt ferocious beasts in the body-tempering realm and blood coagulation realm, you still need to spend some effort. Considering the innate level green wolf deep in the mass burial mountain, one should not go too deep. In the long run, this will be very detrimental to the development of the family. But the Xiantian realm is really too far away. Even Chen Xingyu, who is currently the strongest in the clan, has just reached the late stage of blood coagulation realm not long ago. The gap between the late stage of blood coagulation realm and the innate realm is really too big. After thinking for a while, Chen Xingzhen stopped thinking about it. Maybe he was too impatient. Family development does not happen overnight. Nowadays, the situation in the clan is improving. There are no internal or external worries. It is only a matter of time before they become stronger. In the Liu family, a thin middle-aged man was standing in front of the courtyard. In the center of the courtyard, there are green bamboos growing. It's just that at this moment, the color of these green bamboos has turned gray and yellow, and even the bamboo leaves on them have long fallen off. The middle-aged man was quietly concentrating, his eyes moving as if he was thinking about something. Soon, a figure slowly stepped into the courtyard, and then bowed to report. Clan leader, the Chen family has made some moves recently. They not only recruited domestic slaves, but also hunted in mass burial mountains. Do we need? After saying that, the clansman raised his head and glanced at the clan leader, trying to get information from him. After a while, the middle-aged man came back to his senses, turned around, and snorted coldly. It seems that you have stayed in this mass burial mountain for too long. Have you forgotten the true purpose of your family stationed here? It's just a Chen family. They can be destroyed easily. As long as they don't affect us, we don't need to pay attention to them. But the Chen family was able to survive in desperate situations and became the final winner in the last war. It's quite interesting. The tribesman who reported the report felt his heart tense, and then nodded. I see. After he left, only the middle-aged man was left in the courtyard. Feeling the cold air around him, the middle-aged man looked hesitant. It is winter again, and there is not much time left for the family. This time, we must find that thing. After a while, the sound of rice grains falling came from the courtyard. Kai Mao, where are you going? There are rules in the clan. As a domestic slave, you can't run around at night. I'm going to take a moment, and I'll be back soon. The young man named Kai Mao replied with a smile, then turned and walked out of the room. After becoming a slave of the Chun family 2 days ago, the Chun family has built a specially built residence for 2 people, and they can go home once a month. In addition to the monthly salary mentioned before, the treatment is still very good. After staying in the Chun family for the past few days, he gradually relaxed his nervousness from the beginning when he entered the Chen family. And their daily work is not difficult, and he is completely comfortable with it. He drank too much water during the day, and now he needs to deal with his personal situation. After a while, Kai Mao walked out of the hut and prepared to go back to sleep. But when Kai Mao turned his eyes and saw the shining light in the sky not far from his family, the trace of curiosity hidden in Kai Mao's heart was completely aroused. If he remembered correctly, it was the ancestral hall of the Chen family. On the first day, members of the Chen family took them to various places in the family to familiarize themselves with the road conditions. But only the Chen family ancestral hall was listed as a forbidden area for the family and was not allowed to go in and watch. And this also made many of them curious, such as what was in the ancestral hall. He had forgotten about it in the past few days, but the shining light fluorescence now made him feel itchy. He just took a look, just a look. Come back and sleep after reading this. And the reason why he dared to take a peek was because he found that the members of the Chun family seemed to go to bed very early. Many people had already taken a rest as soon as it got dark. At night, the entire Chen family seemed particularly quiet. He didn't even see anyone patrolling in the past few days. This was also the main reason why he dared to go there. If someone patrolled, he would not dare to go even if he had some courage. Kai Mao looked around carefully to make sure no one noticed him, and then slowly walked towards the Chun family ancestral hall. But before walking far, Kai Mao felt a chill coming from around his body. This made him extremely puzzled. He was wearing a lot of clothes, so why did he feel so cold? Kai Mao ignored it and continued to move forward. Soon, Kai Mao arrived outside the ancestral hall. Looking at the closed door and the not-so-high outer wall of the ancestral hall, Kai Mao had an idea in his mind. After a while, half of the head poked out from the outer wall. Kai Mao, who climbed up the wall, looked inside the ancestral hall through the faint moonlight above. But after looking around, Kai Mao Dun felt bored. In this ancestral hall, there is only one tree and a room with a spiritual tablet and nothing else. It was as if the fluorescence he just saw didn't exist. Kai Mao didn't look any further, got off the fence, turned around and left. But at this time, he felt that his body was a little colder. On the way back, he passed by the rooms of other members of the Qin family, and there seemed to be murmurs coming from the rooms. Kai Mao, who heard the movement, couldn't help but put his ear close to the wall and listened carefully to the sounds in the room. Cut it down. Oh, I understand this way. The blood won't flow out. I'll find one tomorrow and try. The words that came to his ears made Kai Mao's face change slightly. Although he didn't hear everything, the meaning of the words made him shudder. Coupled with the coldness coming from all around, it made him break into cold sweat on his back. It was as if there were several pairs of invisible eyes spying on him in the dark at this moment. Kai Mao no longer hesitated and walked quickly towards his residence. In the dream, two Qin family members were communicating. Handling the corpses of ferocious beasts is also a skill. Don't underestimate it. My father relied on this skill in the family back then. Dad, I know. I will try it tomorrow. In the room, the sleeping tribesman smiled slightly. Just after Kai Mao re-entered the room, several living souls who had been following Kai Mao began to communicate. This man is too curious to be a domestic slave. Yes, there are two other people with arrogant attitudes and too many ideas. They are not suitable either. After some communication, several living souls left the place and returned to the ancestral hall. The fluorescence that had disappeared before reappeared from the branches and leaves of the inconspicuous locust tree in the ancestral hall. Under the locust tree, there were countless invisible living souls sitting in a cross-legged position. These living souls were so rich and keen that the temperature of the entire ancestral hall dropped several degrees. And from time to time, living souls float out and patrol around the family. It is precisely because of these living souls that the Qin family does not have to worry about being attacked at night. And due to the characteristics of the living souls, it is even more convenient than the patrol team in the clan. Chapter 63. In the ancestral hall, Ji Yang was silently absorbing the moonlight, and the sounds of exchanges between several souls just now reached his ears. Just when this person came over, Ji Yang had already dispersed the lunar eclipse technique, so Kai Mao did not see anything unusual about himself. But little did he know that just when Kai Maoxing had the idea, there was already a living soul following behind him. These dead family elders can only hide in Jiang's tree trunks during the day and can only come out and move around at night. After finally catching an unusual stranger, he naturally refused to let him go. If this person wasn't just curious, the family members would have woken up long ago and captured him. Jiang ignored this trivial matter and turned to look at his own panel. Name: Jiang. Race: Netherworld Locust Tree. Vitality: 44.3. Supernatural powers: Eye of Insight, reversal of elixir movement, blindness with one leaf, soul condensation, armor covering. Exercise: lunar eclipse, gathering, in. Combat skill: Taizu Changquan, can be transferred once. Qi and blood, 33, can be converted into vitality. Spiritual power, 15, deduction points, 2. Cannot be deduced. Status: you have been using the Yin gathering technique for a long time, and your race has changed. But this does not matter. You are still weak. After eliminating the consumption of these souls, Jiang gained vitality by absorbing moonlight every day, and now it has reached more than 40 points. Even the roots underground have extended a lot again. In addition, the family is now stable, and there is no need for Jiang to use magical powers, so it is faster to accumulate vitality. I just don't know how long his vitality will be before he can grow new branches and leaves again. Due to the short time, not many people in the family have improved their realm. In the past few days, only 2 young people from the family have reached the early stage of the body tempering realm, contributing 2 deduction points to themselves. This is still far from what he needs for his next deduction. But Jiang is not discouraged. As long as the Chun family develops at its current pace, it will not take long before it becomes stronger and becomes the largest family in Burial Mountain. Thinking of this, Jiang also thought of the other remaining family in the Burial Mountain, Lu family. Although he is just a tree, news about him is very popular with his roots spreading more than 10 meters underground. In addition, there are countless family souls under the shade of the tree. Even if he doesn't take the initiative to inquire, news from the clan will fall into his ears. When Jiang heard about the Lu family, he instinctively felt that this was a big trouble. A family of the same size. When the Chun family and the Li family were fighting, they neither took advantage of the situation nor actively participated in either party or even showed any thoughts. There are only 2 situations like this. Either the Lu family is independent of the world and just wants to live their own lives. Either the Lu family has bigger plans and looks down on resources like the mass Burial Mountain. The possibility of the former is too small. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. Whether it is the Chun family or the Li family, if one family is dominant, it will definitely swallow up other families in the mass burial mountain and make the family stronger. Staying aloof from the world means taking the initiative to give up resources, but how could other families think so? Likewise, how could the Lu family, as one of the three major families in mass burial mountain, not know this? What's more, the full picture of the Lu family has not yet been revealed. The family does not even know the specific strength of the Lu family and how many warriors there are in the family. In the case of closed information, it is not known how big the gap between the two families is. And now the initiative is in the hands of the Lu family. Chun Changming and his party had also analyzed these situations and even wanted to send souls from the clan to investigate at night. However, this plan was later rejected internally by several people. Although the living soul is invisible, after experiments by Chun Changming and others, it was discovered that the warrior's energy and blood attacks also have an impact on the living soul. The stronger the chi and blood, the greater the damage to the living soul. The stronger the strength, the stronger the perception. Warriors such as Chun Xingyu, who are in the late stage of blood coagulation realm, have already sensed the approaching living souls. What if the Lu family has stronger warriors? A hasty investigation will only serve to alert the enemy. The enemy cannot move. I cannot move. The current situation is the most suitable for the development of the family. It won't be too late to investigate again when the family becomes stronger. Jihu Xianxi, come out. At the edge of the family square, Chen Tianjing looked at the list in his hand and shouted. In front of Chen Tianjing were the 20 domestic slaves who were selected 7 days ago. At this moment, these domestic slaves looked a little nervous and a little excited, because today is the end of the assessment, and the judging criterion is their performance in these 7 days. Hearing Chen Tianjing call his name, the two figures looked nervous and then slowly walked out of the crowd. The two people are the winged tiger and the black snake who were just called. Although their names are a bit strange, they are very common around the mass burial mountain, because most of them are named after the ferocious beasts in the mass burial mountain. These two people are not conspicuous in the crowd, and they are not outstanding in any aspect. At this moment, after the two people were named, there was a hint of joy in the eyes of other people present. Since these two people are not outstanding, they must be the ones who are eliminated this time. But what Chen Tianjing said next shocked everyone. You two performed well in this domestic slave assessment. From now on, you two will be in charge of other domestic slaves. The two of them looked overjoyed when they heard this. They thought they would never be able to be slaves of the Chen family, but they didn't expect that a twist of events took a turn. Not only did they pass the exam, but their status was also promoted by 1 level. Behind him, other slaves were a little confused, but they didn't dare to refute. But one of them stood up from the crowd and shouted, "Elder of the clan, why is this leader not me, Tianming?" Chen Tianjing looked with sharp eyes. Although Tianming was a little frightened, he still did not step back. Chen Tianjing sneered twice when he saw this. Forgot to say, Kai Mao and Tianming are expelled from the Chen family because they have violated the family rules. They can no longer be slaves of the Chen family. Why? Did I do something wrong? Kai Mao ignored the family rules and sneaked into the ancestral hall at night. In the crowd, Kai Mao's face turned pale, but he did not refute. What made him confused was how the Chun family knew that he was not discovered that day. As for you, Tianming, you bully the weak and other slaves. This is also against the rules of our Chen family. Unfair. Tianming shouted loudly after hearing this. But this time, Chen Tianjing had not waited for him to speak. There were tribesmen on the side who tried to teach him a lesson. With just one punch, Tianming was knocked down. Since you want to be a slave of my Chen family, you have to follow the rules. This is a small punishment. Tianming looked ugly when he fell to the ground, but the punch just made him wake up completely. Although he has some strength, he is by no means a match for a warrior in the middle stage of the body-tempering realm, not to mention that Chun Tianjing in front of him is a warrior in the blood coagulation realm. Tianming lowered his head slightly, suppressing the hatred in his eyes. Okay, I hope you will strictly abide by the rules of my Chen family from now on. If there are any offenders, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. In addition, this month's monthly salary will also be paid to you in advance. The dozen or so people who were originally frightened were all excited after hearing the news. As for the other two people who were expelled, no one continued to pay attention. Chapter 64. Time flies, and half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Today, the Chun family is peaceful. Every morning, there are clan members practicing combat skills and tempering their bodies in the family square. Some wooden houses that were damaged in the early years have now been repaired by the tribesmen, and they have also been painted with a layer of special paint to prevent corrosion. In the field, Chun Tianyu squatted down and carefully inspected the growth of blood rice in the ground. The family had already planted all the fertile fields with blood rice half a month ago. Half a month of growth has also allowed these blood rice to sprout buds. Unfortunately, not all fields can grow bleeding rice. Only some fertile fields will do. If blood rice is planted in ordinary fields, there will be no difference in the rice that grows out. There are not many fertile fields that can grow bleeding rice, even among the 3 previous families. At first, the family wanted to know the reason, but after a final inspection, they found nothing much. They finally guessed that it was due to the fertile soil in the farmland. From a long-term perspective, the importance of blood rice even exceeds the ferocious beast resources in Mass Burial Mountain. After all, no matter how many ferocious beasts there are in Mass Burial Mountain, their number is still limited, and it also takes a long time for the ferocious beasts to grow. Blood rice can be harvested at least 3 times a year. In addition, the yield is quite large, which is suitable for warriors to temper their bodies. It will definitely become the key to the prosperity of the family in the future. Starting next year, the clan will focus on blood rice cultivation. Now that the family has annexed the Li family, the number of fertile fields has doubled. If it can be harvested before winter comes, the warriors in the clan will not have to worry about tempering their bodies for the time being. As the person in charge of this matter, Chun Tianyu would come over every day to check on the growth of the blood rice. Because the farmland was not too close to the family, and considering that wild beasts occasionally escaped from the mountains, the family also built several wooden houses next to the several acres of farmland, and sent warriors from the clan to guard them day and night. As for the ferocious beasts, the warriors sent by the family have long been eliminated. After all, the blood rice is related to the future of the family. After Chun Tianyu's inspection, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Blood rice grows very slowly, and winter comes relatively early in Mass Burial Mountain. The weather is often particularly cold in mid-November. When the weather gets cold, blood rice grows more slowly. It's already late September, and I don't know if I'll have time to harvest a crop. If it hadn't been delayed due to the fight with the Li family, the family's 3rd crop of blood rice would have been harvested long ago. Chun Tianyu stood up slowly and immediately stopped thinking about it. Everything depends on people and God. I just hope that this year's winter will come slower. In the Mass Burial Mountain, Chun Qingyu and his party were fighting with a black gold beast in the early stage of blood coagulation realm. In order to speed up the hunting, the family divided the high-level warriors into 3 teams, and each team was led by a blood coagulation realm warrior. Chun Qingyu is the leader of this group. There are 5 people in the team who are all young people in their 20s, but their realms are not high. Among them, there are only 2 warriors in the late stage of the body tempering realm, and the others are only in the early stage of the body tempering realm. It is naturally extremely easy for Chun Qingyu to deal with this Wujin beast in the early stage of blood coagulation realm. But at this moment, Chun Qingyu did not take action, but just watched the battle. Just because the patriarch told him that the family cannot rely on just one person, the others must also train and grow in hunting. Even if there is a method of body tempering in the clan, if you have not experienced combat, it will be difficult to use it. In the moment of life and death, it will be difficult to use your own strength. At this moment, the 5 people were fighting with the black gold beast with the help of traps. Although he was in the early stage of the blood coagulation realm, his intelligence was low and he only had brute strength. Even though the black gold beast could easily break a big tree, under the siege of 5 people, his physical strength was gradually exhausted. However, it was still the early stage of the blood coagulation realm. Although the 5 of them had the advantage, they did not dare to push too hard, lest they fall short. Soon, the black gold beast was unable to survive and was close to collapse. In the end, it was successfully solved by 5 people. Brother Qingyu clan, we succeeded. After solving the Wujin beast, several people looked excited. Well done, Chun Qingyu praised. Today, his face is less cold and more approachable, and it goes without saying why. Every night, Qin Tianshun would teach him some knowledge in his dream and tell him how to have a good relationship with his tribe. Although Chun Qingyu didn't care about it, this was his father's order and he had to listen. After several people took care of the Wujin beast, a tribesman slowly stepped forward and said, "Brother, should we continue to move forward? There don't seem to be many ferocious beasts around here anymore." In the past half-month, the family's hunting has gradually progressed, and the ferocious beasts outside the Mass Burial Mountain have almost been dealt with. Upon hearing the inquiry, Chun Qingyu looked forward, with a hint of contemplation on her face. Now they are in the center of the outer perimeter of the Mass Burial Mountain, and further forward, they are the inner perimeter of the Mass Burial Mountain, although it is still some distance away from the place where the family's secret road leads. but there are also many ferocious beasts inside. Moreover, the territory of the Xiantian realm ferocious beasts is quite wide. If the green wolf really makes its home in Mass Burial Mountain, then if you continue to move forward, you may encounter the green wolf patrolling the territory. If he met him alone, he could only run away, not to mention that he still had several clan members with him. Thinking of the instructions of his father and clan leader, Chen Qingyu shook his head slightly. Today's harvest is almost complete. Let's go back. Good. The tribesmen didn't say much, and everyone immediately packed up and prepared to return. On the way back, Chen Qingyu also felt the blood surging in her body. It has been nearly a month since he broke through to the late stage of the blood coagulation realm. During this month, he could feel his own progress, and he also had corresponding feelings about the qi and blood like mercury in the later blood coagulation realm. This is all due to the locust leaf from before, not to mention that as the first member of the family, he also has a certain supply of family resources. However, his current family can't help him much, and he still has to rely on himself to improve his realm. Although I have made a lot of progress in this month, it will take at least a year to reach where I am after using Sephora japonica leaves. As for the innate realm that will follow, he has no clue at all. Not even his father and family can help him in this regard. After all, the strongest warrior in the clan today is in the late stage of blood coagulation realm, and there is a big hurdle between the late stage of blood coagulation realm and the innate realm. While thinking, the group had already seen the family not far away. Chen Qingyu simply stopped thinking about it and prepared to go back and continue practicing. Soon, the group of people walked outside the family door. When the two people guarding the gate saw Chen Qingyu coming back, they also cheered. Brother Qingyu is back. As the first person in the family, Chen Qingyu is now known to everyone in the family. Even many family elders are extremely polite to Chen Qingyu. According to the rules of the clan, Chen Qingyu is now the elder of the clan, but Chen Qingyu did not agree, saying that she was of a low seniority and was not qualified for the job. In this regard, Chen Xingzhen did not force it. Chapter 65. Chen Qingyu's return caused a burst of cheers from the tribe. Even many domestic slaves looked at the ferocious beasts behind Chen Qingyu with expressions of admiration. If they encountered these ferocious beasts, they would probably become fertilizer for mass graves the next day. Brother Qingyu's team hunted 3 more ferocious beasts today. This time Brother Qingyu's team must be in the lead. That's the strength of Brother Qingyu. Now he is the strongest in the family. The praises from everyone did not make Chen Qingyu proud, but because of these praises, his ears were already ringing with cocoons. It's not good. Someone come quickly, Uncle Tiamatang is injured. Just as everyone was praising him, a figure hurriedly ran out from outside with a very anxious face. Behind him, another group of hunting tribesmen were carrying a person towards the family. This team was another hunting team, led by Chun Tianlu and Chun Tianma, who had recently become blood coagulation realm warriors. Although the two of them had just entered the blood coagulation realm for the first time, their hunting experience was not weak. When the clan members heard that Chun Tianma was injured, there was a hint of surprise on their faces. However, when they saw Chun Tianma being carried back, they hurriedly stepped forward to check the situation. I saw Chun Tianma, who was fine before setting off, but now his chest was bleeding like a column. Even clothes could not block the wound. His face was pale and his breath was weak. It was obvious that he was seriously injured and would die soon. Many tribesmen who saw this scene were also panicked at this moment. The tribesman on the side quickly spoke. Our team was hunting today. We walked for a long time without seeing any suitable prey, so Uncle Tiamatang and I discussed going deeper. But who would have thought that on the way, a ferocious beast in the middle stage of the blood coagulation realm would suddenly attack us? Uncle Tianma Tang didn't react in time and was seriously injured at that time. Then Uncle Tianlu Tang broke up and escaped back. Even Chen Qingyu was frowning at this time. It was difficult to save such an injury. But at this moment, an idea flashed in Chen Qingyu's mind, and she hurriedly said, "Quickly, send Uncle Tianma to the ancestral hall. Pray to the sacred tree for help. Qingming, take me back the way we came as quickly as possible to save Uncle Tianlu." After hearing what Chen Qingyu said, other clan members immediately reacted. Yes, how could they forget about their family and the sacred tree? It's also because they have been busy with many things in the clan recently, and the ancestral hall is closed, so they forgot to pray to the sacred tree. With such an injury, can the sacred tree really save her? Many tribesmen were suspicious. Although the tribesman was seriously injured last time, it was not as serious as this time. At this time, Chun Tianma's eyes were blank, and he obviously couldn't hold on any longer. The clansmen no longer hesitated, and immediately carried Chun Tianma and rushed towards the ancestral hall. Chen Qingyu took the two of them to Burial Mountain again to rescue Chen Tianlu. On the way to send Chen Tianma to the ancestral hall, Chen Xingzhen also hurried over after hearing the news. After seeing Chen Tianma's injury, Chen Xingzhen's eyes trembled slightly, and he hurried towards the ancestral hall without saying anything. In the ancestral hall, Jiang, who was listening to the conversation between the two living souls below, soon noticed a group of people rushing towards the ancestral hall. When Jiang sensed Chen Tianma's weak aura, he instantly understood. At this time, the two living souls under the shade of the tree stopped communicating when they saw this. These two living souls were none other than Qin Changming and Qin Tianshan. The two of them can also appear in the ancestral hall during the day through the shade of the trees above, but they cannot be seen by outsiders, and they cannot be too far away. After the two of them saw Chen Tianma being carried in, they sighed. Why? This injury cannot be saved. Both of them were blood coagulation realm warriors before they were alive, but even blood coagulation realm warriors whose bodies have been quenched will still die after suffering huge trauma. And because the muscles and bones of blood coagulation realm warriors have been quenched, it is more difficult to recover after being injured. Such an injury would be difficult to save if the bleeding was not stopped at the beginning. The two of them looked sad, but as living souls, they could only watch silently, unable to help each other. Ahead, after seeing the family's sacred tree, Chen Xingzhen quickly calmed down and hurriedly stepped forward to pray. Please ask the sacred tree to take action. Above, Jiang did not hesitate. As the locust leaves swayed, many green light spots scattered from the branches and floated towards Chen Tianma, who was about to die. This time, the green light spots were more intense and more numerous than before, because Chen Tianma was not only seriously injured, but he was also a blood coagulation realm warrior. If the vitality is too little, it is very likely that it will not be able to be pulled back. By then, there will be one more living soul in this ancestral hall. Although he can be resurrected as a soul, what Jiang lacks now is his deduction points. Naturally, he can save one by one of the living clan members. Qin Changming and Qin Changming had a hint of surprise in their eyes when they saw this scene. They were resurrected not long ago, and they had never seen the sacred tree display other divine powers. Besides, when they were resurrected before, didn't they already show their greatest divine power? The two looked at each other with a trace of suspicion in their eyes. If they remembered correctly, even the previous family sacred tree didn't seem to have such magical powers, right? Could it be said that this small section that was split from the previous family sacred tree is more powerful than the original sacred tree? The two looked at each other, but they did not rush to a conclusion, but continued to watch. As a large number of green light spots poured into Chen Tianma's body, the bleeding wounds that were originally hidden under the piece of red cloth quickly began to heal. Chen Tianma's pale face gradually began to turn white from deathly gray, and then a trace of rosy appeared on his face. This rosiness became more and more, and Chen Tianma's breath that was close to nothing was pulled up again. The next moment, Chen Tianma opened his eyes blankly. When he woke up and saw countless eyes looking at him, a trace of doubt appeared on his face. Chief, what's going on? After saying that, Chen Tianma jumped up from the ground. His figure was extremely strong, and he didn't look like he was seriously injured at all. Chen Tianma was startled when he saw the red cloth stained with blood on his chest, and the memory of being injured at the mass burial mountain quickly began to recover. Chen Tianma remembered it and said quickly, Clan leader, hurry up, Tianlu is still behind. Don't worry, Qingyu has already gone. Chen Tianma was relieved when he heard this, but when he saw the intact chest and the sacred tree in front of him, he also understood and hurriedly began to worship the sacred tree. Seeing Chen Tianma, who had been mostly dead just now, suddenly recover as before, the most shocked people were Qin Changming and Qin Changming under the shade of the tree. As for the other tribesmen, their faces were more filled with joy and luck at this moment. It turns out that the sacred tree can even recover from such injuries. Doesn't that mean that as long as they don't die outside the clan, their lives are safe? Wait, even if he dies, it doesn't seem to matter, right? The elders of the clan in the dream said that it was fun there. Not only could they get together for a long time, but they also didn't have to eat. I heard that they chatted every day and practiced when they had nothing to do. Life was so happy. Behind the ancestral hall, Chen Qinghe and Chen Qingming, who were still practicing their combat skills, heard the news and rushed over from the clan square. When Chen Qinghe looked at the scene in front of him, his heart moved slightly. He seemed to vaguely remember that he had found an incomplete book of combat skills in the ancestral hall. What do you say that is? No, he has to go look for it. He couldn't practice Taizu Changquan for even a quarter of an hour. Chapter 66. It seems to be fierce. Above, Jiang looked at Chun Tianma, who was jumping to life in an instant, and thought silently in his heart. Just now he was worried that Chun Tianma would die on the spot, so he used 2 points of life force. Now it seems that it won't take so much to revive the warriors who are in the early stage of the blood coagulation realm. He will have to think about it next time. After all, he has finally accumulated these vitality bit by bit. After the clan members left, the ancestral hall became quiet again. Only 2 living souls under the shade of the tree let out a sound of admiration. The 2 of them were looking around Chun Tianma just now, wanting to take off Chun Tianma's clothes to see if the injury had completely improved and if there were any sequelae. And the 2 of them did not find any other problems, which surprised them. But then Chen Changming sighed again. If the family's sacred tree had such magical power back then, how could the family have fallen to where it is now? But if you think about it carefully, this may not be a bad thing. Even the most powerful family will gradually decline as time goes by. The decline of the family back then was also inseparable from the conflicts within the family. Now that he has come back to his life, he will never allow the family to follow the same old path. Looking at the new branches that had just grown on the sacred tree, Chen Changming felt deeply. Break and then stand. Perhaps only by discarding the old shell can new buds grow, just like the current family. Above, Jiang looked at Chen Changming, who was lost in thought, with doubts in his heart. What is this old man muttering about? In the clan, Chen Qingyu soon returned to the clan with Chun Tianlu, who had been divorced. Returning to the family with the 2 men was the body of an azure bull. The azure ox is not that big. Its fur is green all over, and it has a single horn. The most important thing is that this ferocious beast is good at hiding and sneak attacks. This azure ox is the culprit that caused the clan members to be injured this time. However, with Chun Qingyu's intervention, the azure bull was quickly beheaded. Chun Tianlu, who came back with him, was only slightly injured. After learning the specifics of the matter, Chun Xingzhen decided to reduce the previous 3 teams to 2 after some thought. One team is in charge of Chun Xingyu, and the other team is in charge of Chun Tianjing. By the way, Chun Tianlu, 2 early-stage blood coagulation realm warriors, are also included in the group. The ferocious beasts on the outskirts of the burial mountain have been hunted by the warriors in the clan for more than half a month, and there are not many left. The remaining beasts are just ordinary beasts. If you want to hunt ferocious beasts, you need to go deeper. In this way, the ferocious beasts encountered will definitely be stronger, and it is extremely important to expand the strength of the hunting team. As for the idea of stopping hunting, Chen Xingzhen has not considered it. Although there is no shortage of food in the clan now, and every hunting harvest is extremely good, it can cope with this winter. However, the new blood rice has not yet grown, and the warriors in the clan still have to rely on the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts to temper their bodies. In addition, they must make sacrifices to the sacred tree every week. In order to ensure that the power of the sacred tree continues, no matter what, a vicious beast in the blood coagulation realm must be sacrificed every week. These expenditures are extremely necessary and cannot be stopped. Otherwise, the family's improvement will be extremely slow. By the spring of next year, the situation will no longer be so tense, and the family will most likely experience rapid development. At the moment, Chen Xingzhen has nothing else in mind but hopes that his family can survive this winter smoothly. On this day, as soon as Chen Xingzhen walked out of the door, he heard the shouts of his tribe. Clan leader, the sacred tree has changed again. After hearing the news, Chen Xingzhen walked quickly towards the ancestral hall. It had been 10 days since the last time the sacred tree showed its power. In the past 10 days, everything in the clan has been stable, the blood rice has grown normally, and the 2 new teams have not encountered too many risks during the hunt. Just yesterday, Chen Tianjing understood the combat skill of Taizu Changquan during hunting, becoming the 2nd person in his clan to comprehend the combat skill. Coupled with the changes in the sacred tree reported by the tribe today, this is all good news. Chen Xingzhen, who came to the ancestral hall, looked up at the sacred tree and looked overjoyed. I saw that the family's sacred tree, which was originally only 2 meters tall and as thick as a fist, was now 3 meters tall, and even the trunk was a little thicker. At the top of the trunk, a cluster of new branches and leaves had grown out without knowing when, and they were extremely lush. The changes in the sacred tree made Chen Xingzhen feel a lot happier, because it meant that the family's weekly sacrifices were useful, and it also meant that the sacred tree's power was growing. And just a few days ago, his father communicated through dreams, asking him to write down 2 yellow-level combat skills that had been passed down from his family. One of the combat skills is called Shadow Step, which is a body-style combat skill. Although it is a low-grade yellow-level combat skill, It can allow warriors to move faster and gain an advantage in battle. If you have mastered the combat skills, you can create shadows with your footsteps and enchant your opponents when using them. The other combat skill is a yellow-level mid-level offensive combat skill called Heart Calling Palm. This combat skill can explode the warrior's energy and blood from the inside out, gaining considerable power. If you practice it to perfection, you can damage the enemy's internal organs without causing external injuries. This is also a very famous combat skill of the family. Although the grade is not high, it has been passed down for a long time. In fact, Qin Changming had already told him about these two combat skills in his dream. However, each combat skill was extremely complicated and had a lot of knowledge, so there could not be any mistakes or omissions. In addition, the time in the dream was not long, which led to a rather slow progress. Fortunately, in this month, he finally remembered everything. In 2 days, they can all be memorized, and then the 2 new combat skills can be passed on to the clan members. With these 2 combat skills, the clan's strength will inevitably become stronger. But it was this experience that made him understand the value of the Sacred Tree's teaching of Kung Fu. You must know that the family's Sacred Tree directly conveys the skills to his mind, and he does not need to take the effort to write them down. After learning about these 2 combat skills at first, Qin Xingzhen was still a little worried. After all, his family was defeated by a rival family and then fled. If the family uses these 2 combat skills now, will the current family attract enemies in the future? However, Qin Changming's answer made him no longer worry. According to what his father said, the enemy family had a hard time after defeating them, and other families took advantage of it. However, after a battle with the Qin family, the enemy family had no strength and was almost wiped out. In addition, decades have passed, and it is still unknown whether the hostile family exists or not. Moreover, these 2 combat skills were also spread at that time, and there were not a few warriors who learned them. After hearing this answer, Qin Xingzhen no longer had any worries in his heart. After worshipping the family's sacred tree, Qin Xingzhen left the ancestral hall. When leaving the ancestral hall, Qin Xingzhen once again looked at the spiritual tablet containing the elders of the clan, and then there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. With the current situation of the family, does he still want to worship these family spiritual tablets? Chapter 67. At night, Ji-young consciously looked up at the sky. The sky is dotted with stars, far clearer and brighter than in the previous life. As a clear ray of moonlight rises, the locust leaves on Ji-young's branches once again light up with faint fluorescence. But what is different from before is that the fluorescence on the branches and leaves is much brighter tonight, dyeing the entire ancestral hall a bright white color. Just because Ji-young now has a bunch of new branches and leaves. The reason for this cluster of extra branches and leaves is because Ji-young's vitality exceeded 100, which led to such a change. Ji-young silently absorbed the moonlight while opening his own panel. Name: Ji-young. Race: Netherworld Locust Tree. Vitality: 100.5. Supernatural powers: Eye of Insight, Reversal of Elixir Movement, Blindness with 1 leaf, Soul Condensation, Armor Covering. Exercise: Lunar Eclipse, Gathering In. Combat Skill: Taizu Changquan, can be transferred once. Qi and Blood, 78, can be converted into Vitality. Spiritual Power, 22. Deduction Points, 6, can be deduced. Status: Absorbing. Moonlight. After the vitality exceeded 100, not only was there a cluster of branches and leaves, but also the roots growing underground had spread 20 meters beyond the ancestral hall. The distance of 20 meters is not too long, nor can the roots cover the entire family. But Ji-young's roots did not grow along a straight line, but spread out around him in a radius of 20 meters with himself as the center. If you peel away the soil above the roots, you can get a glimpse of Ji-young's huge roots hidden underground. At this moment, Ji-young finally understood why he couldn't move after binding his family. People are moved alive, and trees are moved to death. Although he is the family's sacred tree, if he is separated from the soil below, he may not be able to hold on for long. But as he continued to grow stronger, he felt that sooner or later, he would be able to drag out the roots from the ground and walk. The ambitious Ji-young then turned his attention to his own energy, blood, and spiritual power. These preserved qi, blood, and spiritual power were obtained from the Qin family's previous sacrifices, and were also reserved by Ji-young for use in deductions, or for emergencies. After more than a month of sacrifice, there is a lot of energy, blood, and spiritual power. Even ordinary deductions can be performed 4 times. But only the final deduction points are still in single digits. Without enough deduction points, Ji-young cannot perform new deductions or multiple deductions. Deduction points need to be obtained from family members who have broken through the realm. But breaking through the warrior realm is not just like eating and drinking. It is just the body-tempering realm. Several tribesmen have made progress in the past month, but if they reach the blood coagulation realm, the time to break through each small realm is not just a few months. It can be as short as 1 or 2 years, or as long as several years. Deduction points have also become the most important factor that constrains Ji Yang's deduction. But now Ji Yang has no good solution and can only leave the answer to time. Looking at the button that can be deduced, Ji Yang hesitated. Should he continue to save it, or should he deduce it now? While thinking, Ji Yang remembered the previous deductions and then shook his head. It would be too risky to deduce it like this without any abilities, and now he has done too few multiple deductions to get the optimal choice through comparison. When he performs deductions more often, he will probably know which deduction is more suitable for him. A little impatience will ruin the big plan, so Ji Yang decided to wait for a while. Anyway, now that the family is developing steadily, his vitality is extremely abundant and he can afford it. An hour later, Ji Yang looked at the panel again. The original vitality of 100.4 has now increased to 100.9. The growth rate was much faster than before, but it did not reach 3 times as Ji Yang expected. In other words, as the branches and leaves increase, he can absorb more moonlight, but the further back, the less moonlight will be absorbed. Although it did not reach Ji Yang's expected value, at the current speed, he could absorb 3 points of vitality every night. The improvement is not bad. Unfortunately, he didn't know how much vitality it would take to make the trunk and branches grow again. If he had known that 100 points of vitality could add an extra cluster of branches and leaves, he would definitely not have left his energy and blood untransformed. Ji Yang still doesn't know the next critical point, so he can only grow quietly and wait for his own branches to change. But next time before reaching a critical point, Ji Yang is ready to experiment. Time flies like an arrow, and in a blink of an eye it is already 1 month later. A trace of cold air has drifted to all parts of the burial mountain at some unknown time. Many members of the Chun family have put on thicker clothes, most of which are made of the furs of ferocious beasts. The fur of many ferocious animals not only protects against heat and cold, but also has a certain defensive effect. But now, they have all been made into clothing by the family, and many warriors wear the furs of ferocious beasts in the blood coagulation realm. This made Chen Changming quite heartbroken after seeing it. If these things were placed in the family of the past, they could be sold at a good price. The family of the past did not have such a mountain behind them, but it's both good and bad. The place where the family is now is too remote, and they can't sell it even if they want to. Therefore, Chen Changming didn't say much in his dream, but just asked him to collect some unique things from the ferocious beasts. In the ancestral hall, Chen Xingzhen worshipped the sacred tree as usual before getting up and leaving the ancestral hall. 2 days ago, he had withdrawn all his family's hunting team. There are 2 reasons. When the weather gets cold, many ferocious beasts in the mountains will become more violent and aggressive than usual in order to store enough food. Secondly, the family hunting team has gone too deep, and if it continues, it will only result in more losses than gains. During the hunting, many people in the clan were injured. Fortunately, with the protection of the sacred tree, this was not a problem. Even after many tribesmen had seen the exaggerated power of the sacred tree before, they were extremely brave when hunting, and even put themselves in danger. Most of the injured people in the clan came from this. Chen Xingzhen was immediately furious when he learned of the situation, and then issued an order. If anyone was injured again, the family would be severely punished and would be deprived of the qualification to worship the sacred tree. As the leader of the tribe, he certainly understands that the sacred tree has a spirit, and the use of divine power is not without consumption. How can the sacred tree be depleted too much just because the tribesmen act recklessly? After the order was issued, the tribe became much more stable. Just when Chen Xingzhen left the ancestral hall and was about to check on the training status of the warriors in his clan, a figure hurried up from the front. Clan chief, there is news from Tianyu clan elder that he wants the clan chief to come over in person. Well, I understand. Chen Xingzhen didn't look expressionless after receiving the news, but he was shocked in his heart. Chen Tianyu is responsible for taking care of Xuemi and has been living there recently, only returning to his clan once in a while. Now that there was news, it was obvious that there was a change in the blood rice matter, and he needed to go take a look immediately. The weather is getting colder and colder. If we can't harvest the blood rice before the heavy snow arrives, I'm afraid we won't be able to harvest this crop. Winter usually lasts for 2 or 3 months. Just relying on the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts in the clan today is not enough for the clan warriors to temper their bodies for such a long time. Therefore, This crop of blood rice is also very important and nothing should be missed. Chen Xingzhen took 2 tribesmen and set off in a hurry. Chapter 68. Clan Leader. When Chen Xingzhen arrived at Liangtian, he saw Chen Tianyu, who looked melancholy. This made Chen Xingzhen feel a little cold. It seemed that the situation was not very good. What happened? Chen Xingzhen asked, his face still calm. Clan Leader, the weather has turned cold recently, and these blood rice haven't grown for 2 days. After hearing the situation, Chen Xingzhen quickly walked to the fertile fields to check the growth of the blood rice. In more than 2 months, the blood rice plants that were originally just seedlings have now grown to more than half a person's height, and ears of rice have grown on the tops of these plants. These ears of rice appear light red. Looking around, several acres of spiritual fields are like a sea of blood, swaying in the breeze. Logically speaking, it has now reached the fruiting stage of blood rice. It only takes about half a month for blood rice to slowly grow in the rice ears, and the color of the rice ears will also turn dark red. The ears become plump and almost ready for harvesting. But when Chen Xingzhen bent down and pried open the rice ears, the inside was shriveled. Obviously, as the weather turns colder, these blood rice no longer grow, even though they have begun to bear fruit now. Chen Xingzhen checked the other blood rice and found that the situation was mostly the same. Some rice ears have extremely small rice grains, while others have no bleeding rice yet. If left alone, the condition of these blood rice will only get worse and worse, and the efforts of the clan in the past 2 months will be in vain. At this time, many tribesmen around were helpless. After all, this situation did not happen in previous years, because at that time they would avoid the weather and plant in advance. Seeing that other tribesmen were looking at him, Chen Xingzhen knew that he had to find a way. After thinking for a while, Chen Xingzhen had an idea in his mind and immediately spoke. Let the tribesmen surround the fertile fields with soil to see if they can be saved. Good. After hearing what the clan leader said, everyone started to take action. But Chen Xingzhen's face didn't look too happy. Although doing so might increase the temperature in the farmland, as the weather changed, the temperature would only get colder. Chen Tianyu also understands, but there seems to be no other solution at the moment, so he might as well give it a try. There is really no choice but to give up, but this will greatly affect the development of the family. Looking at the busy clan members, Chen Xingzhen gave some instructions and then walked towards the family. The area of fertile farmland is not small. Even if it is just to build a circle of earth walls around the outside, it is not easy. Moreover, these earth walls should not be too short. At least they must block the growing blood rice. He was going to go back and mobilize some tribesmen to help. Chen Xingzhen, who was quite anxious, quickly returned to his family and sent many of his idle clan members to the fertile fields. Before Chen Xingzhen could take a break, another clan member came to report. Clan leader, the members of the family seem to be practicing a new combat skill recently. ? Chen Xingzhen cast a doubtful look at the clan member who reported the matter. A month ago, he had already distributed the 2 new combat skills that he had completely recorded. After the new combat skills were distributed, many tribesmen had already started practicing because the 2 combat skills were not of high grade. Now all the blood coagulation realm warriors in the family have mastered it, but they are not proficient enough. Even many body tempering realm warriors in the family have also gained some achievements. But now he was told that his tribe was practicing new combat skills, which puzzled him and asked hurriedly, "What kind of combat skill is it?" The tribesman who reported the report shook his head. It's definitely not the 3 combat skills that the clan has had before. Chen Xingzhen was even more confused when he heard this. Apart from these 3 combat skills, are there other combat skills in the clan? He is the clan leader. How come he doesn't know about it? Chen Xingzhen immediately called several clan members to inquire about the situation, and soon learned the source of the new combat technique. It is said that it was first reported from the mouths of Chen Qinghe and Chen Qingming in the clan. This gave Chen Xingzhen a vague premonition. Just because Chen Qinghe had been restless since he was a child, he suspected that the 2 machetes under the sacred tree that day were the good deeds of Chen Qinghe. However, when the sacred tree was born, he did not pursue it. He never thought that there would be a new combat skill in the clan. Chen Xingzhen's face was quite solemn. Combat skills were not a piece of cake. Every combat skill was obtained by countless warriors after countless experiments. Many combat skills are often inherited from the same family, so that they will not be cut off. And creating combat skills is extremely risky. If something goes wrong, the warrior's muscles and veins will be disordered, and in serious cases, the body will explode and die. Chen Qinghe is only in the early stage of body tempering. Is it because he saw 3 combat skills and wanted to create a new one? This kid is too courageous. No, he had to ask quickly to avoid causing catastrophe to the family. Soon, the two of them were brought to Chen Xingzhen. I've met my fourth uncle. I've met the clan leader. As if he knew something was wrong, Chen Xinghe smiled and stopped addressing the clan leader. Only Chen Xingming on the side looked curious, not knowing why the clan leader called the two of them over. Seeing Chen Xing approaching the river, Chen Xingzhen's face turned pale again, and he asked hurriedly, I heard that you are learning a new combat skill recently? What kind of combat skill it is? Please tell me quickly. Seeing Chen Xingzhen's solemn expression, Chen Xinghe did not dare to hide it, and immediately took out a shabby book from his arms. The book was gray and yellow, stained with a lot of dust that could not be wiped clean, and only a few large characters on the book could be vaguely seen. The 5 internal organs ascension technique. Chen Xingzhen was stunned when he saw these big characters, and a dusty memory slowly emerged from his mind. Humans have 5 internal organs. It is said that the 5 internal organs contain the powerful power of the human body, but ordinary people cannot bring it into play. After the warrior tempers his body and condenses his qi and blood, his 5 internal organs become even more powerful. This technique of ascending the 5 internal organs to heaven is indeed a combat skill, and it is also a combat skill specially used to bring out the power hidden in the 5 internal organs of the warrior. Moreover, this combat skill is extremely easy. Even a warrior in the body-tempering realm can easily learn it. But using this combat skill has extremely negative effects, because every time it is used, one of the 5 internal organs in the body needs to be exploded, thereby stimulating the power within it. But even the most powerful warrior can only use it 4 times in his life. As for the 5th time, I guess no one could survive after their heart was blown out. This combat skill was accidentally acquired by the family when they migrated. At that time, the family valued its power and let several clan members learn and use it. The power of this combat skill is indeed good, but the cost is extremely serious. Even if it only explodes 1 organ, it will make the warrior regret it for the rest of his life and lead to a miserable end. After realizing the shortcomings of this combat technique, he hid it when his family was standing on the mass burial mountain. It had been so long that he had already forgotten or did not want to think of this combat skill. After all, every time a combat skill was used, a clan member would die. With this fighting skill, even if he managed to survive, his family would not be able to grow. I don't know what the warrior who created this combat technique had in mind. It wasn't until he saw this combat skill again today that he recalled the unbearable past. Chapter 69. Where did you find it? Didn't I hide this combat skill? Chen Xing has scratched his head. I accidentally saw it in the family ancestral hall. I thought it would be wasted if I left it there, so I took it out and wanted to let the clan members learn from it. After hearing this, Chen Xingzhen's beard couldn't help but tremble. He didn't destroy this combat skill at first, so he placed it in the ancestral hall and placed it quite secretly. No matter what, Chen Xing had dug it out. This is not asking the tribesmen to learn. This is asking the tribesmen to die. However, he has not heard other warriors in the clan talking about this combat skill recently, so the news about the combat skill has not spread yet. It's probably not too late to remedy the situation now. Thinking of this, Chen Xingzhen asked hurriedly, when did you get it? You probably haven't had time to spread the news yet, right? Even the clan members don't know about it, right? Seeing the expectation and prayer in Chen Xingzhen's eyes, Chen Xinghe's voice became much softer and he muttered, about a month ago, I took it out when I went to the ancestral hall to worship my ancestors. It's not passed down. This is a family combat skill. I only told my clan members. Most of the tribe should have learned it by now. By the way, Brother Qingyu also borrowed it for a day of study a few days ago. When it came to telling only his clan members, Chen Xinghe was very proud. He is a member of the family. How can he let such combat skills be spread to the outside world? But Chen Xinghe's every word was like an ice blade piercing Chen Xingzhen's heart. Until he heard that Chen Xingyu had also borrowed it for a day of study a few days ago, Chen Xingzhen's heart felt cold. This kid used all his strength to capture members of his own family. If it takes a few more days, I'm afraid the entire clan will learn the lesson, and there will really be a family war, with a kidney bursting here and a liver bursting there. When the war is over, the family is finished. Chen Xingzhen quickly calmed down. Fortunately, the family is now stable. There won't be a war for a while, and everything can still be repaired. Clan leader. At this time, a figure walked quickly from outside. The visitor was none other than Chen Tianjing. After seeing Chen Xinghe standing, Chen Tianjing immediately snorted. I'll take care of you when I get home. Tianjing, what's the matter? Seeing Chen Tianjing, Chen Xingzhen quickly broke away from his thoughts. After taking back the family hunting team a few days ago, Chen Tianjing was sent out to inquire about the Liu family's situation. Clan leader, the Liu family seems to have taken some action in the past few days. Chen Xingjin's expression became serious after hearing the news, and he immediately asked Chen Xinghe and others to leave. It would not be too late to discuss the matter of combat skills later. Tianjing, tell me in detail. Yesterday, I discovered that members of the Liu family appeared all over the mass burial mountain. They were holding iron hoes and seemed to be digging for something. There were also several blood coagulation realm warriors among them. I was worried about being discovered by them, so I didn't dare to take a closer look. As Chen Tianjing reported, Chen Xingjin's brows furrowed deeper. Even during the previous family war, the Liu family never took any action. Why did the Liu family take action in the past few days? Digging? What can be dug from the mass graves? What is the purpose of the Liu family? Did the Liu family engage in similar behavior before this? Many doubts appeared in Chen Xingjin's mind one by one. However, because the clan had been fighting against the Li family in the past few years, they had no intention of checking on the Liu family, so they knew nothing about the Liu family's current actions. But what is certain is that the Liu family must have their purpose in doing this. After hearing the report on the number of warriors in the Liu family, Chen Xingjin felt even more worried and frightened. According to Chen Tianjing, there were no less than 7 or 8 blood coagulation realm warriors he observed, and among them there were 2 or 3 late-stage blood coagulation realm warriors. Moreover, what was observed was only a small part of the Liu family and was not comprehensive. In other words, the Liu family had at least a dozen blood coagulation realm warriors. Although another member of the clan was promoted to the blood coagulation realm this month, even if he is included as the clan leader, there are only 7 blood coagulation realm warriors in the clan, and 3 of them have only recently arrived at the blood coagulation realm. This number and level are incomparable to the Liu family, and there is a huge gap in combat power between the two. If the Liu family wants to take action, the family may not have much chance. In addition, the ancestor of the family also completely stopped after the last war and is now lying upright in the coffin, which has weakened the family's strength. And Chen Xingjin really didn't expect that the Liu family, which had been lurking silently, would be so powerful. Fortunately, the family still has a sacred tree, which can make up for a certain gap in combat power. But thinking of this, Chen Xingjin was stunned again. Since the Liu family, which has been hiding in secret, is so powerful, will they have their own family totem? It is understandable that the Li family does not have a totem. After all, the Li family still belongs to a small family in Mass Burial Mountain. However, the origins of the Liu family are mysterious, and they have only been in Mass Burial Mountain for a few years. It is very likely that they have their own family totem just like their own family. If the Liu family also has a family totem, then the advantage of the sacred tree will no longer exist. After thinking for a while, Chen Xingjin said slowly, "First withdraw the clan members outside and stop prying. As long as the Liu family does not threaten the family, ignore them." "Well, I understand." Chen Tianjing nodded silently. Of course, he also knows the gap between the two families. If the Liu family really has other intentions, the family's current situation may be more dangerous than the duel with the Li family in the past few months. What the family has to do now is to pretend not to see it. Even when the Liu family crosses the line, they also pretend not to see it. Although it sounds unpleasant, the gap in strength makes the family silent now. Family prosperity is imminent. Likewise, the clan still lacks a high-level warrior. I don't know when Xingyu will have hope of breaking through the innate realm. Chen Xingjin decided to ask his father Chen Changming that night. As the previous family patriarch, his father must know more than himself in this area, so he can give Chen Xingyu some experience. The family is like this. If an elder breaks through to a higher realm, he will definitely teach the younger generations of the family everything they have and will not hide anything for themselves. This is also the key to the long history of the family. Just as Chen Tianjing was about to leave, Chen Xingjin suddenly stopped him. "By the way, do you know about the new combat skills in the clan, Tianjing? Is the patriarch talking about the art of ascending the 5 internal organs to heaven?" "Yes, this matter is also extremely important." "Tianjing, you haven't learned this combat skill, have you?" Chapter 70. Hearing Chen Xingjin's inquiry, Chen Tianjing also scratched his head. Seeing this scene, Chen Xingjin didn't understand anything, and Chen Tianjing probably learned it too. Chen Xingjin let out a sigh. "Hey, this combat skill is harmful to Tian'a. If it is passed down, it will be harmful to the family. Even if the family has a sacred tree that can display divine power, it is still unknown whether the sacred tree can completely cure the sequelae left by this combat skill." Hearing what Chen Xingjin said, Chen Tianjing couldn't help but frown at this moment. Indeed, he had thought too simply before, and the reason why the clansmen learned this combat technique was because they had seen the divine tree display its divine power a few days ago. So the clansmen rushed to practice this technique of ascending the 5 internal organs to heaven. But if after using this combat skill, the sacred tree is unable to recover, wouldn't the family become even more declining? You must know that every time an organ is lost, it will cause huge damage to the body, and there are descriptions of the loss of corresponding organs in combat skills. Chen Tianjing, who understood the importance of the matter, immediately said, "Clan leader, it's probably too late to remedy the situation now. I'm going to call over the clan members who have learned this combat skill." But Chen Xingzhen just waved his hand and said, "That's all. Now that most of the clan members have learned it, it's probably too late. Let's do this. I'll go ask the sacred tree for instructions tonight." Chen Tianjing nodded in agreement after hearing this. If the sacred tree can solve the sequelae of this combat skill, the family strength will rise to a higher level out of thin air, and it can even explode with huge power at critical moments. And Chen Xingzhen also had his own thoughts in mind. If it were before today, he would definitely take corresponding measures to block this combat skill again. But now the Lu family has made some moves. Although it has not yet collided with the family, it also made him feel a hint of crisis. He needed to prepare for the worst. If there is a sacred tree to help, this 5 internal organs ascending to heaven technique may not be a powerful combat skill. Then Chen Xingzhen thought of the blood rice and the fertile fields again and felt a headache for a while. Difficulties came one after another, making him feel powerless. Tonight he had to ask his father if he had any good ideas. The 5 internal organs ascension technique. In the ancestral hall, Jiyang was shocked when he learned about this combat skill. In Chen Tianjin's narration, Jiyang finally knew what Chen Qinghe had secretly found after worshipping at the ancestral hall last month. After knowing the effect of this combat skill, Jiyang secretly thought, "Awesome." He really couldn't imagine which genius actually created this combat skill. Isn't using this combat skill the same as committing suicide? Even though Jiyang is not a warrior, he still knows the importance of the 5 internal organs of the body. Although his vitality healing effect is powerful, if he loses his brain and heart, no matter how much vitality he has, it will be of no use. He can only save lives, but cannot bring the dead back to life. But if it's other organs, it doesn't seem impossible. Jiyang was thoughtful. Now that he has a blind eye, he can also temporarily improve the strength of his tribe. The two may be different in form. One transfers vitality directly, while the other transforms vitality into qi and blood through the use of magical powers. But the essence of the two is the same. Whether it is to use magical powers to blind one's eyes or to treat the injuries of tribesmen, all the energy is consumed. If the 5 internal organs ascension technique is more effective and saves less vitality, it can be regarded as a way to improve the strength of the Qin family. Only the specific effects have yet to be tested. Below, Chen Xingzhen, who had finished telling the story, was silently waiting for the response from the sacred tree. But seeing that the sacred tree didn't make any move for a long time, Chen Xingzhen felt a chill in his heart. It seems that even the family sacred tree cannot do it. In this way, tomorrow he should consider how to take back the scattered combat skills. Those tribesmen who have learned this combat skills must also be carefully warned not to use them. Just when Chen Xingzhen was thinking about how to resolve the aftermath, several green light spots floated down, landed in Chen Xingzhen's hands, and then disappeared. Seeing the divine tree's response, Chen Xingzhen's face exuded a hint of joy. If there are no serious side effects from using this 5-organ ascension technique, the power that the family can unleash in desperate situations will definitely surprise their enemies. But Chen Xingzhen also noticed that there were only 4 green light spots falling down just now. Could this be the divine tree telling itself that it can only explode the 4 internal organs at most? But this also gave Chen Xingzhen some confidence. Afterwards, Chen Xingzhen once again began to talk about the recent family affairs and asked how to solve the problem of blood rice growth and how the other Lu family should deal with it. But this time Chen Xingzhen was not praying to the sacred tree, but talking to himself in the air in front of the tree trunk. In front of Chen Xingzhen's invisible sight, several living souls were listening carefully to Chen Xingzhen's story. This is what Chen Changming told him in a dream before, saying that all the deceased members of the family lived in the ancestral hall. In order to save time in dreams, Chen Xingzhen decided to tell the matter before going to bed, and his father would tell him the results of the discussion in his dreams, which would be faster and more convenient. Above, Jiyang naturally heard Chen Xingzhen's description. Jiyang didn't know anything about blood rice, and he had never farmed before. He had only seen blood rice and thought the color of the rice was pretty good, but he couldn't help much when it came to planting it. However, after hearing the description of the Lu family, Jiyang became serious. Especially after hearing Chen Xingzhen's speculation that the Lu family might also have a family totem. Family totems are unique to this world. Ji-young knew this when he first turned into a tree, but unfortunately, he didn't have much memory about this aspect. After Chen Changming and other elders of the Chun family were resurrected, they occasionally talked about this matter. Ji-young also got a general idea and had a certain understanding of the family totem. There are many types of family totems, and they are not limited to one type. They may be flowers, trees, or other seemingly inconspicuous things such as a stone. However, as a family totem, the only element is that it must have a spirit. Only spiritual things have the potential to become family totems. Although this world is large, there are not many spiritual things. It can even be said to be extremely rare. Even if there are any, they will be snatched away by the big families once discovered and will not be left to other small families. This seems to be the problem of many big families. Tacit understanding. Logically speaking, in a small place like Mass Burial Mountain, people probably don't even know what a totem is, just like the Li family. If the Li family had a totem, the Chun family today would probably no longer exist. As for the Chen family, it is an exception. After all, the Chen family was still a big family 100 years ago, and it is not surprising that some families have lingering shadows. The Liu family of Mass Burial Mountain should not be underestimated either, and this Liu family is most likely not a native family of Mass Burial Mountain. It doesn't seem strange to have a family totem. Chapter 71. Although Chen Changming and other family members have a certain understanding of family totems, they don't know much. After all, when the family was once glorious, several of them were young. Even within the family, they could only gaze at the glory of the family's sacred tree from a distance. By the time they reached adulthood, the family had declined, and all that was left to them was a broken branch of the sacred tree. Because of this, Ji-young is also more curious about other family totems. If the Liu family has a family totem, what does their family totem look like? What is its function? Ji-young really wanted to see it. Unfortunately, according to Chun Xingzhen's description, the current Liu family is simply not something the Chun family can afford to offend. There is a huge gap in strength between the two. Even if the clan now has the 5 internal organs ascension technique and its own life force supply, it is difficult to be an enemy. If a fight really breaks out, not to mention looking at the other party's family totem, one's own roots will probably be pulled out. Chun Xingzhen's story also gave Ji-young, who had been living a stable life for 2 months, a sense of crisis again. It seems that he can't lie down yet. At the same time, it also made Ji-young, who was still hesitant at first, secretly make a decision. After Chen Xingzhen finished describing the situation, he left the ancestral hall and walked towards the room. Under the shade of the tree, Chen Changming and other living souls of the family backbone were discussing what Chen Xingzhen just said. One person's shortcomings, everyone's shortcomings. Without a body, they cannot take care of their family's safety, but their memories are still there and they can think and make suggestions for their family. The current problem lies in the growth of Xuanmi and finding out the purpose of the Liu family. After everyone discussed it, a decision was quickly made. After a while, Chen Changming's figure floated away, preparing to fall asleep and tell Chen Xingzhen about everyone's countermeasures. As for the other living souls, they are all sitting cross-legged in various places in the ancestral hall at the moment, practicing with the help of the yin qi emanating from the jiang tree trunks. At first, everyone thought that they were just resurrected as souls, and that this was how their lives ended. But then they discovered that as the yin qi increased, their souls would become more solid, and they could sleep longer. Even their memory was much better, and they could recall things they had forgotten. Moreover, they also discovered that the strength during life seemed to determine the richness of yin qi in the soul. For example, Chen Changming was the only Xiantian realm warrior in his family. In terms of soul body, there is also a clear gap with other living souls. The absorption of yin energy for more than 2 months allowed Chen Changming to be active during the day for a short time without resorting to the shade of the sacred tree. Although the activity lasted only a few breaths, this discovery made many souls very moved. Because they also want to see Bai Ri's family, experience the vitality of the family, and see the growth of the younger generations in the family. However, with their current soul strength, it is still difficult to achieve, so they need to work harder. Although you can practice in the space of a tree trunk during the day, the effect is not as fast as clinging to the sacred tree at night. Looking at the many living souls sitting quietly and practicing below, Ji-young also slowly looked away. He could feel these souls gradually getting stronger, just like those living souls in the netherworld. But that's a good thing, because these living souls don't know that they have another magical power. Ji-young was also curious about how powerful they could be when they were covered in armor. But soon, Ji-young looked at his own panel. Name: Ji-young. Race: Netherworld Locust Tree. Vitality: 200.2. Supernatural powers. Eye of insight. Reversal of elixir movement. Blindness with one leaf. Soul condensation. Armor covering. Exercise. Lunar eclipse. Gathering in. Combat skill. Taizu Changquan. Can be transferred once. Qi and blood. 88. Can be converted into vitality. Spiritual power. 24. Deduction points. 14. Can be deduced. Status. Absorbing moonlight. It has been a month since the last time he rescued Chun. Tianmo. During this month, Jiyang was able to absorb 3 points of vitality every night. 1 month is not enough time for Jiyang to push his vitality to 200 points, not to mention that Jiyang will be consumed in the middle of the process by using his magical powers to heal his tribe. However, when his vitality reached 180 points, Jiyang took the initiative to convert 40 points of energy and blood, wanting to see if 200 points of vitality could allow him to grow new branches and leaves again. Unfortunately, 200 points of vitality is not enough. During this month, the Chun family sacrificed once a week, and the sacrifices were from ferocious beasts in the blood coagulation realm. This also resulted in Jiyang having a lot of qi and blood now. If the vitality was not transformed, the qi and blood today would also have a certain amount. It's over 100. It's a pity that the spiritual power has not increased much, and even 2 of the ferocious beasts have not increased at all, but fortunately it is still enough. There are now 14 deduction points, among which 1 tribesman has been promoted to the blood coagulation realm, and 6 body-tempering realm tribesmen have improved, much better than the previous month. According to Ji Yang's original intention, he planned to save more and then conduct multiple deductions. But Chun Tianjin's story today forced Ji Yang to make up his mind in advance. A tiger has a mind that is harmless to people, but a tiger has the intention to hurt others. Now Ji Yang had to face the gap in strength between the 2 families. Although the 2 sides did not interfere with each other before, the Chun family is now weak and the Lu family has taken action again. If the future of the family is entrusted to the kindness of the enemy, then the Chun family is not far from destruction. Strengthening yourself is the key. Even if it wasn't for the Chun family, Ji Yang had to think about himself. He didn't want to have a lot of unused points when the Lu family warriors came to the ancestral hall. The most important thing is to transform the current resources into your own strength. Although the deduction points were not many, Ji Yang couldn't care about it anymore. This deduction requires 20 blood, 10 spiritual power, and 10 deduction points. Do you want to continue? Whether. Note, this is a double deduction. During the deduction, you can randomly bring your own abilities into the deduction. Note, the higher the deduction multiplier, the easier it is to unlock rare maps. Looking at the familiar prompt, Ji Yang no longer hesitated and clicked yes. The familiar scene strikes again. Countless maps jumped in front of my eyes. Ji Yang saw in it the netherworld that he had entered during the last multiple deduction. If this world can be randomly reached in this deduction, it would be a good result. After all, his body is already a netherworld locust tree. To grow in the underworld, one must have the right time and place, like a fish in water. Unfortunately, the netherworld flashed by and soon disappeared before Ji Yang's eyes. When the revolving lantern map in front of him gradually began to slow down, Ji Yang's originally calm heart could not help but feel some fluctuations. Who invented the dog system? Chapter 72. When the scene in front of him paused, a piece of snow-white color appeared in Ji Yang's field of vision. Before Ji Yang could see the details clearly, the world in front of him changed again. When his vision was restored, Ji Yang could see clearly the surrounding scene. Crowded, very crowded. This was Ji Yang's first feeling. At this time, he is still a small sapling, but it is a bit larger than the previous single-fold deduction, but it does not fully integrate his external size into the world of the deduction like the last 5-fold deduction. It seems that the more times the deduction is made, the stronger his own strength will be. Just like every time the deduction is doubled, he will bring an ability of his own. Thinking of his own ability, Ji Yang quickly felt it. According to the rules of deduction, he can carry an ability into the deduction if he performs the deduction twice. After a while, Ji Yang's eyes lit up and he felt it. The ability I carry this time is root strengthening. This is probably the best result. Currently, he has 3 abilities, namely root strengthening, high temperature resistance, and perseverance. Among them, the 2 abilities of root strengthening and perseverance are relatively versatile and can be used no matter where he is. As for high temperature resistance, it can only be used in special situations. However, Ji Yang felt that strengthening the roots would be more effective than perseverance. Without giving Ji Yang much time to think, a line of subtitles quickly appeared in front of Ji Yang's eyes. You were born in a snowfield. In order to become a towering tree as soon as possible, You began to work hard to grow. Looking at the subtitles in front of him, Ji Yong was stunned. Snow? It seemed right. After randomly arriving at the screen, he did see a vast expanse of white color. But when Ji Yong looked around, there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Where's the promised snow? Why did he see only yellow soil? Forget it. Ji Yong didn't care about this. When the subtitles disappeared, Ji Yong also worked hard to use the roots to strengthen this skill. Although life force cannot be used to strengthen in the deduction world, it can make his roots more powerful and also allow Ji Yong to choose the direction of growth independently. Soon, Ji Yong found the soil suitable for his survival through his roots. Although the soil here was very hard, it could not withstand Ji Yang's efforts to grow. As time accelerated, Ji Yang's figure became stronger and stronger, and he, who was originally just a seedling, gradually grew taller. However, because of the complicated terrain above, Ji Yong struggled to grow out after many twists and turns. When Ji Yang's tree trunk became as thick as a thumb, the crowding around him disappeared. Ji Yong looked around and saw that everything was covered with thick snow. The world was vast. Only the touch of green on his branches looked quite dazzling. At this moment, Ji Yong realized that the map was not wrong, but he grew up in the cracks of the soil under the snow and could not get a glimpse of the scenery on the ground for the first time. But when Ji Yang's branches gradually grew taller, he soon realized something was wrong. Just because he was not afraid of the cold when he was under the snow, but when the branches grew taller, he had to face the attack of cold wind and air conditioning. He doesn't have low temperature resistance, so it's probably hard to survive. As soon as the thoughts in Ji Yang's mind emerged, new subtitles appeared in front of him. The cold wind is howling in the snow, and the weather is getting colder. In order to resist the cold, what do you choose? Inject more nutrients into the bark. Inject more nutrients into the leaves. Inject more nutrients into the roots. There were still 3 choices, but after looking at these 3 choices, Ji Yong felt hesitant. Different choices mean different results, which may be good or bad. Ji Yong doesn't know which option is better, but he can think based on his previous deduction experience. If you inject nutrients into the bark yourself, it is likely that your bark will become more cold resistant. After the deduction is over, the related abilities in bark will definitely be obtained. But now that he grew up in an ancestral hall, the family secret passage has been closed, and there is no great danger for the time being. So Ji Yong eliminated this option. As for the second option, inject nutrients into the leaves. Ji Yong thought for a moment and dismissed it. Where can I use leaves to resist the cold? He was worried that he would not be able to survive if he chose one. Of course, based on previous experience, choosing this might not cause problems, but Ji Yong was not prepared to take risks. After eliminating 2 options, Ji Yong could only choose the third option. Inject more nutrients into the roots. In fact, it stands to reason that injecting nutrients into the bark should be the best choice. After all, bark is the key to keeping a tree warm. But Ji Yong is unreasonable, and neither is the world. In addition to bark, roots are also very important. Of course, more importantly, the ability Ji Yong carries this time is root strengthening. This is also the reason why Ji Yong chose the third one. After making the decision, Ji Yong decisively clicked on the last option. When the subtitles disappeared, Ji Yong was also able to sense the condition of his body. Originally, the nutrients absorbed by the roots should have gone towards the trunk, branches, and leaves to make themselves stronger, but now these nutrients stayed on the roots and stagnated. As nutrients increase, the original roots begin to expand rapidly. During the expansion, Ji Yong slowly felt a warmth from the roots. But the good times did not last long. After most of the nutrients were absorbed by the roots underground, Ji Yong's bark gradually stopped growing and its color began to change. The few green leaves gradually began to turn yellow, and then fell into the snow and were buried by the snow. Seen from a distance, Ji Yong at this moment does not look like a tree, but more like a dead branch stuck in the ground. Seeing that no new subtitles were triggered after his choice, Ji Yong knew that his choice might be wrong, but as long as he didn't die, it was right, but the direction of growth was different. Slowly, Ji Yang's roots became warmer and warmer, as if something had changed after more nutrients were injected into them. Even the snow on the roots gradually began to melt. As spring passes and autumn comes, time passes quickly. Whenever Ji Yang's roots expand further, the snow above will melt. Gradually, with Ji Yang as the center, everything for miles around returned to its original state, and a patch of green gradually grew back from the cold snow. As the area expands and the temperature drops, the tree trunks that stopped growing in Jiang are also rejuvenated, and new green leaves slowly grow. Seeing this scene, Ji Yang's heart finally stabilized. This time it was really a fluke, and fortunately the new ability he carried was root strengthening. Otherwise, he might not have been able to survive until now. Slowly, Ji Yang's tree trunk became stronger and stronger. The green leaves on the branches gradually became more and more lush, and the roots underground also spread wider. A new oasis, because of the changes in Jiang, gradually emerged from this dry snow. Chapter 73. At this time, Ji Yang's growth height has exceeded several previous deductions, and it seems to be the most successful one. At least in the previous deduction, he did not live this long. When Jiang looked at the greenery all over the ground, and the many creatures living in this green land, Jiang also felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. When one person attains enlightenment, chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Nothing more than that. But then Jiang felt confused again. A long time has passed, but why hasn't he seen new subtitles appear? This made Jiang instinctively sense that something was wrong. New subtitles often represent changes in the plot. Although you may be in danger of death if you make the wrong choice, there is also a glimmer of opportunity amid the danger. At least most of the magical powers or techniques he has obtained now are due to the choices he made in the new plot. Being plain is a blessing, but he feels that being too plain is not good. The most important thing is, if there is no new plot, will he gain something? Could it be said that he will continue to grow like this? Just as Ji Yang was thinking, he noticed something abnormal about himself. Ji Yang looked around and saw that the originally green leaves were gradually withering. The rough bark slowly began to fall off, and the hard trunk gradually lost the hardness it should have. Only the roots underground are getting hotter and hotter. Burning, burning, he seems to be wilting. Before Ji Yang could save himself, a line of subtitles appeared in front of Ji Yang's eyes. The roots of the mutation have overdrawn a lot of your lifespan, and you will die of old age. When the subtitles disappeared, Ji Yang's tree trunk quickly began to dismember, and the roots that were originally exuding vitality quickly lost their warmth. Ice and snow covered the greenery again, covering up all traces, and everything returned to its original appearance. The picture in front of Ji Yang gradually faded. Just when Ji Yang was sighing in his heart, he saw a young figure running at great speed in the blurry picture. The young man came to the place where Ji Yang grew up before, and silent words came out of his mouth. Ji Yang couldn't hear it, but he saw the regret on the young man's face and discerned what the young man said through the shape of his mouth. "I'm late." Ji Yang had many thoughts in his mind, and then the world in front of him completely collapsed. When Ji Yang opened his eyes again, there were still familiar ancestral halls around him. This time Ji Yang was not in a hurry to check the results of the deduction, but carefully recalled the scene he had just seen, feeling a little surprised in his heart. He originally thought that this deduction was just a show-off, and that everything in it was false, illusory, and non-existent. The whole world serves him. When he opens his eyes, the world comes into being. When he closes his eyes, the world dies. But what he just saw made him feel a little suspicious. Are those places really fake? If they are fake, why does the young man who appears in the last scene look regretful? But if it is true, how can we explain the rapid passage of time in the deduction world? Ji Yang didn't quite understand, but this deduction made Ji Yang pay attention. Perhaps, the world of deduction is more interesting than I imagined. Unfortunately, he still knew too little and needed to get corresponding clues from more deductions to answer his doubts. When his thoughts broke away, Ji Yang no longer thought about it. The deduction world is too far away from him now, and it is not something he should consider now. At present, what he should consider more is when he can completely establish a foothold in this world, instead of worrying about the Chun family being destroyed or himself being killed every day. End of deduction. You have learned a new ability in this deduction, low temperature resistance. You have learned a new ability in this deduction, free growth. You have realized a new magical power in this deduction, Chi-Chi Chisato, low temperature resistance. You can grow in extremely cold places. Free to grow, you can grow into what you want. Chi-Chi Chisato. You can consume a certain amount of vitality to give the roots terrifying high temperatures. Ji Yang concentrated, looking at the new gains from this deduction, but he was not very satisfied. If we look at the length of time, he survived for a long time this time, so the harvest should be good. But in fact, it is not the case. Moreover, he who deduces the world seems to have a lifespan limit. I guess I experienced too few plots and didn't trigger many subtitles. Ji Yang understood in his heart, and at the same time, he no longer struggled, and turned to look at what he had gained from this deduction. Low temperature resistance. Ji Yang was not surprised to get this ability. Compared with high temperature resistance, low temperature resistance seems to be more suitable for Ji Yang now. As the temperature of the burial mountain dropped, Ji Yang felt the same, even though he was just a tree. If he waited for a while, Ji Yang felt that he might also undergo some changes due to the influence of the weather. But after having this ability, he no longer needs to pay attention. Growing freely, Ji-young felt envious when he saw the explanation of this new ability. How wonderful it would be if I could give this new ability to my past life self. Unfortunately, it has little effect on the current Ji-young. After all, he is just a tree now. A tree, no matter how beautiful it looks, is of no use. But it's not completely useless. At least he can choose to be indifferent. Finally, Ji-young looked at the only magical power he had harvested this time. The Red Land is thousands of miles away. It sounds very good. It can make its own roots emit terrifying high temperatures. But thinking about it carefully, Ji-young felt that this magical power was not very useful. As the family's sacred tree, if it was his turn to take action, the family would probably be almost finished. It would be difficult to change the overall situation with this magical power. In addition, Ji-young has always been skeptical about this certain vitality. If the vitality is too little, you may not feel anything. If the temperature is too high, the vitality consumed may not be something you can bear. With this vitality, he might as well use Yi to blind his eyes to enhance the strength of his people. But then Ji-young thought about the family's recent problem. The blood rice stopped growing because the temperature was too low. If he uses this magical power, can he solve this problem? Ji-young thought for a while and prepared for 1 or 2 experiments. As Ji-young used his magical power, the roots buried underground reacted, and a weak heat gradually emitted from the underground roots. As Ji-young injected more vitality, the heat became stronger and was quickly transmitted to the ground. Around the ancestral hall, many clan members felt something happening. Have you noticed that the surrounding area seems to be a little warmer? Yes, I discovered it too. It seems like it's gone again. In the confusion of the tribe, Ji-young withdrew his magical power. Just pretend he didn't say anything before. Using this magical power can indeed increase the surrounding temperature, but there is a distance limit. That is, it can only be close to his roots and cannot spread too far. If he unleashes this magical power with all his strength, the Chen family's house may be on fire before the blood rice can grow. However, if you don't use this magical power with all your strength, it doesn't seem to consume much life force. At least he just consumed 0.1 of his life force. I just don't know how long he can last if he doesn't remove his magical power. But in order to save his life force, Ji-young is not going to use it for the time being. At present, the Chen family is not so luxurious and needs floor heating. Chapter 74. In the dream, Chen Xingzhen and his son were communicating. After several people discussed it, they came up with several solutions to the problem of blood rice stopping its growth. For example, spread straw next to the blood rice plants, or make a continuous fire directly in the fertile field. If it is more troublesome, simply use some cloth and wood to wrap the entire fertile field. The purpose of these methods is to increase the temperature in the fertile fields, thereby speeding up the growth process of blood rice and allowing it to bear fruit earlier. Chen Xingzhen nodded slightly after hearing this. He has also thought about these methods, but except for the first one, the others are quite troublesome and extremely labor-intensive. As for covering it with straw, although it can increase the temperature a little, the effect is probably not great. However, Chen Xingzhen is still planning to try it tomorrow. No matter what the result is, they cannot give up this crop of blood rice. As for the current actions of the Liu family, Qin Changming said that all clan members who were investigating outside should withdraw. This matter is left to them. When warriors investigate, they will inevitably reveal clues and leave traces. If the Liu family had no intention of taking action and therefore felt unhappy, it would be self-defeating and put the family in danger. And their current state is perfect for exploration. Considering that the soul body was also at risk of being discovered by warriors, Qin Changming decided to only let the dead clan members check for traces outside and not enter the Liu family. Although this is a bit slower, it is safer. Moreover, for such a big move by the Liu family, it is impossible for blood coagulation realm warriors to guard every place. This is also an opportunity for them to find out their purpose. The two talked in detail again, and then Qin Changming's figure slowly disappeared from the dream. The next day, the family made a big move. A large number of clan members were sent to the fertile fields to keep the blood rice warm. It's just that the spiritual field is quite large, and the family's manpower is somewhat insufficient. It took a whole day to cover all the fertile fields with straw. In the following days, the warriors in the clan were busy in the fertile fields. The busyness of the clan members was not without effect. When Chen Xingzhen saw tiny grains of rice growing out of the originally shriveled ears of rice, a hint of joy appeared on his sad face. But after he was overjoyed, Chen Xingzhen looked up at the sky again and sighed secretly. The busy work of the clan members these past few days has indeed paid off, but now it is almost December, the weather is getting colder, and frost has even begun to condense high on the burial mountain. If the current situation continues, the frost will cover all the fertile fields in a few days, and it will still be difficult to harvest the blood rice by then. And their busyness cannot change much in this extremely cold weather. Looking at the clansmen who were still working hard in the fields, even Chen Xingzhen felt a little confused in his heart. Do you really want to give up? But when Chen Xingzhen saw the smiles on the faces of many clan members while they were busy, his heart instantly became free and easy. It doesn't matter if they can't harvest this crop of blood rice. At worst, they will just plant it again next year. Chen Xingzhen no longer hesitated, and just shouted loudly to the tribesmen in the field. Fellow tribesmen, please have extra dinner tonight. Thank you, Patriarch. Clan leader Shengming. The tribesmen who heard the extra meal worked harder on their hands. Clan leader, something has been discovered. In the Liu family, the middle-aged man who listened to the report from his clan members stood up suddenly, with a captivating light bursting out of his eyes, and then he said, "Take me to see it." Seeing the clan leader's expression, the person reporting the report also hurriedly led the way. The group of people quickly left the family. After a while, several people arrived at a deep pit. Outside the deep pit, there are many Liu family members guarding them at the moment, and if you look closely, it is not difficult to find that the warriors guarding them have at least the blood coagulation realm. And around this deep pit, there are several tunnels that have been dug out. These tunnels are messy, and the excavation method is simple. The pillars used to support the tunnels only use a few wooden piles. Coupled with the fresh soil accumulated outside the deep pits, it can be seen that these tunnels were excavated in a short period of time. The middle-aged man paid no attention to these seemingly extremely dangerous tunnels. Instead, under the leadership of one person, he quickly walked into one of the tunnels that had just been excavated. Soon, the group of people came to the depths of the tunnel. When the middle-aged man saw the red soil at the end of the tunnel, he became even more excited. He immediately approached and reached out to touch it. Under the kneading of the middle-aged man, a touch of bright red blood emerged from the bright red soil. The middle-aged man looked overjoyed when he saw the blood and said, Okay, keep digging. This time we must find the exact location of the natural blood spring." Natural blood spring? What is that? Chen family. Chen Xingzhen in the dream looked confused. Just now, Chen Changming entered a dream and told him the information sent back by the tribesmen sent out in the past few days. After some judgment, Chen Changming told him that the Liu family was most likely looking for a natural blood spring. Chen Xingzhen, who had never heard of this name, certainly didn't know what it was, but looking at the stern look on his father's face, Chen Xingzhen also felt something bad in his heart. After a short silence, Chen Changming explained, "The world is vast, and in some places, some geomantic treasures are often created, which can produce some strange effects. The natural blood spring is such a geomantic treasure. This kind of blood spring is born underground, but it does not gush out of the ground like spring water. Instead, it forms an undercurrent underground and slowly changes the surrounding area." After saying that, Chen Changming sighed again. In fact, the blood rice grown by the family now is also due to this natural blood spring. I just had a guess in my mind before, but I didn't confirm it. But last night, I personally checked the tunnel dug by the Liu family, and I confirmed that they were indeed looking for the natural blood spring hidden in the mass burial mountain. Chen Xingzhen looked dazed after hearing the news. He didn't expect that the seemingly ordinary mass burial mountain would actually have such a thing. But soon, Chen Xingzhen came to his senses and asked, "Why are the Liu family looking for a natural blood spring? Do they want to take the blood spring away?" Chen Changming shook his head. Once a natural blood spring is born, it cannot be removed. There must be other reasons why they are looking for a blood spring. Although this kind of blood spring is a feng shui treasure, its effect is not too surprising among many feng shui treasures. It is just that it can produce blood, rice and other things. According to what you said, the Liu family did not vigorously plant blood rice after arriving at Mass Burial Mountain. It is obvious that they do not care about the side effects of the blood spring. The purpose is probably the natural blood spring itself. Chapter 75. If there is no natural blood spring, wouldn't it be impossible to grow blood rice in the Mass Burial Mountain? That's right. Chen Changming's affirmative answer made Chen Xingzhen's mind full of thoughts, and he couldn't help but frown. As a clan leader, he knows the importance of blood rice. And without the threat of the Li family, if the family develops in this Mass Burial Mountain all year round, relying on blood rice, it may not be able to become a big family in the future and restore its former glory. But if there is no blood rice, the body-tempering progress of the family warriors will slow down or even stagnate, and the family's development will fall far behind. Although the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts can be tempered, how many ferocious beasts can there be in the Mass Burial Mountain? How many years of hunting can they withstand from their families? Things like blood rice, which is grown 3 times a year, are too rare. Chen Xingzhen originally thought that the blood rice was the reason for the unique land of Mass Burial Mountain, but he did not expect that there was actually a natural blood spring in the depths. If the Liu family really finds it, will the blood spring disappear? How will the family develop in the future? At this moment, Chen Xingzhen was determined. He must not let the Liu family find the natural blood spring, otherwise the family's future would be cut in half. But thinking of the strength of the Liu family, Chen Xingzhen's eyes became hesitant again. If the family really blocked the Liu family's move, wouldn't it be a mantis blocking the car? Now that the family is destroyed, how can we talk about development? If you fight to the death to stop him, the effect will be almost useless, and the family will be destroyed. If you leave it alone, you will lose your blood rice, but you will most likely be able to keep your family. Presumably, the Liu family, who had found the blood rice, would not take action against the family. If they wanted to take action, they would not wait until now. Which one is lighter or which one is more serious is not difficult to judge after thinking about it. On the side, Chen Changming did not disturb Chen Xingzhen, who was thinking. After thinking about it clearly, Chen Xingzhen's face showed a hint of helplessness. Even if they knew the Liu family's purpose now, they couldn't stop it and could only pretend they didn't see it. Without the blood rice, it would be good to be able to preserve the family's strength, and besides, the family still has a sacred tree. Since the Liu family has not developed in the Mass Burial Mountain in the past few years, and they will not do so after finding the blood spring, perhaps the Chen family will be the only family in the Mass Burial Mountain by then. In this way, the family's development may be better than before, but compared with the blood rice, this advantage disappeared in an instant. It can only be regarded as the comfort in the heart after losing the blood rice. Recalling the actions of the Liu family in recent years, Chen Changming suddenly thought of something, and couldn't help but asked Chen Changming expectantly, "Father, the Liu family has been at Mass Burial Mountain for several years. I think it is not just this year that they are looking for blood springs. However, in the past few years, blood rice has still grown in the fertile fields. Is it possible that they can't find it this year?" After hearing this, Chen Changming shook his head. Although there are many tributaries of natural blood springs, it is difficult to find them. However, although the Liu family has not found them in the past few years, they have ruled out most places. In addition, the Mass Burial Mountain is so big. The Liu family has made such a big fuss this time. Obviously, they have lost their patience. Even if they don't find it this time, they will definitely find it next time. Chen Changming's words made Chen Xingzhen's last trace of expectation disappear. From this point of view, there is a high probability that the family will not be able to make changes. But then Chen Xingzhen suddenly asked, "Father, do you know where this natural blood spring is?" Chen Changming nodded and said calmly, "I know that the natural blood spring is under the ancestral hall of my Chen family." Oh, Chen Xingzhen looked as usual after hearing this. But when he reacted, his face was full of surprise, and his heartbeat was even faster while he was sleeping. He was just asking casually to answer his curiosity, but he didn't expect that this natural blood spring was right under the family's ancestral hall. This was really hard for him to accept for a while. Chen Changming continued, "When my family moved here, I was seriously injured and unable to save myself. But by chance, I discovered this natural blood spring and the blood rice here. It is precisely because of this that a new family was established here. To be precise, the natural blood spring is under the sacred tree in the ancestral hall. The reason for the revival of the sacred tree now is probably due to this blood spring." Chen Xingzhen didn't know how to answer the secrets that Chen Changming revealed one after another. But when he learned the location of the blood spring, his original thoughts changed instantly. If the blood spring was somewhere else, he could pretend not to see it. But now his father told him that the blood spring is under the sacred tree of the ancestral hall. In other words, if he wants to find the blood spring, he must open the family sacred tree. The family sacred tree is also the family totem, the hope for the prosperity of the family, and the god who saves the family from fire and water. Between the blood rice and the sacred tree, he would choose the family sacred tree without hesitation. What's more, now that the two are combined into one, he has no choice. After pondering for a while, Chen Xingzhen nodded silently. "Father, I understand." Looking at Chen Xingzhen's expression, Chen Changming nodded in relief. The reason why he didn't rush to tell Chen Xingzhen this was because he wanted to see how Chen Xingzhen would choose. Now it seems that Chen Xingzhen already has the answer. After Chen Changming learned about the Liu family's purpose, he already had an idea in his mind. If it weren't for the blood spring here, the family's sacred tree might not be able to revive again, let alone resurrect them. Whether it is for the future of the family or for the present of the family, this battle is inevitable. He hopes that Chun Xingzhen has the same idea as him. Even though the disparity is huge, the current Qin family is not without the ability to fight back. In the ancestral hall, Ji Yong silently looked at the area below that was not covered by bluestones but was covered with scarlet soil, and he felt a trace of surprise in his heart. Natural blood spring? Red earth. After Ji Yang's vitality increased, he could already glimpse the scenes of communication between these souls and bodies in dreams. He also heard the conversation between Chun Xingzhen and Chun Changming just now. He originally thought that the scarlet soil was just because of the blood sacrifice, but he didn't expect that it also had this layer of relationship. Ji Yong slowly twitched one of the strengthened roots and probed deep below. Soon, Ji Yong discovered something unusual. When his roots sank to a certain distance, he touched a land that looked like a swamp. And the feelings coming from the roots are also very different. I thought this was the natural blood spring hidden deep underground, but it was slightly different from what I imagined. Ji Yong tried to absorb it with his roots to see if he could absorb the life force from the blood spring, but the answer was no. When Ji Yong retracted his roots, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Before, he felt that the two families might fight, but now it seems that his feeling was right. Now, even if the Chun family wanted to give up this blood spring, it would be impossible, because after he was bound to the Qin family, he could no longer move. Thinking of the strength of the Liu family, Ji Yong lamented that the road ahead was difficult. Chapter 76. Fortunately, Chun Xingzhen did not disappoint him and was still his little fanboy. And with his current vitality, it may not be hopeless. While the two families are not yet at war, he still needs more vitality. If you just rely on absorbing the lunar eclipse, you may not be able to improve quickly. The only way is to let the Chun family continue to offer sacrifices. It's a pity that the deduction points cannot be obtained quickly, otherwise he can continue the deduction. But even with sufficient vitality, Ji Yong didn't have much confidence when facing the Liu family whose strength was unknown. Under the moonlight, Ji Yang's fluorescent locust leaves are a little sad. On the second day, without waiting for Ji Yang's signal, Chun Xingzhen had already started to offer sacrifices and was preparing to offer sacrifices once a day. After meeting Qin Tianjing and others, they were puzzled. They used to offer sacrifices once every 7 days, but why did they suddenly change it to once a day? Even if the clan currently raises enough domestic animals and has enough food, it will be difficult to obtain food in the coming winter. Considering the long time, even if sacrifices are to be made, there is no need to sacrifice them so diligently. When several blood coagulation realm warriors in the clan learned about the situation of the natural blood spring, their expressions changed drastically, and they no longer had any doubts. Many tribesmen who were originally transferred to fertile fields were all withdrawn by Chun Xingzhen, allowing everyone to continue to temper their bodies and strengthen their own strength. Whether this crop of blood rice can be harvested is no longer the main issue for the family today. Protect the family, guard the family's sacred tree, and keep the natural blood spring. This is what the family is about to face. Although many clan members did not know what was going on in the clan, they felt a sense of depression through the atmosphere in the clan and began to practice hard. 2 days later, within the Liu family, a figure was looking around curiously with a touch of excitement on his face. Looking at the person leading the way, Tian Ming couldn't help but ask, Sir, how far do we have to go? We'll be there soon. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. If your answer this time satisfies the clan leader, you won't be the only one left to eat in our Liu family. Hearing the promise from the person in front of him, Tian Ming's face was filled with joy. Since he failed to pass the Chun family's slave test last time, he returned to the village. Unexpectedly, someone from the Liu family came to his door today. The Liu family is also a big family in Mass Burial Mountain. Although they usually don't show off, after he came in and looked at the heavily guarded surroundings, he could feel that the Liu family seemed to be stronger than the previous Qin family. Even stronger. If he could enter the Liu family, he might be treated better than he was in the Qin family. It is gold and will shine sooner or later. And he, Tian Ming, is the piece of gold whose glory has been obscured. Thinking that he was about to meet the head of the Liu family, Tian Ming was a little nervous and rubbed his hands unconsciously. We're here, let's go in. The villain Tian Ming has met the patriarch. Tian Ming walked into the room and bowed. Well, I heard that you worked as a slave in the Qin family before. Please tell me in detail what you saw. When Tian Ming heard the head of the Liu family asking about this, he was a little confused, but thinking of his previous promise, he said it immediately. During the exchange between the two, the head of the Liu family gave responses from time to time, and his gentle voice made Tian Ming's original nervousness disappear, and he even did not forget to tell all the details of what he saw. Their domestic slave assessment is all fake. Like me, when talking about the latter, Tian Ming was already emotional. Considering that the person opposite was the head of the Liu family, he still did not say anything like he was too good. Good, very good. I probably know everything you said. You can go down. Thank you, Patriarch. Tian Ming thanked him again, and then followed the leader away with excitement on his face. The words just made him reveal the injustice of the Qin family, and judging from the situation, the head of the Liu family was very satisfied with him, and it would not be a problem for him to enter the Liu family. How could this make him unhappy? After Tian Ming left, another person was brought into the room. This person was none other than Kai Mao, who failed to pass the assessment that day and left with Tian Ming. I've met the clan leader. Kai Mao looked very cautious when he entered the room. He glanced at the middle-aged man in front of him with some fear. The room was dim, and he couldn't see his face clearly, and he didn't dare to look more. However, after half a cup of tea, Kai Mao began to talk eloquently, describing everything that happened after he entered the Qin family. When he mentioned that he secretly went to the ancestral hall in the middle of the night, the middle-aged man suddenly interrupted. What did you see in that ancestral hall? Kai Mao tried hard to recall, then shook his head. I didn't see anything in the ancestral hall. It seemed like it was just an ancestral hall. The middle-aged man frowned slightly and asked again. Think about it again. As he spoke, a faint fragrance flowed into the tip of his nose, making Kai Mao's memory clearer. Soon, Kai Mao's eyes lit up. I remembered that there was a tree planted in the ancestral hall. Oh, the middle-aged man's voice rose slightly. What tree? It seemed to be a locust tree. It was too dark, so I didn't look at it much. I just thought it was a little strange. Okay, I understand. Go down. The middle-aged man's voice made Kai Mao stop talking and left the room immediately. But after leaving the room, Kai Mao was slightly stunned. Why did he say such strange words just now? When he took a peek at it, he thought it was nothing strange. Isn't it normal to plant a tree in the ancestral hall? Kai Mao shook his head and stopped thinking about it. It turned out that the Liu family was just asking him about this matter, which made him feel relieved. Before coming, he thought he had accidentally provoked such a big family. Clan leader, it's just a small Qin family. Is it necessary to go to such trouble? In the room, a tribesman asked in confusion. The middle-aged man chuckled. Oh, if it were before, there would be no need to go to such trouble. But now, the Qin family is a little different. The tree in the ancestral hall is presumably the Qin family's family totem, right? If it goes as expected, the Qin family's totem should have revived at the time of the battle with the Li family. That's why the Li family was defeated. It was all because of the totem. After hearing the totem, the tribesman looked at the courtyard inside the room again, no longer confused on his face. If you have a family totem, you really shouldn't be careless. Clan leader, what should we do next? Go and get ready. It's time to visit this neighbor tomorrow. When talking about his neighbors, the middle-aged man meant a lot. Yes, Patriarch. By the way, Patriarch, what should we do with those two people just now? Chapter 77. Killed. The middle-aged man uttered faint words. After hearing this, the tribesmen just retreated silently, with no other color on their faces. Killing two people is just a casual thing for them, and it is even easier to deal with than a ferocious beast. After the room was empty, the middle-aged man slowly walked towards the backyard. But the joy on his face could not be concealed. 5 years, 5 years. The family had been searching for 5 years in Mass Burial Mountain. If it hadn't been for the natural blood spring that would fall asleep in winter, they would have found it long ago. But it is precisely because the blood springs are silent in winter that they can search through the backflow of the blood springs. If the blood spring revives in other seasons, there will be too many tributaries, and it will be difficult to find the exact location of the blood spring, unless they turn the entire Mass Burial Mountain upside down. It's a pity that the current manpower in the clan is simply not enough, not to mention that such a big fanfare can easily attract people's attention. Fortunately, the family's 5-year search was not in vain. Yesterday, the family finally found the main stream of the natural blood spring through the tunnel they dug. After judgment, there is a 90% chance that the blood spring belongs to the Qin family. 5 years have gone from his initial eagerness to his current calmness. After knowing the location of the blood spring, he was not in a hurry to set off, but was ready to inquire about the Qin family first. If it were before this, he might not be so cautious, but last time the Qin family turned defeat into victory in a desperate situation, he had to be more cautious. The most important thing is that the family is no longer what it used to be. He would wait until tomorrow to check the specific strength of the Qin family in the name of a visit, and it would not be too late to take action. The middle-aged man continued to move forward and soon came to a familiar courtyard. In the courtyard, the bamboo forest became sparser and sparse, and the color of the green bamboos became more and more yellow. In the middle of this small bamboo forest, A green bamboo, no more than half a foot tall and no thicker than a wrist, came into view of the middle-aged man. It's just that this green bamboo looks even more dead, with not even a trace of green on it. The middle-aged man immediately burned incense and prayed, "Lord Qingling, this time I will ensure that the family successfully obtains the natural blood spring." After some worship, the middle-aged man threw the blood rice he had prepared into the bamboo forest. When these blood rice were thrown into the bamboo forest, they quickly lost their color and became the same as ordinary rice grains. Unfortunately, Qingzhu did not change much after absorbing the blood rice. These blood rice can only maintain the vitality of the family totem, but are not enough to bring the totem back to life. Only the source of these blood rice, the natural blood spring, can save the family's dying totem. It is precisely because of this that the family chose to settle here. However, even if the family totem has declined, it still retains some special effects. For example, when he asked Kai Mao just now, the fragrance of the green bamboo was the divine power of the family totem. If the family totem is in good condition, the fragrance will have many miraculous effects, allowing warriors to think quickly and use their combat skills to achieve greater power. But it won't take a few days. When the family gets the natural blood spring, the totem will be revived. Then they can leave this small mass burial mountain. Return to the place that belongs to the family. Better greetings? Listening to the tribe's report, Chen Xingzhen looked surprised and suspicious. Then he took the letter from the tribe's hand and opened it. Lu Zishan, the patriarch of the Lu family, is here to congratulate. Looking at the contents of the letter, Chen Xingzhen's face was calm, but he was already wary. The family has never had any contact with the Lu family before. Today's worship must have revealed the location of the blood spring. The one who comes is not good. Before Chen Xingzhen could put down the letter in his hand, another clan member came to report. Patriarch, several people from the Lu family came outside, and one of them said he was the patriarch of the Lu family. Come so quickly? Chen Xingzhen was slightly shocked, but he immediately called Chun Tianyu and Qin Tianjing to follow him. Since it is a greeting, the family naturally needs to show certain etiquette. Of course, this etiquette is more often to show the strength of the family. Although they knew that the blood spring was under the ancestral hall, the Lu family most likely came here for the blood spring. But now the two families have not yet broken up, and there may be room for change. What's more, the family is weak now. If it is really unavoidable, it would be good to delay it for some time. The greeting card in his hand also made Chen Xingzhen confirm that the Lu family was by no means an ordinary small family, and it needed to be dealt with more carefully. Several people soon arrived outside the family and saw the Lu family members waiting outside. A total of 3 people from the Lu family came this time, and the one standing at the front was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had a majestic appearance. Although his body was slightly thin, his whole body exuded a vigorous aura. This person is obviously the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Zishan. As for the 2 people accompanying him, although their temperament was slightly worse, their advanced levels in the blood coagulation realm made Chen Xingzhen's heart sink slightly. One of them had extremely strong qi and blood, as if he had reached the level of blood coagulation, reaching the point where his qi and blood were like mercury. After hearing the news, many tribesmen also ran out to watch. Facing the crowd of Chen family members, Lu Zishan looked as usual, and the smile on his face made many members of the clan feel like spring breeze. Only Chen Xingzhen, a few of the blood coagulation realm warriors who knew his intention, had solemn expressions. After dispersing the clan members, the 2 clan leaders also met at this moment. The old head of the Chen family, Chen Xingzhen. The head of the Lu family, Lu Zishan. After briefly identifying himself, Lu Zishan smiled and said, "Today's visit is very presumptuous. Please don't take offense to Patriarch Chen. Clan Chief Lu is welcome, please. Please." Both parties smiled and then slowly walked towards the clan. Soon, the group of people arrived at the main hall of the Chen family. "Come here, let's have some tea." After the 2 exchanged pleasantries, Lu Zishan suddenly said, "When winter came, I came over and saw that the nobles were planting blood rice. I wonder what the harvest will be like." "Excuse me, Patriarch Lu, for your concern. The weather has been cold recently. I'm afraid it will be difficult to harvest the blood rice." "Oh." Lu Zishan looked surprised and then nodded. "It is indeed difficult for blood rice to grow in winter, but I remember that there seems to be a secret recipe in the clan that can make blood rice grow strong in winter, but now I don't know where the secret recipe is. If the nobles need it, I can send someone back to look for it and then send it over. What does Patriarch Chen think?" Chen Xingzhen looked overjoyed after hearing this. "Is there really such a secret recipe? I'll thank Patriarch Lu first. Clan Chief Chen is welcome." I will send someone to deliver it in 2 days. That's perfect. After the two said this, they exchanged pleasantries again. After greetings, several people stopped staying and prepared to leave. Chen Xingjin also seemed extremely enthusiastic and sent the 3 people to the door. He didn't turn back to his family until the figures disappeared. Chapter 78. After turning around, the smile on Chen Xingjin's face disappeared. Chen Tianjing on the side also said anxiously, "Clan leader, the Liu family must have evil intentions. Why should we agree to them?" Chen Xingjin sighed after hearing this. "Of course I know this, but since they have discovered the blood rice, they must also know the corresponding situation. Whether they are concealing it or rejecting it at this time, doesn't mean that we are not telling them openly that we already know their purpose. Only by agreeing can we avoid exposing any flaws." After saying that, Chen Xingjin looked worried. Although it seems that the urgent need has been solved, who knows what the Liu family will do next, and he needs to be prepared for the worst. I just don't know if my performance today can confuse the Liu family and delay the family some more time. In addition, the strength of the Liu family is probably stronger than the family previously estimated. At least one of the late-stage blood coagulation realm warriors beside Liu Zishan today is someone the family has never seen before when they were checking for information. What worried him the most was not these late-stage blood coagulation realm warriors. He was worried that there were Xiantian realm warriors in the Liu family. If so, how should the family respond? But regardless of whether it exists or not, it is impossible to hand over this natural blood spring. Chen Tianjin then said to the 2 people beside him, "Please notify me and let the tribe prepare for a life-and-death battle at any time. The number of guards will be doubled at night. I will go to the Sacred Tree and ask the elders of the tribe for instructions tonight." The 2 people who heard this also looked solemn, and then left and began to deploy family defense. On the other side, the 3 members of the Liu family have also walked some distance away. At this moment, the smile on Liu Zishan's face had long disappeared. On the side, the tribesmen following him said, "Patriarch, the Chen family is still planting blood rice in winter. I'm afraid they don't know that the blood springs will be silent in winter. They may even not know that the blood rice here is due to the natural blood springs." The head of the Chen family promised so readily just now. "If we don't attack by force, we can use other things in exchange." Another tribesman nodded after hearing this. Zicheng is right. The Chen family is indeed ignorant, and according to my observation, there are not many blood coagulation realm warriors in the Chen family. If possible, I can lead my tribe to attack it tonight and find the place where the natural blood spring is. Liu Zishan shook his head. "You have underestimated the Chen family too much. This time I used a bamboo leaf that Lord Qingling gave me before. The Chun family is not as simple as it seems, especially in the ancestral hall. There are many something I don't understand. Unfortunately, Master Qingling is now in deep sleep and cannot give detailed tips. Furthermore, the Chun family members are all within the clan and have not gone out. It can be seen that they have already been prepared to fight with my Liu family. In this case, how can they not know about the blood spring?" After Liu Zishan pointed it out, the expressions of the 2 of them changed slightly. Indeed, they were so focused on observing the Chun family's strength that they didn't notice this little detail. Coupled with the warning of the family totem, it may not be an easy task to get the blood fountain. "Clan leader, what should we do next? We can't really give the Chun family the secret recipe for growing blood rice, right?" Liu Zishan smiled faintly. "The Chen family does have some strength, but it involves the family totem, and the family must not miss this time. Tomorrow you inform all the warriors in the clan to be prepared. I'll ask Uncle Xingrong to come out of seclusion when I get back." After hearing this, the expressions of the 2 people who were originally thinking about how to solve the matter suddenly became relaxed. Liu Xingrong, the elder of the clan, is the only Xiantian realm warrior left in the family. This clan elder was originally at the great perfection of the Xiantian realm and was about to enter the inner gang realm of the 5th level of qi control. Unfortunately, due to family strife, he was seriously injured when he led everyone to escape to the mass burial mountain. Not only did his realm fall to the early stage of the Xiantian realm, even now, he is still in seclusion to recuperate. But even so, Xiantian realm warriors are also an insurmountable gap for blood coagulation realm warriors. It is impossible for the Chun family to have Xiantian realm warriors, otherwise they would not have been forced into a desperate situation by the Li family last time. If this uncle can be asked to take action this time, the natural blood spring must be in the family's pocket. Liu family, in a secret room. Liu Zishan, who returned to his family, looked respectful, lowered his head and shouted towards the secret room. Liu Zishan, the current patriarch of the Liu family, respectfully invites my great-uncle to come out of seclusion. The shouting passed through the cracks in the stone in the secret room and disappeared silently. Lu Zishan was not impatient. He just stood there and waited quietly. Half a quarter of an hour later, a rumbling sound came from the stone door of the secret room. As the stone door opened, an old man with the vicissitudes of life, gray hair, and a beard several inches long slowly walked out of the stone door. Lu Zishan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the old man in front of him. The great-uncle was not in good condition in seclusion last time, and he was really worried that he died in the secret room. Fortunately, this great-uncle is still alive and seems to be in good condition. Feeling the aura of the old man, Lu Zishan said in surprise, "Uncle, are you healed?" The old man shook his head. "It's just a slight improvement, and it's back to the middle stage of the Xiantian realm, but it will take some time to get back to the top." After saying that, the old man suddenly looked at Lu Zishan and asked, "Before the seclusion, I said I couldn't disturb anything. Now that Zishan has asked me to come out of seclusion, you must have gained something, right?" Lu Zishan didn't talk nonsense and explained the natural blood spring directly. After hearing that the natural blood spring could help rejuvenate the family totem, the old man nodded repeatedly. Okay. The old man said 3 good words in succession, with a hint of joy on his face. It is too slow to restore the realm by himself, but if he has the help of his family totem, he can save a lot of time. The most important thing is that his lifespan is short. The lifespan of a blood coagulation realm warrior is only more than 80 years, which is even a little lower than that of some pampered, ordinary people. The reason is that the first 2 realms require the consumption of one's own potential. Only after reaching the Xiantian realm, one's lifespan can be extended by several decades to 150 years, and he is already 130 years old this year. After the last serious injury, his realm fell, and his lifespan was also shortened by 10 years, which means that he only has 10 years to live. Without the help of the totem, it would be difficult for him to break through the inner realm. The news about the natural blood spring is the best news for him now. The old man glanced at Lu Zishan up and down, sighed, and said, "If the family totem is still good, it's almost time for you to break through to the innate realm." Lu Zishan smiled bitterly. Yes, in recent years, because the family totem has been sleeping, there have indeed been few new Xiantian realm warriors appearing in the family. But it's not too late now. As long as the family totem is revived, the family will definitely become stronger. His Lu family is not just the family members of Mass Burial Mountain, and he can also rely on this to integrate the other 2 lines, and then regain everything they have in southern Xinjiang. Chapter 79. Take me to see Master Qingling. In the courtyard, the old man came to the family totem and prayed devoutly. Then he looked at Lu Zishan again and asked, "Does the Chun family have Xiantian realm warriors?" Lu Zishan shook his head. "I guess it's not possible, but the Chun family has a family sacred tree. I don't know what the power of their sacred tree is." Lu Zishan revealed his plan and told the old man what he had done during the day. However, the old man smiled lightly and said, "Since there are no Xiantian realm warriors, there is no need to go to such trouble. The night is long, and there are many dreams. Let's take the tribe there tonight. The family totem can't last long. Get the blood spring sooner so that the totem can be revived sooner." Lu Zishan was a little hesitant after hearing this. After all, he still didn't know the power of the Chun family's totem. If he attacked rashly, his clan members might get hurt. But thinking of his great-uncle's state, Lu Zishan lost the last trace of worry in his heart. The strength of the Xiantian realm warriors cannot be blocked by the Chun family's recently revived totem, not to mention that the great-uncle is not a simple Xiantian realm warrior. If the Chun family really had such strength, they wouldn't have such an attitude today. "Okay, great-uncle, please wait a moment. I will organize a gathering of the clan members right away." In the ancestral hall, Chun Xingzhen also informed the sacred tree and Chun Changming and others who were listening under the sacred tree about what happened during the day. At this moment, Chun Changming and others also looked solemn. The Lu family's visit during the day probably already knew the location of the blood spring, but the Lu family did not reveal the information or even offered benefits in exchange. This shows that the strength of the Lu family is likely to be beyond their imagination. No matter which way you look at it, the family is in danger. But they are just souls and have no bodies. So how can they help the family escape the crisis? Now we still have to rely on the sacred tree and the many warriors in the clan. Jiang, who heard Chun Xingzhen's narration, also opened his own panel at this moment. Name: Jiang. Race: Netherworld Locust Tree. Vitality: 218.2. Supernatural powers: Eye of Insight, reversal of pill movement, blind eyes with a leaf, soul condensation, armor covering, 1,000 miles away. Exercise, lunar eclipse, gathering, in. Combat skill, Taizu Changquan, can be transferred once. Qi and blood, 108, can be converted into vitality. Spiritual power, 19, deduction points, 4. Cannot be deduced. Status, absorbing moonlight. In the past few days, Chun Xingzhen sacrificed several domestic animals kept in captivity in the clan, which brought Ji Yang's Qi and blood back to 108 points, which was converted into vitality and had more than 50 points. In addition, Ji Yang's response to the lunar eclipse absorb. There is not a lot of vitality nowadays. But if the clan leader's warriors suffered a large number of casualties, these vitality might not be enough. Now that the crisis is imminent, we don't know when the Liu family will take action. Just as Ji Yang was thinking about whether he could make his family stronger, the roots far underground suddenly felt something. It was a warrior far beyond the realm of blood coagulation, and it was quickly approaching the Qin family. Ji Yang was shocked and did not wait for him to issue a warning. The living soul who was sent away by Chun Changming has reported back. Clan leader, a large number of Liu family warriors were spotted a mile away, and they are quickly approaching the family. Chun Changming's face was a little ugly when he heard the news, but he was only a soul, and Chun Xingzhen had not fallen asleep. Now that he had received the news, he could not inform Chun Xingzhen in time to let the family prepare for defense. This made Chun Changming anxious. Just when Chun Changming was about to pray to the sacred tree, many members of the clan suddenly shouted, "What happened? It's so hot." Chun Xingzhen, who heard the shouting outside, didn't care to say anything more and hurriedly left the ancestral hall to investigate the situation. As soon as they left the ancestral hall, Chun Tianyu and other blood coagulation realm warriors had already arrived. Several people looked solemn and said, "Clan leader, the Liu family is here." Chun Xingzhen was shocked when he heard the news, but this was not the first time this happened. He immediately circulated the energy and blood in his body and shouted loudly, "I am a member of the Qin family. Come with me to fight." The voice resounded through the family, causing the originally doubtful clan members to stop wondering why the ground was so hot just now, and gathered themselves together to prepare for battle. But many tribesmen are still confused. Now the family is relatively stable. During the day, the head of the Liu family came to visit him in person. Who was the enemy this time? Chun Tianyu and others were already prepared, but they did not have much confidence in the upcoming battle. Just as several people were rushing towards the outside of the clan, a string of memories suddenly appeared in Chun Tianyu's mind. This sudden memory made Chun Tianyu hesitate, but then he felt that the Taizu Changquan, which he had not successfully practiced before, suddenly merged into his mind at this moment. This made Chun Tianyu look happy. The battle was imminent. If he could increase his strength, he would have more hope. As Chun Xingzhen and many living souls in the ancestral hall left, soon only Ji Yang's tree was left in the ancestral hall. The transfer just now was naturally done by Ji Yang. At this critical moment, the remaining transfer was of no use. But even if he learned the combat skill of Taizu Changquan, it was better than nothing. Just when Ji Yang was about to use the underground routes to check the situation outside, a figure suddenly fell from the sky and landed directly under the sacred tree. The person who came was none other than Chun Xingyu, who is now known as the first person in the family. When Chun Xingzhen came to the ancestral hall tonight, Chun Xingyu was already sitting on the roof outside the ancestral hall. Eavesdropping, he naturally learned about the current situation of the family. And he, who has the strongest perception, also noticed an extremely powerful aura not far away at this moment. It was a powerful enemy that he could not resist in the late stage of blood coagulation realm. Although she knew she was outmatched, there was no fear in Chun Xingyu's eyes, but a look of determination. He must protect the family. Clan member Chun Xingyu, please ask the sacred tree for help. Chun Xingyu looked sincere and worshipped Ji Yang. As Chun Xingyu prayed devoutly, a piece of the fluorescent locust leaf suddenly fell. This locust leaf was extremely bright, directly lighting up most of the ancestral hall. When the locust leaves fell into Chun Xingyu's hands, even Chun Xingyu felt the extremely powerful vitality from the locust leaves. That was something that the previous two locust leaves did not have. He felt that what he was holding in his hand was not a locust leaf, but a beating heart. Chun Xingyu bowed again, without saying much, jumped out of the ancestral hall and rushed towards the outside of the clan. He never likes to talk much. Actions are his best expression. Ji Yang, who watched Chun Xingyu leave, was also praying silently in his heart. I hope this locust leaf is useful. In order to maximize Chun Xingyu's strength, this time he directly used the blinding magic to inject 20 points of vitality into the locust leaves. nearly 1/10 of his current vitality and 4 times that of last time. This shows how much Ji Yang expects from Chen Xingyu. Chapter 80. Although Ji Yang also wants to inject more, but this magical power is not unlimited, or it is not a limitation of the magical power, but a limitation of the warrior's own strength. Only with a higher realm and a stronger body can the effect of this magical power be maximized. 20 points is the limit for a blood coagulation realm warrior. If there were more, he would be worrying too much. Outside the Qin family, a group of Lu family warriors took advantage of the darkness and quickly approached. The person walking in the front was the Xiantian realm warrior, and beside him was Lu Zishan. Uncle, should we sneak over secretly and catch them off guard? Although he is confident in his own strength, as the leader of the clan, he still needs to avoid casualties among his clan members. The most important thing is that the clan is no longer what it used to be, and every clan member is the core strength of the clan. After hearing this, the old man just waved his hand lightly. No need. The Qin family has already discovered us. After hearing this, Lu Zishan had a trace of surprise in his eyes. Although he is not a Xiantian realm warrior, he has not sensed any warriors from the Qin family during this journey. So how did the Qin family discover them? But since the great-uncle said so, there must be nothing wrong. Lu Zishan stopped thinking and immediately asked the tribesmen to move forward quickly. So what if I discovered it? The gap in strength between the two families is inescapable. Under the acceleration of everyone, they soon arrived outside the Qin family. At this moment, the Qin family's lights were brightly lit, and the warriors in the family were in full preparedness, obviously ready for a big battle. Standing at the front was Chen Xingjian and several blood coagulation realm warriors from his clan, but Chen Xingyu was not among them. When Chen Xingjian and others looked at the menacing and murderous people, their eyes became more solemn. With just a cursory glance, he had already discovered 5 or 6 late-stage blood coagulation realm warriors. Together with other blood coagulation realm warriors, there are about 10 people. With such strength, he can defeat 2 Qin families. What shocked Chen Xingjian even more was the white-haired old man next to Lu Zishan at the front of the crowd. The white-haired old man just stood there, showing no flaws, and his whole person revealed a hint of physical perfection. Innate realm. Only Xiantian realm warriors can have such momentum. The appearance of the old man made many members of the Chun family hold their breath and realize that this battle might be more dangerous than the last time they fought with the Li family. But the battle of life and death did not allow them to retreat. Behind them are their relatives. Even if they die, they will not hesitate. Clan Chief Chun, long time no see. Lu Zishan glanced around at the many warriors of the Qin family, and there was a touch of confidence in his eyes as he didn't feel much danger. If the Qin family only had these people, the great-uncle wouldn't even need to take action tonight. However, considering the Qin family's totem, he did not regret letting his uncle out of seclusion. When a lion fights a rabbit, he must use all his strength. Lu Zishan, what do you want to do? If you hand over the natural blood spring, I can still let your Qin family live, otherwise, you will die. Lu Zishan, who mobilized his entire family, no longer concealed his purpose this time, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. The blood spring is right under my Chun family ancestral hall. If you have the ability, come and get it. Chen Xingjian said unceremoniously. Many clan members were still confused after hearing about the natural blood spring. After all, they had never heard of this thing in their family. But when Chen Xingjian said that the natural blood spring was under the ancestral hall, many warriors in the Chun family were no longer confused. In the ancestral hall, there is the family sacred tree, which is the family totem. Asking for the blood fountain means asking for the family sacred tree, so what else is there to explain? Okay, I found it, let's do it. I'll destroy that sacred tree, and you can take care of the others. The old man on the side spoke calmly. Good. Lu Zishan no longer hesitated after hearing this. How could he waste time when the two clans were fighting? The conversation just now was just to let the great-uncle find out where the Chun family's sacred tree was, so as to avoid too much trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man jumped up in the air and went straight to the Chun family ancestral hall. On the side, Lu Zishan stimulated his own energy and blood and shouted, "Kill!" Facing the impact of many warriors and the Xiantian realm old man who was about to cross the crowd, Chen Xingjian also realized his purpose. He felt anxious and shouted, "Stop him! The sacred tree is the hope of the family. If it is destroyed by the old man, the family will die. No matter what you say now, you must stop this person." The next moment, the two families were fighting together. However, the huge gap in strength caused many clan members to be injured in their first encounter. The family's recuperation in the past 2 months is not enough to make a qualitative leap in the family's strength, not to mention the enemy is very strong. The old man in the sky seems to have used some kind of combat skill. At this moment, he is walking in the air like walking on flat ground, and no one can stop him. Boom! With the sound of a sound and the splash of blood, the two blood coagulation realm warriors below were instantly repelled by Chun Tianyu, who had surged in momentum. After repelling the two men, Chun Tianyu immediately used the newly learned shadow step to step forward and stop the old man. Is there an expert? Chun Tianyu, who felt his momentum surge and suddenly reached the late stage of blood coagulation realm, had a hint of surprise in the old man's calm eyes. However, after careful observation, the old man was no longer surprised and just smiled disdainfully. It turns out that he used some kind of combat technique to enhance his strength. Unfortunately, this kind of combat technique often has serious side effects. Just by looking at it, the old man could tell that Chun Tianyu's two kidneys were no longer there. And if you want to stop him by virtue of being in the late stage of the blood coagulation realm, you are overestimating yourself, a Xiantian realm warrior. At this time, Chun Tianyu had already walked to the old man with shadow steps and used the Taizu Changquan he had just learned. After using the 5 internal organs ascending technique to explode 2 kidneys, Chun Tianyu's state has reached the late stage of blood coagulation state from the middle stage of blood coagulation state. Although there is a pain in his body, he feels that his strength has greatly increased, and he is even more confident at this moment. But in the face of his full blow, the old man in the air just punched back casually. The next moment, Chun Tianyu vomited blood and flew out. Seeing Chun Tianyu knocked to the ground, the old man was not interested. He wanted to see what the Chun family's background was, so he stopped. Otherwise, with his strength, Chun Tianyu would not be able to stop him. And after Chun Tianyu took the lead in using the 5 internal organs ascension technique, Pandora's box was also opened at this moment. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was accompanied by blood splattering somewhere on the body. All the tribesmen who had learned the art of ascending the 5 internal organs to heaven but couldn't hold on, exploded their own internal organs one after another. They were experiencing brand new power. And this art of ascending the 5 internal organs to heaven has already been learned by all the warriors in the clan without Qin Xingzhen's obstruction. Even Qin Xingzhen, the clan leader, observed it carefully 2 days ago. After using this self-inflicted combat technique, the Qin family martial artist became extremely powerful. Chapter 81. The warriors of the Qin family, who were still retreating steadily, were now on par with many warriors of the Lu family, and even had the momentum of becoming more and more courageous as they fought. On the other hand, the Lu family warriors were all shocked by this scene. Even Lu Zishan, the well-informed patriarch, was caught off guard by the scene in front of him. He felt the huge improvement brought by this combat skill, but he also saw the huge disadvantages of this combat skill. It's enough for one person to use this combat skill, but now even a warrior in the body-tempering realm is self-destructing. Even if we win the battle, the family will probably be ruined, right? How could such combat skills be passed down within the family? Wouldn't that make the family self-destructive? Where's the head of the Qin family? He doesn't care? Lu Zishan looked for Chun Xingzhen's figure in the crowd, and soon saw Chun Xingzhen, who had exploded his 2 organs one after another, and whose strength had greatly increased. As the leader of the clan, Chun Xingzhen was of course given special care by the warriors of the Lu family. Faced with the siege of 2 warriors in the late stage of blood coagulation realm, if he did not use this combat skill, he would probably die soon due to his old age and weakened strength. This left Lu Zishan speechless. Now that the matter has come to this, he has nothing more to say. Seeing that many tribesmen were beginning to be injured, Lu Zishan stood up again and shouted, "Hold on, they won't last long." He also wanted to know how long the improvement in strength brought about by this combat technique would last. As long as the family can withstand it, after the great uncle destroys the sacred tree, the Qin family will have no chance. Even after using this combat technique, the Lu family warriors still had the advantage. The gap in family strength cannot be smoothed out by this point. On the other side, Lu Xingrong had arrived 10 meters away from the ancestral hall. The scene in the ancestral hall gave him a clear view from the air. The locust tree standing in the ancestral hall, with its branches and leaves emitting a faint fluorescent light, quickly attracted his attention. The moment he saw the locust tree, Lu Xingrong's face showed a trace of solemnity. He originally thought that the Chun family was just a lucky little family, but this locust tree gave him a different feeling. Lu Xingrong no longer hesitated and flew forward, preparing to destroy the sacred tree. At this time, a sharp wind suddenly hit his ears, which gave Lu Xingrong a huge crisis in his heart. Are there any masters? Even though he was standing in the air and was attacked by a surprise attack, he, who was in the middle stage of the Xiantian realm, took his time and twisted his body into a twist, successfully evading the sneak attack. The sound of punches passed by his ears. After Lu Xingrong escaped, he noticed the person who had just attacked. This is a handsome-looking young man. He is only over 20 years old, but he actually has an innate realm. This surprised Lu Xingrong. Didn't it mean that the Chun family did not have Xiantian realm warriors? Then where did the person in front of him come from? But when Lu Xingrong observed carefully, he quickly discovered something was wrong. Although the young man in front of him had the innate realm, his muscles, bones, and qi and blood had not been completely integrated, and he lacked a trace of the charm of the true innate realm. Oh, it turns out that I borrowed other things to reach the innate realm. It seems that this is the ability of your family's sacred tree, right? After understanding, Lu Xingrong's face returned to calmness again. Chen Xingyu did not answer. Although he had barely been promoted to the Xiantian realm after using Sephora japonica leaves, he could not hold on for long. He needed to fight quickly. Chen Xingyu, who missed the attack, once again took the shadow step and used the Taizu long fist to attack Lu Xingrong. As long as he is around, no one can touch the family sacred tree. Lu Xingrong was in the middle stage of the Xiantian realm, and he used the Xian-level combat skills in his family. He himself had fallen from the great perfection of the Xiantian realm. Whether it is combat experience or other aspects, Chen Xingyu, who relied on external force to reach the innate realm, is now completely defeated. Facing Chen Xingyu's offensive, Lu Xingrong felt that there were many flaws. But after the actual fight, Lu Xingrong's expression changed slightly. This kid is not afraid of death. Every attack is done in a way of exchanging injuries for injuries, and even risking one's life. Lu Xingrong didn't want to get hurt, and he didn't think the Chen family could get him hurt. Moreover, after he was injured, it would most likely affect his recovery of strength and disrupt his ability to break through the inner gang realm in the future. Therefore, when faced with Chen Xingyu's fighting style, Lu Xingrong always chose to avoid his frontal attack, and instead used his Xian-level combat skills and rich experience to fight against him. After a few rounds, Chen Xingyu's face was pale, and there were many wounds on his body, while Lu Xingrong on the opposite side was still unscathed. This is the difference between the two. It's just that Chen Xingyu's style of play still made Lu Xingrong quite annoyed, but he didn't really break through his defense line for a while. Sensing that the fighting between other tribesmen was still going on, Lu Xingrong knew that he should make a quick decision. Boom, 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 boom. Just when he was about to use all his strength, several explosions suddenly came from his ears. When he looked at Chen Xingyu again, there were several streaks of blood on his upper body. But what followed was that Chen Xingyu, who was originally at the early stage of the Xiantian realm, was suddenly promoted to the middle stage of the Xiantian realm, and even vaguely reached the late stage of the Xiantian realm. Means to get closer. In terms of pure realm, it is even a little higher than his current realm. This made Lu Xingrong's face darken. Such damn fighting skills. But he underestimated the Chen family. But if you have a realm but no corresponding strength, how long can you persist? Although Chen Xingyu, who had his internal organs exploded one after another, was pale, his eyes were extremely clear. Sephora japonica does not last long. If this person cannot be dealt with in a short time, the family will be defeated. This is also the reason why he just exploded the 4 internal organs one after another. He still needs more power. This power can only be brought by the 5 internal organs ascension technique. At this moment, Chen Xingyu felt that he was wrapped in powerful power, and even the pain in his body was ignored by him. After breaking through the realm again, his speed and strength were greatly improved, and even some previously puzzling knowledge about Taizu Changquan suddenly became clear at this moment. Time was running out. Chen Xingyu did not hesitate and attacked Lu Xingrong again. This time Lu Xingrong was not as relaxed as before. Instead, he was afraid of Chen Xingyu's attack. In his eyes, Chen Xingyu is already a dead person. As long as he can delay it for a short period of time, Chen Xingyu will definitely die, so why let himself get hurt? Outside, the Chen family members have been slowly retreating, getting closer and closer to the ancestral hall. Although the 5 internal organs ascension technique can provide powerful strength in a short period of time, as everyone loses energy and blood, their own strength is also declining rapidly. In order to buy more time, many tribesmen have begun to explode the 2nd and 3rd organs. However, the effects of the subsequent attacks were not as good as the first time, because after everyone was injured, the loss of energy and blood accelerated. But this also saved the family a lot of time. Chapter 82. Damn it, I don't have a body, what can I do? Is the family going to die again? The Lu family is really too strong. and there are Xiantian realm warriors. Otherwise, how could the family be in this situation? Hey, if I had known this, maybe I should have let go of the bleeding fountain. Above the family, Chen Changming and many other souls sighed while observing the battle below, but they did not dare to get too close. The power brought by the burst of qi and blood of the warriors also has a great impact on their souls. Not to mention there are many blood coagulation realm warriors below. At this moment, they can only watch from a distance and cannot even help the family. This made everyone anxious, but they couldn't solve it. Chen Changming floated into the ancestral hall and wanted to pray to the sacred tree for help. But after praying, he didn't get any response from the sacred tree. This made Chen Changming sigh. It seems that the sacred tree has reached its limit. If it were not for the locust leaf of the sacred tree, the family might have perished by now. How could he ask for so much? On the other side, Lu Zishan had a big headache. These people really don't want to die? He had heard the popping sound next to his ears dozens of times, and now he was used to it. The dirty fighting skills of the Qin family were not ineffective. Although they were still defeated, the Lu family suffered many casualties. Fortunately, it was finally over. Looking at the body of another Qin family member, several streaks of blood spattered out due to the explosion. Lu Zishan snorted coldly. He wanted to see how many times these people could explode. At this moment, there was blood oozing out from Lu Zishan's abdomen, which was the result of Chun Tianjing's successive explosions of the 3 internal organs. If he hadn't dodged in time, he might have been killed in one blow just now. However, the balance of victory still tilts towards the Lu family. Just when Lu Zishan was about to give orders to his clansmen, encourage his momentum, and annihilate the Chun family members in one fell swoop, he saw countless green light spots suddenly seeping out of the originally calm ground. These green light spots are like fireflies in the dark night, slowly floating upward at the moment. What is this? Everyone, be careful! The Lu family warriors who discovered this green light looked surprised and hurriedly moved away to avoid being contaminated by this strange thing. But when many members of the Chun family were originally undefeated and had their internal organs exploded after using the 5 internal organs ascension technique, they showed joy on their faces when they saw these green light spots floating on the ground, and they shouted, "Sacred Tree! The Sacred Tree takes action! Everyone, suck it quickly!" Before he finished speaking, these green light spots had already floated towards the bodies of many injured members of the Qin family, and then immersed themselves in them. Green light points entered the body, and many tribesmen who had been seriously injured just now felt that their injuries were recovering quickly. This repair is not just about external injuries. Even the 5 internal organs that were exploded due to the use of the 5 internal organs ascension technique are actually being reborn at this moment. Feeling that their injuries were recovering and that the power of the explosion had not diminished, the Chun family's momentum increased greatly, and a steady stream of green light spots are pouring out from the ground. It looks like a sea of green. With so many reserves, the Chun family members are even more excited. Boom! A body-tempering realm tribesman couldn't restrain the excitement in his heart, and a splash of blood spattered from his heart. He wanted to see how much improvement would be achieved by exploding this 5th internal organ. Would it allow him to directly break through to the blood coagulation realm? Gah! The next moment, this tribesman fell to the ground, feeling very cold. On the side, Chun Xingzhen, who was recovering from his internal injuries, was stunned when he saw it, and then he shouted angrily, "You are not allowed to explode your heart, otherwise you will not be allowed to enter the family ancestral hall after you die. No results are allowed." The scene just now and the words of the clan leader made many clan members suppress the excitement in their hearts, and their original thoughts of trying it came to an abrupt end at this moment. They originally wanted to see their deceased relatives after the war and take the opportunity to experience life there. Such fame and fortune. But if you are not allowed to enter the ancestral hall after death, and you are not allowed to bear the consequences, then you are not really dead? Opposite, Lu Zishan took a deep breath watching this scene. Especially after hearing Chen Xingzhen's words, Lu Zishan found it even more difficult to understand. Even if you die, is it really that important to enter the family ancestral hall? What does it mean that the result is not allowed? When he looked at the many Qin family members who were gradually recovering from their injuries, Lu Zishan felt even more frightened. Is this really the power of the family totem? Even Master Qingling at his peak didn't have such an effect, right? Lu Zishan immediately noticed those green light spots. Apparently, the enemy's recovery from injuries was due to these green light spots. "Suck it, suck me." Lu Zishan issued the order, and many tribesmen noticed the situation and moved towards these green light spots. But when they got closer to these green light spots, they found that they could not touch these green light spots. This situation made Lu Zishan's expression extremely ugly. Damn it. Kill. Kill for me. Lu Zishan's eyes turned red, and he didn't believe it. With the current strength of the family, it is actually unable to defeat this small Qin family. But why did it take so long for my great-uncle to do it? In an instant, the two sides were fighting together again. But this time the situation was reversed. The tribesmen blessed by many green light spots seemed to have taken stimulants and powerful pills and rushed over without their lives. Not only was the mentality of the Lu family warriors greatly affected, but their momentum was also weakened at this moment. In addition, many tribesmen have been injured, so they will be invincible in battle. The situation is almost tilted to one side, and even the several late-stage blood coagulation realm warriors in the clan are miserable at this moment. Logically speaking, their strength is considered to be superior among the two warriors. Not to mention that the Qin family only has a few blood coagulation realm warriors, many of whom are still in the early stages of the blood coagulation realm. But when these people became dirty, their strength became extremely powerful. And warriors like Chun Tianjing and Chun Tianyu, who are in the middle stage of the blood coagulation realm, have become even more powerful after exploding their 4 internal organs. They have almost reached the level of the blood coagulation realm and can fight 1 against 2 without falling behind. Several blood coagulation realm warriors in the clan died due to the sudden explosion of their organs by these 2 people. Not to mention that there are still those green light points blessing, making them fearless. If it hadn't been for the Shengrong Bo clan who hadn't returned yet, they would have wanted to withdraw. What the hell is this? Outside the ancestral hall, Lu Shengrong, who was fighting with Chun Xingyu, looked at the green light spots that suddenly appeared, his expression slightly ugly. These green light spots directly made his previous battle results in vain, and also made Chun Xingyu's condition become better. Even the continuously declining momentum and realm stagnated after absorbing the green light spots. However, he was also experienced, and soon turned his attention to the unknown sacred tree in the ancestral hall. All of this must be because this tree is causing trouble. Lu Shengrong, who noticed the source, planned to destroy the sacred tree first. Chapter 83. But the distraction during the fight caused him to accidentally eat Chun Xingyu's Taizu Changquan style. Although the injury was not serious, it was difficult for Lu Shengrong to accept it, because he still had the upper hand just now. Although Chun Xingyu had no strength, he couldn't touch the corners of his clothes. But now, it has been able to hurt him. If he hadn't reacted in time just now, he might have been seriously injured. Damn it, what? Lu Shengrong's face was ugly, and he was surprised and confused. You're old. You're afraid of death. Chun Xingyu said calmly while fighting each other. And Chun Xingyu's words made Lu Shengrong's beard tremble, and his face was disgraced. In the first battle, he had already noticed Chun Xingyu's progress, and the gap between the two gradually narrowed under his fearless attacks. Although there is still a gap in the proficiency of combat skills, Chun Xingyu has quickly become familiar with Shadow Step and Taizu Changquan, and from time to time, he will use the heart-destroying palm. He noticed that this boy was making rapid progress, but in his heart, he didn't feel that Chun Xingyu would be his opponent. He had to face up to the injury just now. Indeed, he is old. He is already 130 years old. He is also afraid of death. As long as the family totem is revived, he can return to his peak, break through the inner gang, and extend his lifespan for another 50 years. 50 years is not a long time, and he even has the opportunity to make further progress in these 50 years. The world is vast, and a bigger world is still waiting for him. He firmly believes that he can succeed. He has a bright future. Why should he fight against the kid in front of him? These are all facts, but he doesn't want to admit it. How could Lu Shengrong, the genius in his family, be afraid of death? How could he be afraid of death? Thoughts rose in his mind, and Chun Xingyu's attack struck again. Looking at Chun Xingyu, who was using Taizu Changquan with all his strength, Lu Shengrong did not dodge this time, but gathered his energy and blood in his palm. When he struck out, a ray of white light shone out from his hand. The moon is as bright as frost. This is the family's Xian-level mid-level combat skill, and it is also a combat skill that he has been famous for a long time. When practiced to a high level, every palm can activate frost and hinder the enemy's movement. If one can reach the realm of inner gang, when used, it is also accompanied by the vision of the bright moon, which increases its power. Although he has never perfected this combat skill, when he strikes with all his strength, a lot of frost still emerges from his palm. Feeling the power of this blow, Chun Xingyu's face became solemn as he punched. Although he had just been blessed by green light points, he had recovered a lot from his injuries. But he has already felt that the effect of the locust leaves is gradually fading, and the strength of the 4 internal organs that exploded is also slowly declining. and has even almost caused him to fall to the early stage of the innate realm. Although the 5 internal organs ascension technique is very effective, even after it is repaired by the green light spot, it will still not be able to erupt for the second time in a short period of time, at least after a month. Because of this, he spoke out to anger Lu Xingrong. Although he poked the weak point in his heart, he must win this blow. Otherwise, he will never have such a good opportunity again. Chen Qingyu's face was determined, and all the energy and blood in his body were concentrated on his fists. The memory of the Taizu Changquan combat skill emerged in his mind. It rises like wind, strikes like lightning, looks like a swimming dragon, and moves like lightning. Blessed to the soul, Chen Qingyu had a flash of inspiration in her mind, and there was some enlightenment in her eyes. At this time, a humanoid shadow appeared from behind, and its movements were consistent with Chen Qingyu's punch. This is the ultimate secret of Taizu Changquan. Boom! When the 2 fists and 1 palm met, the 2 people who took action were knocked away. As the frost penetrated his body, Chen Qingyu felt that his body had become much sluggish, and the injuries inside his body made him unable to move. Just now, he was in the middle stage of the Xiantian realm, but now he has fallen to the early stage of the Xiantian realm, and is still declining rapidly. But when Chen Qingyu looked at Lu Xingrong, who was also knocked away, a smile appeared on her lips. At this moment, Lu Xingrong lost all his dignity. His palms could not stop shaking, and he pressed back in a posture that he could not usually do. On his chest, there was a huge fist mark, which directly caused his body to sink inwards by several centimeters. After all, he won. The huge injury made Lu Xingrong wake up, and he felt the damage to his body. Recalling his state of mind just now, and looking at Chen Qingyu who had fallen into a state of decline, Lu Xingrong regretted it. Why didn't he avoid it? And when he saw countless green light points rushing toward Chen Qingyu, who was also seriously injured, Lu Xingrong actually had a hint of flinching in his eyes. Although he was angry inside, the current situation was indeed not very good for him, especially because the tribesmen outside had not been able to deal with the rest of the Chen family for so long. This made him even more angry. Damn it, I won't lose. Lu Xingrong stood up slowly, his energy and blood flowing in his body, quickly recovering from the injuries on his body. How could a Xiantian realm warrior with a strong vitality be defeated so easily? As for the broken right hand, Lu Xingrong used his left hand to forcefully pull it over. The severe pain in his arm made his old face look extremely ferocious. Kakaka. After several sounds came from the bones, the right hand returned to normal, but it could not be used for a short period of time. However, looking at Chen Qingyu, whose realm had fallen to the late stage of blood coagulation, Lu Xingrong showed a proud smile on his ferocious face. So what if he only has one hand left? He can still win. You all must die. Lu Xingrong did not hesitate, dragging his injured body and running towards Chen Qingyu at a very fast speed again. He was already afraid. He was worried that this kid would improve his level again and deal with Chen Qingyu before he would deal with the tree. Seeing Lu Xingrong's attack, Chen Qingyu, who had recovered most of his injuries, quickly stood up, but the drop in his realm had slowed down his strength too much. Chen Qingyu looked calm and used Taizu Changquan again. But this time there was no shadow accompanying him, because the great achievement he just achieved was just a realm he relied on, and it was caused by a little inspiration in his mind, and it was far from a true great achievement in combat skills. But Chen Qingyu showed no fear. At this time, several roots suddenly extended out from the ground and surrounded Lu Xingrong. Facing these sudden roots, Lu Xingrong ignored them and just fixed his gaze on Chen Qingyu in front of him. When a root stopped in front of him, Lu Xingrong grabbed the root with one hand and tried to tear it off. But before he could exert any force, the extremely high temperature coming from the roots made him quickly let go of his left hand holding the roots, and his progress was stalled. What the hell is this? Looking at the large burn on his left hand, Lu Xingrong's eyes were filled with surprise. But at this time, several roots had already trapped it. Good chance. Chen Qingyu's eyes were bright. Her body was approaching, and she used the Taizu Chang fist again. Lu Xingrong, who was troubled by the roots, didn't even have time to defend himself. The Lu family's only Xiantian realm warrior fell completely with eyes full of unwillingness. Chapter 84. Okay, great. Qingyu wins. Ha ha ha. The sacred tree protects my Chen family. In the sky above, many living souls could not help but shout with joy when they saw this. The biggest crisis for the family tonight is this Xiantian realm warrior, but now this Xiantian realm warrior is finally dead. On the other side of the battlefield, the Chen family also had a great advantage with the help of a large number of green light spots. Many members of the Lu family have been seriously injured and are gradually losing their battle. The only one who is still holding on is their great-uncle, who is a Xiantian warrior. As long as uncle comes back, victory will still belong to his Lu family. But Lu Zishan waited for a long time, watching the clan members around him fall one by one. But he never saw the family's eldest uncle return. This gave Lu Zishan a bad feeling in his heart. But after thinking about it, he guessed that the great-uncle might have gained something else there, or was entangled. You must know that the great-uncle has mastered several profound level combat skills and is still a warrior in the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. With the strength of the Qin family, it is impossible for them to be the opponent of the great-uncle. As long as they persist, the family will surely win. With this mentality, even if his body was injured, Lu Zishan became more and more courageous as he fought. Unfortunately, under the endless green light spots, the Qin family members were like Xiaoqiang, who could not be killed. Only by hitting the vital point could they survive. Kill with one blow. But Qin family warriors also know this. Their attacks, which appear to be fearless, are actually guarding their heads and hearts, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Just when Lu Zishan was about to boost the morale of the remaining tribesmen and let them hold on for a while, he suddenly saw a figure returning from the darkness out of the corner of his eye. Lu Zishan was overjoyed when he saw this. His uncle is back? As the figure approached, Lu Zishan's happy face gradually showed a hint of surprise. When he saw the person clearly, the surprise on Lu Zishan's face turned into fear and shock. It's the great-uncle who has returned. But at this moment, the great-uncle was being held in the hands of a young man like a chicken, as if he was lifeless. The blood flowing out of the corpse formed a bloody path behind it, making people shudder. Even if he didn't want to believe it, this scene still impacted Lu Zishan's mind, leaving him stunned. How can it be? He is just a blood coagulation realm. When the facts were before his eyes, the determination in Lu Zishan's eyes disappeared, and the sound of fighting in his ears also brought him back to reality. Looking at the few remaining tribesmen, Lu Zishan took a deep breath and shouted to the remaining tribesmen, "Retreat! Retreat!" As soon as these words came out, the momentum of the Lu family members who were still insisting instantly collapsed, and they ran away one after another. "Chase! We can't let them go." Chun Tianyu's words rang out in the crowd. Although he was unable to withstand Lu Xingrong's blow before, he quickly recovered due to the recovery of the green light spots and became the strongest person in the subsequent battle. The 4 internal organs that exploded made him directly having achieved great success in the blood coagulation realm. One has the courage to be invincible to 10,000 men. After seeing Lu Xingrong's body held by Chun Qingyu, he was also stunned for a moment. But when he heard that the Lu family members were trying to escape, how could he let them go? He immediately moved forward alone, preparing to pursue them. When they were chased outside the clan, many clan members were still very energetic. However, as the remaining Lu family members resisted, many clan members also realized that something was wrong. They chased them out, but those green light spots didn't follow them. Although there are not many people left in the Lu family, most of the remaining ones are late-stage blood coagulation realm warriors. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. While everyone was hesitating, Chen Xingzhen, whose strength was exhausted, stood up from the crowd. "Stop chasing." The reason why the clansmen were able to defeat it was mainly due to the power of the sacred tree. But the power of the sacred tree is obviously limited to a certain range. If we continue to pursue, the situation may be reversed directly. They who have already used the Wuzong Ascension technique cannot improve their strength again in a short period of time. It is really irrational to continue chasing. Moreover, the injuries of the tribe members seem to have recovered now, but the sequelae of the 5 internal organs ascending to heaven technique are not just that. Even the power of the sacred tree cannot restore them to their original state in a short period of time. Clan leader, if you let the tiger return to the mountains, there will be endless troubles. Chen Xingzhen sighed after hearing this. How could he not know this? Although the Lu family lost a lot of people this time, the remaining ones are also the elites of the family. After they have rested for a period of time, the Lu family will still have strong power. On the other hand, there are too few high-level warriors in the family. This is very different from the Li family last time. After all, the remaining warriors of the Li family were no longer enough to pose a threat to the family. After the Lu family warriors return this time and regroup, the family may not have a great advantage. But now that he leads the warriors from the clan to chase him out, the situation may not be better. No need to say more. I have made up my mind. Chen Xingzhen waved his hand to stop several tribesmen who wanted to chase them out. In the ancestral hall, Chen Changming and others also frowned. Cut the grass without eradicating its roots, but it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. Moreover, The Liu family also has information about the natural blood spring. Now there is only one Liu family fighting for it. But if the Liu family realizes that there is no hope of revenge after the news is conveyed, will other families come to fight for it? These are unknown risks. Unfortunately, with the current strength of the family, it is impossible to deal with the remaining members of the Liu family. What is even more regrettable is that they can only watch from the sidelines and cannot help the family. The feeling of powerlessness in life caused many souls present to fall into silence. I thought that resurrecting was a good thing, but now it seems that this is not a bad thing. Just when everyone was silent, the sacred tree in the ancestral hall once again gave off a dazzling light. This made Qin Changming and others couldn't help but look up. I saw several locust leaves floating down from the branches and leaves of the sacred tree. Everyone watching this scene had doubts on their faces. They already knew the function of this locust leaf, which was to allow family warriors to increase their strength and even temporarily improve their realm. And the effect is better than the 5 internal organs ascension technique. At least there are no side effects. But they are just souls and have no bodies. What effect does this locust leaf have on them? No matter how powerful their souls are, they cannot touch anything in the real world, etc. At this time, Qin Changming suddenly realized something was wrong. Just because this time the locust leaves are not bright green, but black. What's the difference? Everyone looked at a loss, and the locust leaves soon fell into the hands of many souls. Qin Changming stretched out his hand to catch a locust tree leaf. The moment he caught it, the locust tree leaf in his hand changed rapidly. A layer of black armor extends from the arms to all parts of his body. In less than half a breath, his soul body was completely wrapped in black armor, leaving only a pair of empty eyes exposed. Chapter 85. Feeling the armor outside his body, Qin Changming suddenly looked stunned. Could it be that? Without hesitation, Qin Changming landed directly from midair. Clatter! A slight sound reached everyone's ears. Although the sound was small, it was extremely clear to everyone's ears. The next moment, Qin Changming looked overjoyed. The black armor transformed from the locust leaves could actually allow them to come into contact with the real thing. Doesn't this mean that they can also fight for the family? After other tribesmen saw this scene, they also thought of this instantly, and each soul body caught a locust leaf one after another. Within a few seconds, there were about 20 souls in the ancestral hall, and their bodies were all wrapped in black armor. Some tribesmen even discovered that the locust leaves could not only be turned into armor, but also weapons could be produced according to their thoughts. Thank you, Lord Divine Tree. Qin Changming immediately bowed to the sacred tree, then floated into the air again and said, I, the son of the Qin family, come with me to hunt down the enemy. Kill. Many souls who felt the changes in their bodies were emotionally excited. They have been waiting for a long time for the family battle. Under the leadership of Qin Changming, these souls floated directly from the sky above the ancestral hall and headed towards the location of the Liu family. Outside the ancestral hall, Qin Xingzhen, who was arriving, also caught a glimpse of the scene above his head. He couldn't see clearly the faces of these figures wrapped in black armor, but he felt familiar in these figures. Sacred Tree. It must be the power of the Sacred Tree. Qin Xingzhen quickly thought of the reason, and there was a hint of joy on his face that was originally worried. If Father and the others can deal with the remaining members of the Liu family will surely perish. As the clan leader, Qin Xingzhen quickly thought of something and immediately turned back and shouted to the many clansmen who were cleaning up the battlefield. All blood coagulation realm warriors in the clan, follow me in pursuit. ? After hearing Qin Xingzhen's order, everyone looked puzzled. Didn't they just say that they couldn't pursue him? Why did the clan leader suddenly change his mind? They didn't notice the figure floating in the sky just now, and naturally they didn't know what happened. Qin Xingzhen did not explain much, but several blood coagulation realm warriors in the clan sensed it and immediately left the clan with Qin Xingzhen without caring about cleaning the battlefield. Clan leader, uncle, is he really dead? Within the Liu family, the remaining clan members have returned, but everyone is in a sluggish state, with a hint of disbelief in their eyes. When the battle first started, they were too busy fighting to notice that scene. Facing the expectant looks of many tribesmen, Lu Zishan nodded helplessly. Until now, he is still confused. Why does the great uncle in the Xiantian realm just hang up? Without any precautions. What is the strength of this Qin family? Could it be said that more than 2 months are enough for the Qin family, which is about to perish, to give birth to a Xiantian realm warrior? But now is not the time to consider this matter. They lost this time, but not completely. Lu Zishan looked around at the tribesmen who had escaped. There were 8 blood coagulation realm warriors in total. With him, there were 4 late blood coagulation realm warriors, and the others were also in the middle stage of the blood coagulation realm. Although the state is not good, the core strength of the clan is still there, and he noticed that when they fled the Chen family, those green light spots did not chase them out. This also made the Chen family lose their intention to pursue. The reason for this failure was that the Chen family's combat skills were in harmony with the power of the Sacred Tree, but he didn't believe how many internal organs of the Chen family could be exploded, nor did he believe that the combat skills had no drawbacks, and he didn't believe in the so-called family of the Chen family. The divine power of the Sacred Tree can be endless. After the clan members recover from their injuries, the Liu family will definitely make a comeback. Natural blood spring, they must. Clan leader, what should we do now? Do we want to leave the family? One tribesman said with a slightly panicked expression. Lu Zishan glanced at the other clan members and saw that they were all like this. This battle caused a great loss of confidence among the tribesmen. It was necessary for him to reintegrate the confidence of the tribesmen and immediately prepare to explain, encourage the tribesmen, and analyze the gap between the enemy and ourselves. At this time, a scream from a guard clan member suddenly came from outside the door, which shocked several people. Clan leader, are the Qin family and others catching up? This is how to do. Lu Zishan frowned, and the majesty of the patriarch was revealed again. Why panic? Without the help of the Sacred Tree, why would the Qin family dare to chase us? After hearing this, everyone also came to their senses. Yes, they are blood coagulation realm warriors. If it weren't for those green light spots, how could they have fled this time? Let's go out and take a look. I still don't believe they dare to chase me. Even so, several people also cautiously rushed towards the place where the screams came from. When a few people arrived, they only found a few long dead bodies among the clan. Lu Zishan clenched his fists and looked around, feeling surprised and suspicious in his heart. Is this really Chun family warriors catching up? But why does he feel something is wrong? If it was really them, what about their people? Why didn't he see any trace of them? It only took a few breaths for everyone to arrive just now. There is no reason for them to disappear so quickly. Is it possible that they are still in the sky? The moment the thoughts emerged in his mind, Lu Zishan's expression changed drastically. Get out of the way. After being reminded, Lu Zishan was the first to dodge. Just after he dodged, there was a sound of wind behind his ears, and then there was an explosion from the ground. Before he had time to look back and observe the situation, the screams of other tribesmen could be heard in his ears. These screams were accompanied by deep panic. What the hell is this? Lu Zishan was startled and was about to turn around, but suddenly felt the danger of death coming from all directions. When he looked carefully, he saw a dark figure wrapped in armor in the dim light. No, it's 2 paths, 3 paths, 4 paths. Those who hide their heads and show their tails die. Lu Zishan, who was anxious in his heart, no longer suppressed his anger and struck out with a bright moon like frost palm. Although it doesn't have the momentum and frost of the great uncle, it is still a mid-level, Xian-level combat skill. Hit! Lu Zishan's face was filled with joy, and he felt that his palm did not miss, but actually hit the black shadow in front of him. But the next moment, he saw that the shadow he had hit was unscathed and attacking him again. This shocked Lu Zishan, and there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. He is confident that even a Xiantian realm warrior will be affected by his palm, and it shouldn't be like this. When the black figure stepped forward, he saw the situation clearly. The black shadow he hit had a huge palm print on his chest. This palm print penetrated the black shadow's body, and he could even see the wall behind the body. Chapter 86. Wait, why a wall? Only then did he notice that there was no flesh and blood on the chest of the black shadow whose armor he had penetrated. When Lu Zishan looked up at the black shadow's cheek, he saw the empty eye sockets. Lu Zishan looked confused. He finally understood why there was an inexplicable sound of panic among the people just now. At this time, he couldn't help but have a thought in his mind. What the hell is this? At this moment, Lu Zishan lost his mind. Then his consciousness sank into darkness forever. Under the attack of many living souls, within a short time, the Liu family was completely lifeless. Clan leader, everything has been resolved. Chen Changming nodded after hearing the report from his tribe. These remaining Liu family warriors are in very poor condition, not to mention that their current state is so scary that even a person would be scared to see them, so it is reasonable to take them down easily in a short time. After the armor covered their bodies, they gave them the ability to contact entities, and Chen Changming also discovered the gap. As his soul is rich, the color of his armor is darker and his defense is stronger. Although in terms of strength, it is still not as good as before his death. But you can also use some combat skills you had during your lifetime. But the energy and blood that stimulates the combat skills becomes soul power, and the effect is not as good as before. But the corresponding benefit is that they can move faster now, and without bodies, they can even fly in the air. In addition, after being attacked by the warrior's energy and blood, their armor will be broken, and their own souls will be affected accordingly. This means that they will also be injured, but the way they are injured is different from ordinary people. However, after being injured, their combat power will not be greatly affected unless the armor is completely broken. Just thinking about it for a moment, Chen Changming could already feel the help this armor could bring to his family. If the family can have such a team of brave and fearless clansmen, perhaps this will become the family's biggest trump card. But then Chen Changming noticed the details on everyone. The armor, which was originally black, gradually began to fade after they finished killing the remaining members of the Lu family. Obviously, this armor does not exist permanently, but will disappear with the passage of time. All this is due to the power of the family's sacred tree. He had also prayed to the sacred tree before, but the sacred tree did not take action at that time. Instead, it only sent down such divine power at the end. It can be seen that this armor consumes a lot of the family's sacred tree. However, this move still made many tribesmen extremely excited. Okay, let's leave it to the rest of the family. Let's retreat first. Chen Changming greeted the tribesmen to leave without staying too much. The color of the armor on their bodies is getting lighter and lighter, and they can't do anything else. Just after Chen Changming and others left, Chen Xingzhen also rushed outside the Lu family with his clan members. Seeing that there was no sound coming from the Lu family, Chen Xingzhen was still quite cautious and prepared to check first. Clan leader, he's dead, he's all dead. Listening to the cheers from the tribesmen, Chen Xingzhen looked overjoyed. This must have been done by my father and the others. Walk into. The group of people immediately poured into the Lu family. After pushing open the door, what came into view was Lu Zishan and other remaining warriors who had escaped. It's just that at this moment, they have all turned into corpses, and their eyes are full of fear, and they don't know what kind of fright they received before they died. This made Chen Xingzhen even more certain. Although he also had some doubts, it was not too late to talk about this matter when he got back. Chen Xingzhen then carefully inspected the corpses, and after confirming that all the escaped Lu family warriors, including the rest of the Lu family, had been dealt with, the stone in his heart finally fell. After solving the Lu family, the natural blood spring can be regarded as saved. The future development of the family is bound to be unstoppable. Clan leader, over here, come and see. Soon, Chen Xingzhen, Chun Tianyu, and others gathered in a courtyard. Clan leader, there is a lot of blood rice. Beside the courtyard, there were many cloth bags, and these bags were filled with blood rice. After seeing the blood rice, Chen Xingzhen smiled. With these blood rice, even if the few acres of farmland in the clan have no harvest this winter, it will not be a loss. However, Chen Xingzhen quickly turned his attention to the dilapidated bamboo forest in the courtyard. This is already the core area of the Lu family, so why would some green bamboos be planted? After a closer look, Chen Xingzhen quickly discovered the incense ash in front of the bamboo forest and the tarnished blood rice in the bamboo forest. This made Chen Xingzhen's pupils shrink slightly. If his guess is correct, this is probably the Lu family's family totem. It's just that this family totem doesn't seem to be as vibrant as his own sacred tree, and during this battle, he never saw the Lu family totem show its magical power. After confirming that there was no danger here, Chen Xingzhen waved his hand. Bring them all back. Sacrifice them to the sacred tree. As they are both totems, sacrificing to the sacred tree is naturally the best way. Later, Chen Xingzhen and others found other harvests in the Lu family, such as food other than blood rice, some domestic animals raised in captivity, and some training experiences of body tempering and blood coagulation realm warriors. These are for today's Chen family. All are useful things. The Lu family, which seems inconspicuous in the mass burial mountain, is richer than the Li family and his own family combined. It's hard not to be delighted. Considering the lack of manpower, Chen Xingzhen decided to send people to guard tonight and bring more tribesmen to collect them tomorrow. In the ancestral hall, Chen Changming and others have returned. After several people arrived at the family, the armor on their bodies completely faded and disappeared immediately. Chen Changming silently estimated how long the armor would last, and it was only about a quarter of an hour. But even a quarter of an hour is enough to change the family. Moreover, the sacred tree is just born. If we wait for the family's sacred tree to grow, this time will definitely be lengthened. After returning to the ancestral hall, Chen Changming immediately paid his respects. Lord Shenshu, fellow clan member Chen Changming, fortunately lived up to his command and has eliminated all the remaining members of the Lu family. When Chen Changming and many other souls returned, Ji Yang had already predicted it. However, when Chen Changming said it himself, Ji Yang's heart finally fell. After solving the big threat of the Lu family, the development of the Chen family will go much smoother. However, when Jiang opened his attribute panel again and looked at his current vitality, he didn't seem so happy anymore. Chapter 87. Name: Jiang. Race: Netherworld Locust Tree. Vitality: 25. Supernatural powers: Eye of Insight, reversal of pill movement, blind eyes with a leaf, soul condensation, armor covering, 1,000 miles away. Exercise: lunar eclipse, gathering in. Combat skill: Taizu Chongquan, Qi, and blood. 0. Can be converted into vitality. Spiritual power: 19. Deduction points: 4. Cannot be deduced. Status: absorbing moonlight. Originally, he had 218 points of vitality, plus 108 points of vitality. But now he only had 25 points of vitality left. Calculating, this battle consumed a total of 247 points of his vitality. Most of them are due to the magical power of reversing the elixir that consumes vitality and provides healing power to the tribe. There was no need to consume so much, but the warriors in the He clan were not strong enough, so they could only explode. In this way, the vitality consumed will be much more than usual treatment. Ji Yang did some calculations and found that compared with the magical power of Yi blinding eyes, the former was more cost-effective. But this does not mean that blinding one's eyes with a leaf has no effect. On the contrary, this magical power contributed a lot to the victory this time. If he hadn't used Mu to enhance Chun Qingyu's strength to the innate realm, I'm afraid the family wouldn't have been able to survive. Apart from using the reversal pill, the one that consumes the most vitality is the magical power armor that I obtained before. Before the battle, Ji Yang had repeatedly thought about his own magical power and the strength of his family in his mind. Of course, Ji Yang had not forgotten the magical power of armor covering. However, Ji Yang was ranked last, because he was not sure how much strength these armored souls could exert and whether they could turn the tide for the family. If not, he can't waste his life force on this. The facts told Ji Yang that he was right. These soul bodies are not weak in strength and have a lot of vitality to consume, and the stronger the soul body is, the more vitality is required to cover the armor. For example, Chen Changming, who has the highest level among them, consumed 5 points of his life force after his soul body was covered with armor. For the other 20 or so people, the life force consumed by armor covering was between 2 and 4 points. After being covered with armor, Chen Changming was probably in the late stage of blood coagulation realm. But after all, he has no body and is not as good as a real warrior. If he fights against a late-stage blood coagulation realm warrior who is in excellent condition, Chen Changming is probably no match for him. Qi, blood, and yin energy restrain each other, and the power of qi and blood in a warrior's body can circulate along with the skills endlessly. Chen Changming and other soul bodies were unable to absorb enough yin qi during the battle. Although it is invincible at the same level, the soul body also has the advantage of not being restricted by terrain and not afraid of ordinary injuries. It can be said that each has its own advantages and disadvantages. So until the overall situation was decided, Ji Yang asked them to deal with the remaining warriors of the Lu family. However, there is another advantage to these soul bodies. That is, they can continue to become stronger instead of being limited by their current state. Although the life force consumed by covering the armor will definitely be more when the time comes, it is not worth mentioning compared with the corresponding benefits. Under these two magical powers, the vitality consumed by Iya blinding and Ji Yang's strengthening of new roots is not too much. The massive loss of vitality caused Ji Yang's condition to plummet. Although there were no obvious changes in the roots and branches and leaves, Ji Yang's consciousness shrank a lot, and the locust leaves on the branches also looked lifeless. This feeling was like his original vision was still 5.0, but he was blind the next day. But in general, the ending is always good. After the Lu family was gone, all the resources near Mass Burial Mountain now belonged to the Chen family, and no one was snatching them away, including a lot of fertile land that could grow bleeding rice. And he, as the sacred tree of the Chen family, thought he would be able to live a good life. At least there is no need to worry that the Chun family is on the verge of extinction. As long as you give him enough time, the lost vitality will be replenished sooner or later. Calculated in this way, these vitality are not lost, but very profitable. Outside the ancestral hall, many tribesmen have begun to deal with the aftermath and repair their houses. The house slaves who were hiding in a safe place were already busy, but when they saw the corpses on the ground, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. But the expressions on their faces became more respectful. Of course they know what the battle tonight represents. It means that in the future mass burial mountain, there will only be one Qin family. The words of the Qin family are the iron law of mass burial mountain. And as the family's power expands, their slaves will inevitably have better prospects. Moreover, after the war, I think there may not be enough manpower in the clan. Maybe they will have a chance to be entrusted with important tasks and their status will rise further. Many domestic slaves understand this truth, so they work harder. However, when they were collecting the corpses, they were surprised to find that in the previous fierce battle, they did not see the corpses of several Qin family members. While this surprised them, there was also a trace of joy in their eyes. Fortunately, they entered the Qin family and not the Lu family. It was not until dawn that the Qin family returned to its usual freshness and cleanliness, but the smell of blood in the air was still strong. Every clan member who survived looked dazed, as if the battle last night was just a dream. It's not their fault. The battle last night was really too outrageous. A tribesman touched his heart and felt it was still beating, and then he felt relieved. It turned out to be no illusion. However, when they saw the many corpses being carried away, a trace of sadness appeared on their faces. They were members of the tribe who died in the battle, and they were part of the family. One tribesman looked slightly excited, his eyes gradually turning red, ready to express the suppressed emotions in his heart. "Cousin, there was a mistake. These corpses belong to Lu family warriors. Where are the corpses of the tribesmen?" Upon seeing this, another tribesman hurriedly explained, which made the more excited tribesman touch the bridge of his nose in embarrassment, and then turned around to look. Just a few. After he finished speaking, he quickly realized that he had said the wrong thing. Just because there are indeed many fewer bodies over there, only 3. And he remembered that one of the tribesmen with the corpse seemed to have died because he was too excited last night and accidentally blew out his heart. The other 2 people died because they were accidentally hit on important parts of their bodies. Otherwise, under so many green light spots, even a person with disabled legs would be able to get up and run for 2 steps. "Cousin, don't be sad. These tribesmen will come to see us in their dreams in a few days." As soon as these words came out, other tribesmen who were still a little sad suddenly understood. Yes, he is just dead, not really dead. There is still a sacred tree in the family. Many tribesmen who have thought clearly are no longer sad, but are happy to see the good family. As for the 3 corpses on the ground, let's put them here first and see what the clan leader says. It's just that the 3 dead tribesmen are only in the body tempering stage, so their corpses may not be able to be sacrificed to become the guardians of the family. What a pity. Before they die, their realm must reach the blood coagulation realm, or higher. Otherwise, how can we honor our ancestors? Many tribesmen thought silently in their hearts. Chapter 88. It was not until the afternoon that the tribesmen who were sent out rushed back to the family. It's just that at this moment, they all have a lot of trophies from this trip in their hands. In the family hall, Chen Tianjing and other key family members were already present. "Patriarch, we have evacuated everything belonging to the Lu family. Only the eaves are left. According to clan statistics, this time we harvested a total of 1,500 kilograms of blood rice for 1,000 kilograms of ordinary grain, and raised more than 10 spirit-tailed chickens." After hearing Chen Tianjing's report, Chen Xingzhen felt happy. This time it can be said to be a great victory. The most important thing is that the scourge of the Lu family has been completely solved. Since then, the mass burial mountain family has become the dominant family, and at the same time, the natural blood spring has been preserved. This is the family's biggest gain. Clan leader, we also found a secret room in the Lu family. These things were all found in the secret room. Looking at the several ancient books in Chen Tianjing's hands, Chen Xingzhen also became interested, and then he took an ancient book into his hands and started reading. "The moon is as bright as frost." After seeing the name in the ancient book, Chen Xingzhen's eyes lit up and he immediately started reading. When Chen Xingzhen finished reading, the joy on his face became even more intense. This is clearly the family combat skill used by Lu Zishan and others before, and it is also a mid-level Xian-level combat skill. However, Xian-level combat skills have relatively high requirements for warriors. At least they need to be mastered by blood coagulation realm warriors. If you want to be proficient, you need to be in the innate realm. If you want to achieve great success, you need to reach the inner gang realm. As mentioned before, Y-gang can only be accompanied by the bright moon, but now it has been slightly changed. But its value cannot be underestimated, and it can even be used as a family combat skill and passed down from generation to generation. It's just that the level of warriors in the clan is not high enough now, and I'm afraid not many people can learn it, but Chen Xingzhen still placed it carefully. Then Chen Xingzhen checked the other 2 ancient books, which were still about combat skills, but only at the yellow class level. If it were before this, these yellow-level combat skills would definitely be a great improvement for the family. But after the resurrection of the elders in the clan, the family's demand for these 2 yellow-level combat skills is not so strong. But different combat skills have different focuses, and sometimes they vary from person to person. 2 more combat skills will also give the clansmen 2 more choices in choosing combat skills, which is also excellent. While Chen Xingzhen was flipping through the books, a piece of yellowed paper suddenly fell off the book. Chen Xingzhen looked surprised, but his hand speed was not slow, and he grabbed the paper that had not yet landed on the ground. The text on this paper is not very standard, and it is still handwritten. However, after Chen Xingzhen carefully read the contents on the paper, there was a little surprise on his face. What is recorded on this paper is not anything else, but how to make blood rise strong when the natural blood spring is silent. This discovery made Chen Xingzhen look surprised. He originally thought that the secret method Lu Zishan mentioned before was just to deceive him, but he didn't expect that it was actually true. According to the record on the paper, just add the blood of ferocious beasts, mix it with water, and water it next to the blood rice plants every day to speed up the growth of blood rice. Chen Xingzhen didn't know whether this method was true or false, but I think this paper is sandwiched among these ancient books, so it shouldn't be fake. Furthermore, even if it is fake, the family's loss will not be big. Anyway, according to the current weather, this crop of blood rice will not produce blood rice anyway. Can you take a few tribesmen with you tomorrow to try this method? Good. Chen Tianyu took the paper and looked surprised when he saw the content on it, and then nodded. After checking the harvest, Chen Xingzhen's face became more solemn. Then he looked at Chen Tianlu and asked, "How many members of the clan have been lost this time?" Several other people also had solemn expressions after hearing this. They were too busy today and did not notice this, but they saw quite a few corpses after returning home. Thinking about it, I am afraid that many warriors in the clan have been lost this time. Clan leader Hui, we lost 3 clan members this time. They are Chun Tianmo, Chen Qingjing. Hey, although it was a great victory, I didn't expect that so many clan members were lost. After hearing Chun Tianlu's report, Chen Xingzhen felt sad. But after he heard it clearly, a little surprise appeared in his eyes. How many? Just 3 people. Well, just 3 people. Chen Xingzhen's face was no longer sad when he confirmed the result. There were only 3 people. This result was far beyond his expectation. In a family war, there are no immortals. Only 3 people were injured, which was entirely due to the power of the sacred tree. Moreover, the 3 dead people could bear fruit under the power of the sacred tree and go to their father's side. Rounding up, it means that no one in the family has died. Very good. Thinking of the sacred tree, Chen Xingzhen felt regretful. He was so busy after the war that he almost forgot to worship the sacred tree. So he hurriedly greeted everyone present. Quickly, go prepare the sacrifices. This time we will hold a big sacrifice for 7 days. Don't forget to take those green bamboos with you. In the ancestral hall, Jiangzheng was looking forward to it, but he waited left and right, but no clan members came in. He could only hear the busy people in the clan. As the person who contributed the most to this family war, he is now being ignored. Jiang sighed in his heart that the world was declining and people's hearts were not as old as before. Just as Jiang was sighing, many tribesmen outside had prepared sacrifices and were walking towards the ancestral hall. Some domestic slaves who were busy were also stopped. This made many domestic slaves puzzled. What were they planning to do with such a large formation? They had never seen a battle, nor had they seen the family's sacred tree, so they were naturally confused at this moment. However, when everyone saw many clansmen with solemn expressions walking towards the ancestral hall, they also followed the clansmen and prepared to go and take a look. Chen Xingzhen did not stop it. There was no need to hide the fact that the family had a sacred tree, even if it was known to outsiders. After all, there is only one Qin family in this mass burial mountain, and the promotion of the sacred tree can also increase the cohesion of the clan members. As a family totem, he should be worshipped by everyone. The grand sacrificial ceremony began soon. Jiang had no idea about this complicated ceremony and just looked at the sacrifice. After watching, Jiang nodded slightly. It's not bad. Among them are 2 ferocious beasts in the blood coagulation realm, 5 spiritual chickens, and 3 black gold beasts in the body tempering realm, most of which were obtained from the Lu family. And when Jiang saw a few green bamboos mixed in the sacrifice, he couldn't help but have doubts in his heart. He eats meat, not vegetarian, and these green bamboos are not fresh at all. What does it mean to sacrifice a few dying bamboos? However, as Jiang gathered his consciousness and observed carefully, he soon noticed differences in these green bamboos. These green bamboos seemed to be particularly spiritual. There was a spirit, Ji Yang's heart suddenly brightened, and he thought of the totem of the Liu family. Chapter 89. Now it seems that this is probably it. It's just that this totem doesn't look energetic, as if he had just traveled through time and turned into a tree. In this way, the purpose of the Liu family's request for the natural blood spring is very simple. Fortunately, the Liu family totem looks like this, otherwise the outcome of this family war is still unknown. The ceremony is over. Sacrifice. After a tedious ceremony, Ji Yang soon came to his favorite part. Considering that the divine tree had lost too much power after the war, Chen Xingzhen sacrificed those ferocious beasts first and put the seemingly extraordinary green bamboo at the end. This move was quite safe, but Ji Yang didn't care. As the sacrifice began, Ji Yang's energy and blood also began to increase rapidly. After the last ferocious beast was sacrificed, Ji Yang's energy and blood had reached 60 points, and his spiritual power had also increased by 6 points. Ji Yang did not save these 60 points of energy and blood, but directly converted them into 30 points of vitality. Although compared with the loss of vitality, these 30 points are not much, but with the rapid increase in vitality, Ji Yang's condition has improved a lot, and his consciousness has also recovered somewhat. Finally, Ji Yang looked at the green bamboos that were not very bright in color. Logically speaking, there should be only one totem as the Liu family's totem, but now there are 4 or 5. Chen Xingzhen was not in a hurry to offer sacrifices, but first explained the origin of Qingzhu to Ji Yang. When Ji Yang did not respond, he began to offer sacrifices. When the tribesmen placed the green bamboos on the soil for sacrifice, they saw that the green bamboo roots quickly began to take root, and the color of the green bamboos gradually turned green, which was a sign of resurrection. The tribesmen present looked surprised and suspicious, and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Chen Xingzhen also looked at the scene in front of him nervously, always ready to switch from automatic to manual. If he found something wrong, he would immediately destroy the green bamboo. However, seeing that the sacred tree had not yet given clear instructions, he did not act rashly. At this moment, he was sure that this must be the totem of the Liu family. Ji Yang didn't hesitate when he saw this, and hurriedly used the roots to entangle the roots of the green bamboo. This place belongs to him. How can he allow other totems to grow wantonly? At the moment when the roots below were entangled, a strange consciousness instantly connected with Ji Yang. This consciousness is in a trance, as if it is still sleeping, and the growth of green bamboo seems to be just its instinctive reaction. Ji Yang did not hesitate and directly used the roots to transfer his consciousness, instantly attacking Qingzhu's consciousness. Feeling the invasion of foreign enemies, the sleeping consciousness reacted, and at the same time a weak conscious response came. Who is it? Dare to disturb my slumber? Ji Yang ignored it and directly used his powerful consciousness to forcefully crush him away. Qingzhu, who sensed something was wrong, also recovered from his confusion, but after sleeping for a long time, he was no longer as strong as before. When Qingzhu's consciousness revived, the green bamboo in the outside world also underwent great changes. Countless bamboo leaves grew wildly, and the faint fragrance lingered in the ancestral hall, making people feel relaxed and happy. Chen Xingzhen saw that something was wrong and was about to stop the growth of the green bamboo, but before Chen Xingzhen could raise his hand, the wildly growing green bamboo suddenly succumbed. The tender green bamboo gradually begins to lose color, and the newly grown bamboo leaves become withered. In Ji Yang's sight, the situation at this moment was also very different. After invading Qingzhu's consciousness, Ji Yang directly wrapped it up and swallowed it with his consciousness. This is entirely from Ji Yang's instinctive reaction. Qingzhu, who was wrapped in Ji Yang's consciousness, was also trying his best to resist and wanted to escape, but his struggle and resistance seemed extremely weak. Qingzhu, who tried to no avail, began to convey a new consciousness. Please forgive me, sir. Qing Ling is willing to serve the Lord and help the family together. Ji Yang ignored Qingzhu's plea for mercy. Luminous, one is enough. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, Qingzhu's consciousness began to fight back to death, and violent thoughts came again. I will never let you go even if I die. You can't even try to devour me. Under his fierce resistance, Qingzhu's remaining consciousness exploded. Ji Yang was slightly startled and prepared to defend himself. Then he felt that the explosion was like a breeze blowing by, making people comfortable and heartwarming. Ji Yang was stunned for a moment, looking at the remaining fragments of consciousness and swallowing them one by one without wasting them. In the ancestral hall, Chen Xingzhen was always paying attention to the situation in front of him. But in just a few breaths, The green bamboo that had just been full of life turned completely black and fell to the side helplessly, like a fire stick. The scene just now was like a flash in the pan. Many tribesmen looked at this scene in confusion. They didn't know what happened and could only pray silently. After Qin Xingzhen saw this, his face returned to calmness and indifference again. Although I don't know what just happened, judging from the vibrant branches and leaves of the sacred tree, this is not a bad thing. After the sacrifice, Qin Xingzhen prayed again before leaving. During the Sacred Tree Festival, as the leader of the clan, he should have been praying at all times, but there were a lot of affairs in the clan now, and I thought the Sacred Tree would not blame him. Many tribesmen also began to be busy. As for the sacrifice of the Sacred Tree, Qin Xingzhen left it to Qin Qingyu. After devouring the fragments of consciousness, Zhiyong now has some strange and broken memories in his mind. In his memory, he was a green bamboo growing in a bamboo forest, no different from ordinary green bamboos. But I don't know when he started to gradually gain consciousness and develop spiritual wisdom. Not long after, a human warrior found him, transplanted him to a new place, and worshipped him every day. After that, he got a new name, Qingling. It's just that those who worship him call him Lord Qingling. Time passed, and it didn't take long for him to become the totem of that family. He gradually became stronger, and the bamboo leaves on his body had special abilities. Zhiyong originally wanted to continue experiencing it, but then his memory was like countless flickering snowflakes, and he couldn't see the content clearly. When Zhiyong checked again, it was the last moment that Qingzhu regained consciousness. In the picture, a person transplanted him into a courtyard, and Qingzhu's consciousness completely fell into a deep sleep. The last person to be transplanted was surprisingly the current head of the Liu family, Liu Zishan. After the Liu family was completely defeated, the green bamboo actually split into several branches, but its body still only had one. I think this was Qingzhu's last struggle, but unfortunately, Qin Xingzhen dug them all back. Zhiyong was thoughtful after reading the memory. It seemed that this was the origin of the Liu family's green bamboo totem. However, due to his broken consciousness and incomplete memory, he was unable to see how the Liu family declined. But I think there are only a few situations. What surprised Zhiyong was the Qingzhu's ability. Its own bamboo leaves can make the warrior's understanding ability stronger. When used in daily life, the warrior's understanding of the realm can be increased and the combat skills can be understood clearly. Even the bright moon like frost was created by a warrior from the Nagang realm who used bamboo leaves when the Liu family was in its heyday. Chapter 90. When used in battle, the warrior can become clear-headed and rational and can handle the battle situation with the optimal solution. This ability is like artificial intelligence in AI. This is Zhiyong's evaluation of his ability. Fortunately, Qingzhu fell into a deep sleep and could no longer provide this ability to the Liu family. Otherwise, it is still unknown who will win and who will lose in this family war. It's no wonder that the Liu family wants a natural blood spring. If the green bamboo is revived, it will only be a matter of time before the Liu family rises. Unfortunately, after swallowing the green bamboo, Zhiyong did not gain the corresponding abilities. But Zhiyong has no regrets. His ability is above this green bamboo. What's more, I can't obtain new abilities through this method, and neither can the totems of other families. This way I will be safer. Otherwise, with the abilities he has shown now, he will not be coveted by other families. Zhiyong broke away from his memory and felt that his consciousness seemed to be much stronger after swallowing the green bamboo. But when Zhiyong looked at his attribute panel again, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Name: Zhiyong. Race: Netherworld Locust Tree. Vitality: 55. Supernatural powers: Eye of Insight, reversal of pill movement, blind eyes with a leaf, soul condensation, armor covering, 1,000 miles away. Exercise: lunar eclipse, gathering in. Combat skill: Taizu Chongquan, Qi and blood, 66. Can be converted into vitality. Spiritual power: 45. Deduction points: 4. Cannot be deduced. Status: some people are dead, but he is still alive. I saw that the energy and blood that was originally converted to 0 after swallowing the green bamboo actually increased by 66 points. Compared with the energy and blood, the spiritual power has increased even more, directly reaching 45 points. In addition to the 5 points provided by the ferocious beast just absorbed and the 19 points previously, this means that this green bamboo has increased by a full 21 points of spiritual power. If there were a few more, there would be no need to sacrifice any ferocious beasts. Unfortunately, spiritual totems like this are not so easy to obtain. I'm afraid that in the entire mass burial mountain, The only one other than myself is this foreign green bamboo. In the long run, we will still have to rely on sacrificing ferocious beasts. Ji Yong still did not hesitate to convert all the extra energy and blood into vitality. At the moment, his deduction points are not enough. Besides, the blood will not be bad for the subsequent sacrifices. Restoring his own condition is what he should do now. Vitality is the key to one's own strength. Winter has arrived, and considering that the family is no longer in great crisis and has become stable, Ji Yong decides to be more generous. The next moment, Chi-Chi Chisato's magical power also turned into floor heating, causing the ground temperature to rise rapidly. In the family, many slaves who had just participated in the Sacred Tree Festival were talking about it. Although they were not qualified to enter the ancestral hall, outside the ancestral hall, through the crack in the door, they could glimpse a bit of the scene inside. The fragrance coming from the tip of their noses surprised them even more, thinking that it was the oracle they received after praying. It's just a pity that as domestic slaves, they don't seem to be able to get the gifts from the sacred tree. Just when everyone was about to continue working, the heat coming from the ground surprised several people. It was already early December, and although the heavy snow had not yet arrived, the temperature was getting colder day by day. In a few days, the clothes on their bodies would not be enough to completely shield them from the cold. But fortunately, they were in the Chin family, so they didn't have to worry about freezing to death. But now the heat coming from the soles of their feet made them feel like they were still in June, and even the clothes on their bodies seemed a little heavier. Several people even suspected that this was their imagination, because they have heard that when a person is frozen to death, he will not feel the cold, but will only feel that his body is getting hotter and hotter, and he wants to take off all his clothes. This unusual situation made several people panic and wanted to find a tribesman to ask. But when several people turned their heads, they saw that the Chun family members were very happy and began to pray one after another, saying thanks to the sacred tree. After the last big sacrifice, the sacred tree showed its magical power and healed the injuries of the clan members. It is not strange for the sacred tree to show its power again during this grand ceremony. Some clan members took off their heavier clothes directly for convenience. However, when they left a certain area of the family, they found that the temperature gradually dropped. It seemed that the power of the sacred tree was only for the Fuse family. Chun Xingjian, who was busy with various things, was overjoyed when he heard the report from his clansmen. If the family can maintain the current temperature, there will be no other worries for the family this winter. 2 days later, good news came from Ling Tian. After using the new secret method, the blood rice that had stopped growing in the spiritual field began to grow again. In a few days, this crop of blood rice will be harvested. Chun Xingjian had a smile on his face when he heard the news. Although after confiscating 1,500 kilograms of blood rice from the Liu family, there is no shortage of blood rice in the family for the time being. But no family would have too much of something that can allow warriors to temper their bodies. Moreover, there are about 20 warriors in the clan now. A body-tempering warrior can eat 1 kilogram of blood rice every day. 1,500 kilograms of blood rice is only enough for the warriors in the clan to eat for 2 months. This is still based on the premise that the number of warriors is not large. But Chun Xingjian is not thinking about this issue now. He discussed with his father in his dream 2 nights ago and confirmed that the final destruction of the Liu family was due to the divine tree's intervention. Chun Changming explained it to him in his dream. But what he discussed more with his father was the future development of the family. Now that the family is stable and has no rivals in the burial mountain, they can try to convert the entire burial mountain into the family's territory, instead of being limited to 1/3 of an acre of the Chun family as before. In addition, there is the problem of natural blood springs. Although the natural blood springs are within the Chun family, there are many tributaries of the blood springs, resulting in the scattered spiritual fields where blood rice can be grown. The family can take the initiative to control the tributaries of the blood spring and plan the fertile fields independently, so that the blood rice can be planted and harvested conveniently. But this will have to wait until after winter. The biggest problem plaguing the family now is the number of clan members. According to what his father said, the family members are now sparse, and there have been successive wars in recent months. Although there are not many casualties, the losses are not small for the already small family. Although goals were set before, they were not fully implemented. At present, the family's focus should be on this issue. Chun Xingjian also strongly agrees with this. There are indeed too few people in the family, but there is no other way. The previous struggle with the Li family reduced most of the already small clan members, and then they were even more busy hunting to survive the winter. As a result, there are now many people of the right age in the clan who are not yet married. Naturally, The marriage candidates for the warriors in the clan have to be selected from the many small villages near the mass burial mountain. Chapter 91. Although the number of people in these small villages is small, when gathered together, the number of people is more than 10 times or even dozens of times greater than that of the Qin family. Although the Qin family is now the dominant family, no one dares to resist if they insist on one thing. However, Qin Xingzhen felt that the family should plan carefully if it was established on a mass burial mountain. This approach of raking in all the water and losing the support of the people was not appropriate. And with the current strength of the family, it can completely rely on its strength to attract some villagers who want to join the family. But before that, the family's reputation still needs to be built up. For this, Qin Xingzhen already has a corresponding plan in mind. On the second day, many villagers gathered at the Qinjiao market, which seemed quite lively. All kinds of hawking sounds also come and go. Pine, good quality rice, 1 pound of meat for 3 pounds of rice. Fresh venison in exchange for 5 pairs of straw sandals. Iron tools are only exchanged for animal skins. On weekdays, there would certainly not be so many villagers exchanging here. However, winter has arrived and the fields are frozen, making it impossible to plant. As for hunting, even less so. Even warriors would not easily set foot in today's mass burial mountain, let alone ordinary people who only hunt some ordinary beasts on weekdays. This time is often when the market is most lively. Many villagers will choose to exchange their unused or extra items for their own needs, so as to make this winter more comfortable. Unfortunately, you can only exchange things for things here, and many times, the villagers may not get what they need. But they have lived here for a long time and have become accustomed to this. They don't think there is anything wrong with it. However, it still makes people feel regretful that they did not get it. But there is not much time left for them to exchange. If in a few days, heavy snow falls and the roads leading to the market from nearby villages are closed, then the market here will gradually close. Hey, isn't that Ihu? I heard that he recently became a slave of the Qin family and is living a good life. You do not say. Isn't Tian Meng going to be a slave? Why haven't I seen him in the past few days? A smile appeared on Ihu's face as he listened to the crowd's comments. No, his name is Chun Ihu now. And now he has indeed changed a lot compared to the person he was a month ago. Even the clothes on his body are made of fine furs, and there is no need to worry about not having enough to eat. Behind him, there were 2 domestic slaves who were 1 level lower than him. Facing the envy of many villagers in the market, Ihu couldn't help but raise his head slightly, with a trace of family glory rising on his face. However, after thinking about the mission handed down from the clan this time, Ihu's face became more serious. This is the first task assigned by the clan after he became a slave. He must complete it well and try to make the clan leader see it in his eyes and remember it in his heart. Dear fellow citizens, I, Qin Ihu, on behalf of the Qin family, would like to announce 2 things to you. After hearing this, everyone began to gather around him with curious expressions on their faces. Although there are many villagers who feel that being a domestic slave is not worthy of being on the stage, Qin Ihu looks good both in his clothes and in his mental state. He is living a better life than them. This makes them feel envious. They also want to hear what Qin Ihu has to say at this moment. What? Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Qin Ihu spoke. The first thing is that Qin Xingzhen, the patriarch of the Qin family, personally announced that starting from today, the market will be open to everyone free of charge. This winter, the Qin family will not charge you any more down payment. Many villagers were overjoyed when they heard this. Although the initial money was not much, it was a lot for them. If they could not pay it, it would definitely be great. This was really a matter of everyone's interests. The second thing is that considering the difficult living conditions of the villagers around Mass Burial Mountain, the head of my family decided to distribute 2 kilograms of rice to each person in each village. Many villagers who heard this were surprised and couldn't believe it for a while, and there was no sound of joy from the crowd. Ihu, is this true or false? You didn't lie to us, did you? An old man with a slightly rickety figure asked dubiously. Master Chong, everything I said is true. If you don't believe it, you can go to the family and ask. In about a few days, the rice will be delivered. Chun Ihu swears by it, but many villagers still have doubts on their faces. After all, the other 2 major families have never done this kind of thing before. The first payment has been waived once or twice, but it is rare. Seeing that everyone still didn't believe it, Chun Ihu didn't explain much. After a few days, they would naturally believe it. Chun Ihu then started chatting with many villagers and informed everyone of the demise of the Liu family, and reassured them that now that the Chun family is in charge of Mass Burial Mountain, life will definitely be better than before. News about the Mass Burial Mountain was already closed, and the Liu family's demise only took 2 days, but some rumors spread. After it was confirmed, the villagers present had different expressions. They don't care about the fighting between families. They only care about the impact it will have on the village and themselves. After completing the task assigned by the clan leader, Chen Yihu rushed back to the clan with the two people behind him. Brother Yihu, what's the point of your family doing this? Why do you want to distribute rice to all the nearby villagers? That's right. With so many villages, how much rice will be used? If this were given to my family, it would be enough to feed my family for several years. Chen Yihu stopped and looked at the two people behind him solemnly. Don't talk nonsense. Have you forgotten the third rule of the house slave rules? As a house slave, you are not allowed to talk about the affairs of the clan. If you don't want to be a slave, don't hurt me. After hearing this, the expressions of the two people also changed. They have no skills and only know how to farm. If they cannot be slaves, they will starve to death this winter. After reprimanding the two of them, Chen Yihu was equally confused. He didn't quite understand why the clan did such a thankless thing. However, he understands very well that you should not ask too much about things you shouldn't ask, and don't think too much about things you shouldn't think about. There must be a meaning to what the family does. What he should do now is to fulfill the patriarch's order and strive to become a warrior with the help of his family. This was also the thought that suddenly popped into his mind after he was chosen to be the leader of the domestic slaves. Compared to other domestic slaves, he didn't have much advantage, but he was pretty lucky. But luck cannot last. Only by working hard and continuing to make progress can you make your life better. He still needs to improve. Patriarch, we are just some villagers. Do we need to waste so much food? In the family hall, Chen Tianjing asked curiously, while Chen Tianlu and others on the side were also a little puzzled. Of course, after the loss of the Li family and the Lu family, the family territory has expanded a lot. With so much land, even if it is not to grow blood rice, it will take a lot of manpower to grow ordinary rice. How will the family develop in the long run? Next year, we can lease the land to the villagers and let them plant it on their behalf. With the relationship we have now, I think many people will be willing to give them more rice. Chapter 92. But in this case, wouldn't the clan lose a lot of food? Chen Xingzhen shook his head slightly. What supports a family is its warriors. No matter how much ordinary grain rice is, it is useless. Only blood rice is the most important resource for the family. But even the blood rice will be planted by domestic slaves next year, so that more tribesmen can have time to temper their bodies. Although the Lu family is gone now, there is no guarantee that another Lu family will appear in Mass Burial Mountain. Family, please prepare for a rainy day. Below, several people also fell into deep thought after listening. Chen Xingzhen had already expected the reactions of several people. After living behind the Mass Burial Mountain for a long time, the eyes of the clan members would only see the Mass Burial Mountain, just like him back then. Even the blood coagulation realm warriors in the family were like this, not to mention the rest of the family. If it were him before, he would probably be satisfied with this. However, under his father's prompting, he took a longer view. Therefore, he also wants to transmit this idea to every tribesman and change the ideas in the hearts of the tribesmen. The family has sacred trees and blood rice. The development of the family should not be limited to Mass Burial Mountain, but should look further afield. But with the family's current strength, this is far from enough. In addition to his own side, his father also took corresponding actions. I think in the dream, there are probably many clan members who need to be nurtured by the elders of the clan. In addition to the lack of manpower, Chen Xingzhen naturally had other ideas in mind. If we don't establish good relations with these villages, where will the marriage partners of the young people of the right age come from? The future domestic slaves will naturally have to be selected from these villagers. When the interests of the family are bound to the interests of the village, this will make the family's future path smoother. Chen Xingzhen looked ahead, unable to see clearly what the future of his family would look like for a while, but he could see that the road ahead was getting brighter and brighter. At night, the moonlight is bright. The inconspicuous locust tree in the ancestral hall once again bloomed with light fluorescence on its branches and leaves. The family festival has not yet stopped, and Ji Yang's vitality will increase to a certain extent every day. In just 2 days, Ji Yang's vitality has once again exceeded 100 points. In addition, he absorbs the moonlight every night, so it won't take long to return to his previous state. Clan member Chen Xingha has broken through to the middle stage of the body-quenching realm, and his deduction points +1. A new prompt appeared in front of Ji Yang, which surprised Ji Yang. He didn't expect that Chen Xingha could break through the middle stage of the body-quenching realm so quickly. It was indeed beyond his expectation. Although the deduction points have not increased much, it means that the stagnant Chen family has continued to develop. In the past 2 days, Chen Xingzhen's plans have also been noticed by Ji Yang. Of course, Most of the plans have Chen Changming's suggestions. Fortunately, there is this previous patriarch who has passed away, otherwise the family's development may still have many shortcomings. But now, there is no need for Ji Yang to intervene. The key is that he doesn't know how to develop his family. Even if his consciousness is a little advanced, this world has the rules of this world, and his experience may not be suitable for today's Chen family. It is better to strengthen yourself and become a good family sacred tree. Under the moonlight, the yin qi is also more intense than during the day, gathering under the attraction of Jiang's tree trunks. In addition to the gathering yin qi, there are also many souls who look confused. After seeing the living soul, Jiang remembered that there seemed to be some casualties in the clan this time, but he was immersed in absorbing the moonlight yesterday and forgot about it. Most of the living souls that were attracted were the living souls of the Liu family's deceased warriors. Jiang was unable to transform these living souls and was not prepared to transform them. He directly used the power of consciousness to crush them and then absorb them, turning them into nutrients for the cultivation of many soul bodies under the shade of the tree. After all the living souls of the Liu family were dealt with, there were only 3 people left. These 3 people are the warriors who died in this family battle. No, not 3, but 2. As for one of them, the heart of his soul body is slightly weak. Obviously, this is the tribesman who was too excited and opened the 5th internal organs. Thinking that the family's number of warriors and living souls was small, Jiang had no choice but to transform. After using the soul-condensing magical power, 3 more fruits appeared on the branches and leaves of the locust tree. The fruit is not big, and it still takes 7 days to grow. After doing all this, Jiang turned into a locust tree again and stood quietly in the ancestral hall. 3 days later, the clan had a harvest of blood rice. This time, the family planted a total of 4 acres of fertile land. Each mu of fertile land produced an average of 700 kilograms of blood rice, and the rice yield rate was 70%. This means that 1 mu of fertile land can eventually produce about 500 kilograms of blood rice. For acres of land, about 2,000 pounds. But if the tributaries of the natural blood spring are planned next year, coupled with the newly obtained Lu Jialing field, the blood rice harvest will definitely increase exponentially. Although the quantity is still not too much, this blood rice can be planted 3 times a year, which can fully meet the needs of the warriors in the clan, and there is still a lot left over. When they learned about the harvest of blood rice, all the clan members were excited, especially when the tribesmen watched many blood rice being packed into bags, and each bag filled the tribe's barn. The smiles on their faces came from the bottom of their hearts. Even though there are a lot of people in the tribe, it takes them 2 full days to harvest the blood rice and produce the blood rice again. You want to go hunting in the mountains? In the family ancestral hall, Chen Xingzhen, who had finished worshipping the sacred tree, looked at Chen Xingyu, who had just said this, with a trace of surprise on his face. Well, I feel like the energy and blood in my body are stagnant recently, and I can't go any further. I want to give it a try. After hearing what Chen Xingyu said, Chen Xingzhen did not rush to agree, with a trace of hesitation in his eyes. Nowadays, the weather is getting colder. Although the mountain has not been closed due to heavy snow, the weather in Mass Burial Mountain is unpredictable. It is very likely that it has happened in the past few days. It is too risky to go hunting in the mountains at this time. Moreover, Chen Xingyu is now the treasured seed in the family. Chen Xingzhen also places high hopes on him to be the first in the family to be promoted to the Xiantian Realm Warrior. In fact, not only Chen Xingzhen, but other tribesmen also felt the same way. It was precisely because of this that Chen Xingzhen hesitated. The most important thing is that when Chen Xingyu goes hunting in the mountains, he will definitely not just be outside, but will probably go deep into the Mass Burial Mountain, where he will run the risk of encountering the Green Wolf. Although Chen Xingyu was able to defeat Lu Xingrong, a Xiantian Realm Warrior, last time, it was outside the ancestral hall with the blessing of the divine tree and countless green light spots. The Xiantian Realm Green Wolf, a ferocious beast that lives in groups, is no weaker than Lu Xingrong alone in the Mass Burial Mountain, and is even more dangerous. In this case, how can he rest assured? Moreover, Chen Xingyu is planning to go into the mountains alone, so the risk is even greater. But looking at Chen Xingyu's unwavering eyes, Chen Xingzhen understood. This kid, if he objects, he will probably choose to go into the mountains, and he can't stop him. Chapter 93. Under the shade of the trees, several invisible souls were also communicating. Tian Shun, this child is a bit like you. Hearing Chen Changming's words, Chen Tianshun showed a helpless smile, but he did not speak out against it, but supported it. Breaking through the Xiantian realm is not that simple. The first is the need to achieve great success in the blood coagulation realm. Now Chen Xingyu is very close to this step, but has not yet reached the state where qi and blood are like mercury. This time, I am afraid that I also want to use the training in life and death battles to reach the realm of blood coagulation. It's just that although this method is possible, it is too dangerous. As a father, although he was worried, he understood Chen Xingyu's stubbornness better. This is stubbornness, and it is also an indispensable desire for martial artists to practice martial arts. How could he stop it? The most important thing is that he can't stop it now. Everything depends on the thoughts of the patriarch Chen Xingzhen. Although he didn't know that Chen Changming and others were watching him, Chen Xingzhen was indeed very hesitant at this moment. He was really worried about Chen Xingyu going into the mountains alone. Is there a way to prevent it? Chen Xingzhen thought about it, and when he saw the sacred tree, he had an idea in his mind, and then he said, "Let's do this. You pray to the sacred tree. If the sacred tree responds, I will let you enter the mountain." Huh? What does it have to do with me? Ji Yang, who was silently observing this scene, was speechless, but he also saw what Chen Xingzhen was thinking. Innate level ferocious beasts were indeed dangerous. For the sake of love and peace, naturally Chen Xingyu cannot be allowed to enter the mountain alone. Actually, Xingyu's entry into the mountain this time is not just for a breakthrough. There are not many ferocious beasts in the clan. I plan to hunt a few back and sacrifice them to the sacred tree. Before Chen Xingyu finished speaking, a light suddenly lit up among the branches and leaves of the sacred tree, and a brand new and green locust leaf slowly fell down. Looking at Chen Xingyu with a sincere expression, Ji Yang sighed in his heart. No matter how hard it is, it cannot be hard on the children. If you have a strong desire to practice martial arts, you should support it. Anyone who has a dream is great. Xingyu thanks the sacred tree. Chen Xingyu, who took the locust leaf, saluted, and Chen Xingzhen, Chen Tianshun, who was a living soul, and others on the side also bowed. Since the sacred tree supported, I have nothing to say. After paying homage, Chen Xingzhen said with a smile on his face, seemingly no longer hesitating just now. Chen Xingzhen's performance also stunned Ji Yang a little. Did this old boy have this idea from the beginning? He obviously wanted his protection, but he didn't say it outright. Ji Yang felt that he was at a disadvantage. But there was no big reaction in my heart. The family is no longer in crisis, and the patriarch, who is under great pressure from the family, seems to have changed a little, but for the better. Although the sacred tree provides protection, you must remember not to find the innate green wolf. Xingyu must remember this. Chen Xingyu left, not long after getting the locust leaves, but this did not have much impact on the family. After many tribesmen were freed from the work of harvesting blood rice, the family's main focus has been to deliver rice to villagers in nearby villages. 2 kilograms of rice per household in each village, although not much, represents the kindness of the Qin family. Moreover, the workload is not simple. The villages around the burial mountain are scattered and far apart. Even if it is only 2 kilograms of rice, it can accumulate to a huge number. For this reason, the family has sent out all the clansmen who can mobilize, leaving only a small number of warriors in the clan. Worried about encountering ferocious beasts along the way, the clan members were divided into groups of 2 to ensure the safety of the clan members. But as long as he doesn't die outside and returns to the family alive, it's not a big problem. And things went extremely smoothly. Many villagers who received the rice had a look of surprise. It was not until they saw the Chun family members walking away that they realized what they were doing and touched the 2 kilograms of rice in a somewhat unrealistic manner. A trace of gratitude emerged on his face. 2 kilograms of rice can give many poor villagers a glimmer of hope to survive this cold winter. Sending rice is not a thankless task. When sending rice, Chen Xingzhen had already asked each tribe to record the nearby villages and how many households there were in the village. This is to facilitate the control of all villages in Mass Burial Mountain. Secondly, most of the tribesmen sent out by Chen Xingzhen were unmarried. He did not believe that among such a huge number, the tribesmen could not find a few partners they liked. As long as they fall in love with each other, it will be a good start. In the family, 2 figures were hiding behind a house, watching the surrounding situation carefully. At this time, Chen Qingming suddenly said, "Qinghe, do we really want to do this? What if the clan leader and your mother find out?" Chen Qinghe was stunned after hearing this. Why did he feel that these words were familiar and wrong? Oh, he remembered that his father had not been in the clan recently and had gone out. What are you afraid of? The patriarch is in the ancestral hall, and my mother is busy making clothes. I seem to have heard from the patriarch that new clothes should be engraved with family totems, so they can't be found. Just follow me. By the way, have you packed everything? Well, healing medicine, a kettle, and this. Chen Qing turned around and revealed the machete behind him. Although the blade was much worn and no longer sharp, it was still wrapped in several layers of thick cloth. That's good. I went to the sacred tree last night and secretly picked a locust leaf. It should be useful. Let's go. The heavily armed two people looked around and soon arrived at the door of the family. But just when the two were about to step out of the family gate, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. The huge shadow directly enveloped the two of them, and a hint of coldness was refreshing. Qinghe, where are you going? The speaker was a woman in her 30s with beautiful facial features. She was quite tall in the middle stage of body tempering. Her increasing age and the wind and snow in the mass burial mountain gave her an inconspicuous wrinkle at the end of her eyes, but she still couldn't hide her youthful beauty. The question seemed gentle, but there was a hint of frost in the woman's eyes. The two people who heard this familiar voice couldn't help but tense up. Qinghe slowly raised his head, looked at the smiling woman in front of him, and said with a slight stutter, "Mom, we, the patriarch, let us deliver food." "Yes, send food." Seemingly finding a reason, both of them nodded quickly. "Oh, what about the food?" the woman asked with a smile. "Yeah, I forgot. I'm going to get it now." Qinghe couldn't suppress the panic in his heart and hurriedly wanted to escape, but the woman grabbed him by the collar, followed by a roar. "Qinghe, let's see if I don't spread your *** today." "Qingming, hurry, run, go and call the clan leader to save me." Looking at Qingming running away, Xiao Zhenfang had a dark look on her face. These two little bastards actually wanted to go hunting in the mass burial mountain. If the tribesmen hadn't told her in a dream, she really wouldn't have discovered it. P.S. Don't quarrel, everyone. I'm not very good at writing female characters, so I don't usually write much. As for Qingyu, just think that his parents died when he was a few years old. Duh. Chapter 94. After a meal, Qinghe and Qingming left the family smoothly. It's just that the things the two of them had prepared for hunting had been confiscated. Leaving with the two of them, there was also a wooden-wheeled cart, which was pulling dozens of kilograms of rice. At this moment, Qinghe was in front and Qingming was behind. The two of them were pushing the cart towards the village mentioned by the patriarch. Although the rice is a bit heavy, the two of them are also body-tempering realm warriors, so this weight is not a problem for them. Brothers from the Qingyu clan can go, why can't I go? I'm already in the middle stage of the body-tempering realm after all. Maybe I can also make a breakthrough in hunting. Qingming, do you think this is true? Qinghe said angrily while pulling the cart. Actually, I think it's okay to send food. Anyway, it's all a contribution to the family. Qingming said nonchalantly. This made Qinghe instantly dumbfounded. But hunting seems to be more interesting. That's right. After all, they were young people. In the novel environment around them that was different from their family, the emotions in their hearts quickly disappeared. The two of them were pulling the cart and walking on the relatively flat road. Qinghe suddenly asked, "Qingming, what do you want to do in the future?" Qingming replied without hesitation. "In the future, I want to be as powerful as Brother Qingyu." "Then, what do you want to do now that Brother Qingyu is so powerful?" After hearing this, Qingming showed his long-awaited reflection, but he quickly replied, "Of course it is to protect the family and make the family stronger. At that time, I will hunt 2 ferocious beasts a day, eat one, and raise another. This way the family will not have to worry about running out of food in the future." After saying that, Qingming licked his lips subconsciously, and his eyes seemed to have thought about how to eat the hunting beast. After hearing Qingming's thoughts, Qinghe sighed helplessly on his immature face. "Qinghe, what about you? What do you want to do in the future?" Qingming, who had regained his senses, asked back. Qinghe also replied, "I also want to be as powerful as my Qingyu clan brother first. Then, I want to go outside the mass burial mountain and have a look. I heard from my grandpa that the outside world is very big, with many powerful people and many beautiful places. I want to see different scenery." Qinghe looked across the surrounding mountains and looked into the distance, with a trace of yearning in his eyes. "Qingming, otherwise you can go with me when the time comes. I heard there are a lot of delicious food out there." Qingming also had a trace of yearning in his eyes, but then he shook his head. "No, my grandfather said, it's very dangerous outside. It's better to stay within the family." Qinghe didn't look disappointed after hearing this, but said with a smile, "Okay, then when I return to my clan, I will bring you delicious food. Keep the ones you haven't eaten." "Okay." The two of them smiled and thought about the bright future. The rays of the setting sun hit the two of them, stretching their shadows very long. It didn't take long before the two of them saw their destination ahead. It was an extremely simple village. Around the village, there were crooked stone walls that were half a person tall. The stone walls were not complete, and there were gaps at regular intervals. It was hard to believe in the defense of this stone wall. Among the surrounding stone walls, there are about a dozen houses built of wood and straw. These houses are still simple, and the straw on the roofs is of varying colors, as if they have just been repaired. The two people who saw their destination breathed a sigh of relief, slowed down, and then arrived at the entrance of the village. The distance between the family and this village is not short. Even though these dozens of kilograms of rice are not too heavy, it still cost the two of them a lot of energy. Stone Village. Chen Qingming looked at the three big characters on the wooden board above the village entrance and read them unconsciously. But when he read the second character, Chen Qingming started scratching his head and then looked at Chen Qinghe. Qinghe, what do you pronounce the middle character? Chen Qinghe looked up and stared for a long time, then shook his head. It doesn't matter, just call it Stone Village. Let's finish it quickly and go back, otherwise it will be too late. Seeing the sky getting later and later, Chen Qingming nodded hastily. According to the speed of the two of them, they should have arrived faster, but they were just playful and stayed for a long time. Seeing that there seemed to be no one in the village, Chen Qinghe and the two wanted to speed up the progress without hesitation. They directly pushed the cart behind them into the village and quickly arrived at the door of a house. Clang, clang, clang. Fellow, open the door. We are here to deliver food. Open the door quickly. After Chen Qinghe knocked a few times, the wooden door, which was not strong enough, made a hissing sound, and then fell down under the gaze of the two people. Chen Qinghe's hand, that was about to knock on the door, stopped in midair. After realizing that he had broken someone else's door, Chen Qinghe's face also changed slightly. He forgot that he was already a warrior in the middle stage of the body-tempering realm. He had just risen to the realm and was still unable to perfectly control his own power, which resulted in him using a little too much strength. That's all. After the door fell down, Chen Qinghe glanced across the simple room and found the father and daughter hiding in the corner, shivering. The father and daughter looked at the broken door and did not dare to say anything. They just looked at Chen Qinghe with fearful eyes. An awkward smile appeared on Chen Qinghe's face. So you are at home. I'm here to deliver food. Come on, get the food quickly. Chen Qinghe tried to use the most friendly and sunny smile, but the room was dark, and Chen Qinghe's figure directly enveloped the entire door, revealing only a pair of shining white teeth. At this moment, Chen Qinghe's smile looked like a mandrill with a strange smile in the eyes of the father and daughter. Hey, I finally found someone. Chen Qingming's inappropriate words came from the side. These words completely broke the silence in the room. Sir, have mercy on me. My lord, have mercy on me. I don't have anything valuable at home. Please let us go. Oh, Grandpa, I'm afraid. The old man tried hard to protect his granddaughter behind him and kept begging for mercy. This made the smile on Chen Qinghe's face freeze. Chen Qingming, who was unloading the rice from the cart, also stopped and scratched his head in confusion. They had never encountered such a situation. Beast, stop. I'm not that easy to bully in Stone Village. Just when the two of them were at a loss and didn't know what to do, a dozen villagers quickly rushed out of other houses nearby. These villagers are both male and female, and at this moment they are holding the farm tools they usually work with. However, from the slightly frightened eyes of many villagers, they still cannot hide the fear and panic in their hearts. Chapter 95. And when these dozen people saw Chen Qinghe and Chen Qingming blocking the door, there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. Just because these two people don't look like bad people. But the old man's begging for mercy and the girls crying in the house revealed the crimes of the two. Coupled with the damaged door, the situation goes without saying. Beasts, what have you done? A middle-aged man held a wooden stick, gritted his teeth, and said angrily, We are here to deliver food. Chen Qingming answered directly and put the bag of rice that had just fallen on the ground on the cart to avoid it getting dirty. You call this sending food? The other villagers were extremely angry when they saw this. This was obviously a robbery in front of them. Everyone was on edge and ready to take action. Chen Qinghe was a little dumbfounded, but he didn't know how to explain this situation. But in order to prevent the villagers from taking action, Chen Qinghe silently circulated his blood energy and then kicked the big stone aside into several pieces. Feeling the pain in his feet, Chen Qinghe had no expression on his face, trying to recall the indifference that Brother Qingyu often showed. Fortunately, he is currently in the middle stage of the body-tempering realm, otherwise he still wouldn't be able to break it. The villagers who were originally preparing to attack the two were stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. They looked at Chen Qinghe with incredulous eyes, and their thoughts of taking action disappeared in an instant. Their bodies are no match for that big stone. The leading middle-aged man was also stunned when he saw this, and said in surprise, Musha, Seeing that the situation had become stable, Chen Qinghe slowly spoke. Everyone, I am Chen Qinghe of the Chen family. I am specially ordered by the clan leader to bring rice to you today. As for just now, there was some misunderstanding. Yes, it's a misunderstanding. Chen Qingming on the side also nodded. Seeing that Chen Qinghe and the two were generous, with calm expressions and calm temperaments. Thinking back to the scene where Chen Qinghe kicked the boulder into pieces just now, these villagers also showed a trace of doubt in their eyes. Moreover, it seems that the many grains on the cart cannot be found from the homes of Mr. Sun and his daughter. Everyone, please give way. The village chief is here. Soon, an old man came over panting. Although he didn't see the scene just now, the villagers had already described it to him. After seeing Gumi and Chen Qinghe on the cart, the old man hurriedly said, "Get out of the way. What are you doing?" These two are members of the Chen family, and they are here to deliver food. Old son, please come out and explain. The old man in the wooden house also walked out quickly. After seeing Chen Qinghe and Chen Qingming, who were just teenagers at the door, the somewhat fearful expression on his face also changed. But you can't blame him. He heard someone be *********** G on the door and didn't say anything, but shouted loudly for him to open the door. How dare he open it? Fortunately, the misunderstanding was quickly explained. After several villagers apologized, Chen Qinghe also said that it didn't matter and that his actions were too reckless. Soon, the two of them were distributing rice to the people in the village. This time the two brought a lot of rice, but there were only about 10 households in this stone village, so there was still a lot of rice left. After the discussion between Chen Qinghe and Chen Qingming, the remaining rice was quickly illuminated. As for the father and daughter, in order to compensate them for the wooden doors they lost, Chen Qingyu paid more. While distributing rice, Chen Qingming did not forget the number of people and households in the village. This was something the clan leader had explained in advance. After the two of them finished doing these things, it was already dark. Are you two friends going to leave now? It's so late. Why not stay in our Sherbian village for one night? Although there isn't much good stuff in our Sherbian village, we still have some simple food. You two kids probably haven't eaten yet, right? Hearing that the two were going back to their clan, the old man, as the village chief, quickly came forward to persuade them to stay. Not only the old man, but other villagers also warmly invited him. Facing the enthusiasm of the villagers, Chen Qing and the two of them also hesitated, and their stomachs could not help but growl. Although warriors are strong, they consume food quickly, not to mention that traveling during the day also consumes a lot of energy. Besides, it was indeed getting darker, so the two of them were very hesitant at the moment. My two little friends, we didn't entertain you well during the day. Why don't you stay one night as an apology to the villagers and go back tomorrow? After the village chief's persuasion, Chen Qinghe and the two men no longer hesitated. They are indeed hungry, so it seems not impossible to go back tomorrow. Clan leader, how's it going? Where are they two now? Among the Chen family, Chen Tianjing asked with worry. The other members of the family have returned, but Chen Qingyu and the two have not been seen for a long time, so he had to ask the clan leader. Don't worry, I have just consulted the sacred tree and the elders of the clan. The two of them have not encountered any danger. They seem to be living in that village. Chen Tianjing was no longer worried after hearing the news. Since the sacred tree has given instructions, there must be no problem. But when this kid comes back, he will definitely not show mercy. Tianjing, how are things going these days? When Chen Xingzhen asked about business, Chen Tianjing immediately said, Chief, according to the statistics of the clan members in recent days, there are 38 villages of various sizes near our mass burial mountain. The largest village has 40 households, and the smallest village has only 8 households. There are more than 1,500 households in total. There are about 3,000 kilograms of rice this time. In several of the large villages, several body-tempering realm warriors were found. Chen Xingzhen nodded slightly after hearing this. This amount was within his expectation. Come to think of it, the name of the Chen family in Mass Burial Mountain has been known to nearby villages, which will greatly facilitate the family's future development. As for the presence of warriors in the village, it is not surprising, as long as they have nothing to do with the Li family and the Lu family. The few warriors who were discovered only entered the body-tempering realm by chance, but without their skills, they were never able to enter a higher realm. As for whether the family will absorb these warriors, Chen Xingzhen's answer is no. Families have always valued blood relationships. The high-level warriors who maintain the family must be members of the family, so as to ensure that the family has a long history. Although absorbing other warriors can quickly increase the strength of the family, it is still not one's own. If it continues for a long time, it will not be conducive to the development of the family. However, When there are more warriors in the family and the strength of the family becomes stronger, it is not impossible to recruit some warriors similar to those in the nursing home or those with certain experience to teach the clan members. Although there are ancestors in the clan who have fallen asleep, they are all at night and cannot personally guide the clan members. And for example, the blood coagulation realm warriors in the clan are actually very weak in the face of experience in some realms. These are the weaknesses of the family. But now the family has not met this condition and is in no hurry. Chen Xingzhen then called Chun Tianyu and others to ask for other details. After learning that many tribesmen had gained something when distributing rice, Chen Xingzhen smiled again. In this way, after a while, the major villages can be notified to choose a suitable place to hold a blind date conference. The family's conditions are excellent, and there should be many people willing to come to major villages. P.S. It was originally 2 kilograms per household, but changed to per person. Chapter 96. At the entrance of Shibing village, the village chief and a group of villagers sent them a long way away, but they still didn't return to the village. Chen Xinghe and Chen Xingming saw this and hurriedly said, "Village chief, don't send me off, we're leaving. If he is sent any further, he will have to be sent back to his clan." Oh well. The village chief hesitated to speak, and scratched his head from time to time, hoping that Chen Xinghe and the others would see through his disguise and get into his heart. But after he finished this series of actions, he heard the villager next to him say, "Village chief, they are gone." "Huh? Are you leaving now?" The village chief looked up and saw that the 2 figures had gone far away, and it seemed that it was too late to chase them now. This made him sigh deeply and hurriedly asked the man beside him, "How many kilograms of rice did they eat last night?" 15 pounds, village chief. Upon hearing this answer, his heartbeat slowed down by 2 beats. Maybe he was a little too enthusiastic last night. If he had known better, he wouldn't have left the 2 of them alone. But he didn't expect that these 2 teenagers were so good at eating. If the 2 of them hadn't brought a lot of rice, they would probably have eaten all they could by staying overnight. It was precisely because of this that he was embarrassed to speak just now. After all, he came all the way to deliver food to the village, just for 1 meal, even though the food belonged to his family. Alas, it seems that he will have to tighten his belt in the future. "I really don't need to eat this rice, so blood rice is the best. Yeah, I just had enough food last night, and I feel a little hungry again." On the way back home, Chen Xinghe and the 2 talked. But in fact this is not the case, just because after eating blood rice on weekdays, both of them will temper their bodies and digest the blood rice. Ordinary rice does not produce much qi and blood. In addition, the 2 of them consumed a lot yesterday, which made them hungry very quickly. As for the meaning expressed by the village chief's expression and actions just now, the 2 of them did not notice it. Following yesterday's road, the 2 of them rushed back to the family in a short time. However, when the 2 of them saw Chen Tianjing and Chun Tianyu guarding the door, the joy they had just been communicating with instantly dissipated. Boom! As the Taizu long fist came to an end, the ferocious beast in the middle stage of the blood coagulation realm in front of him was directly killed by Chen Xingyu with 1 punch. But after dealing with this ferocious beast, Chen Xingyu's face was not filled with joy, but with a hint of sadness. When he fought with Lu Xingrong before, he was lucky enough to understand the secret of Taizu Changquan. But now when he uses Taizu Changquan, he has no such understanding, and it seems that he is always just a little bit behind. As for the newly learned Xian-level combat skill of Mingwei Rushuang, he has not yet started. The Xian-level combat skill is still more difficult to master than Taizu Changquan, but he feels that he can almost get started with this combat skill in 2 days. Combat skills are just that. Now Chen Xingyu wants to break through his own realm, which is not only the blood coagulation realm, but the innate realm. He had previously used the locust leaves of the sacred tree to briefly break through to the innate realm. Although it was not a breakthrough by himself, and it was slightly different from the real innate realm, it was still the innate realm, and it was also an extremely valuable experience. It is precisely because of this experience that Chen Xingyu wants to break through to the innate realm. After the elders of the clan were resurrected, his father had already told him in his dream several ways to quickly break through the situation. Among them, the one that suited him was the current combat breakthrough method, which stimulated his own energy and blood in high-intensity battles. The strength of the ferocious beast in the middle stage of the blood coagulation realm just now was too weak to allow him to fight fiercely. He still needed to find a ferocious beast with a higher realm. But it can't be in the innate realm, it can only be seeking death. However, he had gained a lot from his 2-day trip to Mass Burial Mountain, and he felt that he would soon reach the level of blood coagulation. After Chen Xingyu disposed of the bodies of the hunted beasts, she prepared to leave. As he was leaving, there was a sudden cold touch on his forehead, which made Chen Xingyu couldn't help but look up. I saw snowflakes falling slowly from the white sky. These snowflakes are crystal clear and melt quickly when they come into contact with the skin, and then turn into a cool feeling. After Chen Xingyu stayed briefly, his figure quickly disappeared. Snowing. The snow fell silently, and the cold penetrated into my bones. But under the protection of the sacred tree, the Chen family members did not feel this way. However, many members of the family were still excited when they looked at the snowflakes falling in the sky. This excitement was not simply due to seeing snow. Mass Burial Mountain snows every winter, and snow is nothing but normal for them. On the contrary, they do not like the arrival of winter, which means that the tribe cannot plant or hunt, and may even cause many tribesmen to suffer from cold due to the cold. But things are different now. The family has completely established its foundation in Mass Burial Mountain. The clan is warm and comfortable. Even if the first two are still not enough, the clan members don't have to worry about food. Recalling last winter, the family was still fighting endlessly with the Li family, and the tribesmen also lived a life without enough to eat. The completely different moods and improved families made many tribesmen have different feelings, and only then did they notice the beautiful scenery of heavy snow. Many tribesmen were even more surprised to find that whenever the snowflakes fell above the Qin family, they had completely melted without leaving any traces. A few meters away from the Qin family, the falling snowflakes had already accumulated a thin layer of white frost on the ground. At first glance, the inside and outside of the clan seemed like two different worlds. Have all the clan members returned to their clan? In the ancestral hall, Chen Xingzhen asked Chen Tianjing and others beside him. Clan leader, many clan members who were outside have all returned to their clans, and all major villages have received the rice distributed by the clan. Now only Qingyu has not heard back. Chen Xingzhen nodded slightly when he heard this. Plowing in the spring, hoeing in the summer, harvesting in the autumn, and storing in the winter. Although the clan cannot do much in winter, it allows the clan members to devote themselves wholeheartedly to martial arts. As for Chen Xingyu, it's too late to worry now. We can only hope that he can get back to his family before the heavy snow closes the mountain. But after it snowed, Chen Xingzhen's previous plan was ruined. Although the family is not afraid of wind and snow now, the many villages surrounding the burial mountain are not. The roads are blocked by snow, which will make it impossible for the clan to contact various villages. Naturally, the previous idea will not work. This was an oversight on his part. Now I can only wait until the snow stops before making plans. After thinking for a moment, Chen Xingzhen turned around and said, "In the past few days, you will be responsible for the training of the warriors in the clan. In a few days, you will take a look at how well the clan members have learned their combat skills." He did not forget the promise he made before and gave rewards to the first 3 people. However, considering the relationship between realms, blood coagulation realm warriors will not be assessed. Yes, Patriarch. After several tribesmen left, Chen Xingzhen looked at the family's sacred tree again and then worshipped it devoutly. The family is what it is today, and the sacred tree is indispensable. In the coming year, the family will inevitably offer more sacrifices. Chapter 97. Above, it seemed that Chen Xingzhen's devout prayers were heard. Dots of green light were scattered on the branches and leaves of the locust tree, blending into Chen Xingzhen's body. Although it cannot help Chen Xingzhen improve his realm, it can also make the blood in his body more active. With active qi and blood, your lifespan will naturally be longer. Ji Yang admired the head of the Chen family, who blindly trusted the sacred tree and was persistent. Although this kind of blindness seems irrational to other tribesmen, Ji Yang, who inherited the will of the family's sacred tree, is unable to make an evaluation. After Chen Xingzhen left the ancestral hall, Ji Yang looked at the falling snowflakes in the sky. In his previous life, he had never seen such beautiful scenery. In order to feel it up close, Ji Yang even controlled the temperature above himself, letting many snowflakes fall on his branches and leaves. Unfortunately, what he is now is a tree, and the thick bark makes him feel nothing like before, only adding a touch of sadness. After a while, Ji Yang looked away and turned to his attribute panel. Name: Ji Yang. Race: Netherworld Locust Tree. Vitality: 172.5. Supernatural powers: Eye of Insight, reversal of pill movement, blind eyes with a leaf, soul condensation, armor covering, 1,000 miles away. Exercise: lunar eclipse, gathering in. Combat skill: Taizu Changquan, Qi and blood. 35. Can be converted into vitality. Spiritual power: 50. Deduction points: 11. Can be deduced. Status: some people are alive, but he is dead. Several days of sacrifices from the clan had restored his vitality to fullness, and after absorbing Qingzhu's consciousness, Ji Yang could see farther. Before, I could only see where the roots extended, but now I can see the outline of the entire family. And when his vitality continues to increase, he will naturally be able to see further as his roots expand. It's just that the big family sacrifice has passed, and after that, sacrifices have to be made once a week. Fortunately, Ji Yang himself also has the lunar eclipse technique. As long as he has enough time, he can grow up very quickly. With Ji Yang's current absorption speed, he can absorb 3 points of vitality every night. However, a few days ago, Ji Yang used the magical power of Qi Di Qianli to maintain the temperature in the clan. Although it is simply letting the underground roots dissipate heat, according to Ji Yang's calculation, approximately 0.1 of his life force will be consumed every 2 hours. In other words, if you maintain it for a day, you will need to consume 0.6 of your vitality. Although it's not much, it adds up to a lot. The winter in the mass burial mountain is extremely cold, and Ji Yang is not prepared to take away this magical power. Now that the family has no external worries, it is of course necessary for the family to develop rapidly. If the weather is too cold, the tribesmen may not be interested in doing anything else. Soon, Ji Yang looked at the deduction points below. In the past few days, with the accumulation of large amounts of blood rice and the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts, some ordinary people in the clan also successfully tempered their bodies and became warriors. Although it was only the initial stage of body tempering, it also added a few deduction points to Ji Yang. It's just that they are old and don't have enough energy and blood. Even if they barely enter the body tempering realm, they can't go any further. But he is still a warrior after all, and is still much stronger than ordinary people. When Ji Yang looked at the button that could be deduced, his heart couldn't help but move. Although these deduction points are only enough for double deductions, and single deductions can only be performed twice, Ji Yang, who is really bored, can't hold back. Although high-power deduction can unlock rare maps, single-power deduction seems to be good too. For example, the first deduction that was still fresh in Ji Yang's memory was when he obtained the lunar eclipse technique. If he could do it over again, he might have a chance to obtain another skill. If he could really encounter it, it would definitely improve Ji Yang greatly. This made Ji Yang very excited. There is nothing going on in the family now. With the current snowfall rate, within a few days, the family will be surrounded by thick snow. In this kind of weather, I don't think the family will encounter any danger, and he has a lot of vitality now, which is enough for another family war. With this thought, Ji Yang no longer hesitated. Considering that the purpose of his deduction was to obtain a technique similar to the lunar eclipse, Ji Yang decided to perform the deduction in single time to try the effect. And the chances twice are much greater than once. This deduction requires 10 blood, 5 spiritual power, and 5 deduction points. Do you want to continue? Whether. Ji Yang was not given time to react, and there was no marquee-like image. The moment he clicked yes, a scene changed before Ji Yang's eyes. This made Ji Yang couldn't help complaining. Isn't it just that I gave him a little less energy and blood? No matter how I look at him, I won't even let him take a look. You were born in a dense forest. In order to become a towering tree as soon as possible, you began to work hard to grow. Just as Ji Yang was complaining in his mind and observing the surrounding environment, the reminder in front of him instantly made Ji Yang energetic. If he remembered correctly, his first deduction, the time when he obtained the lunar eclipse technique, seemed to have been in a dense forest. Could it be that? He's going to be lucky. Without the bonus of multiple deductions, Ji Yang does not carry any abilities, and he is just a new seedling, with nothing special about him. As the subtitles faded, Ji Yang began to carefully observe his surroundings, looking for the figure of the spring and autumn cicada. But after searching for several times, Ji Yang couldn't see it. But if you think about it carefully, with his current size and height, even if he sees the spring-autumn cicada, he probably won't be able to attract it. It is better to wait and see what happens. Time began to accelerate again, and Ji Yang himself slowly began to grow. It didn't take long for Ji Yang to be more than half a person tall. Just as Ji Yang was growing up, there was some movement in the grass not far from the dense forest. This made Ji Yang couldn't help but look over. The first thing that appeared in Ji Yang's field of vision was a pair of bright white fangs. As the owner of the fangs got closer and closer, its full appearance was revealed. This is a ferocious beast that Ji Yang is quite familiar with, the black gold beast, but it is slightly different from the black gold beast in Mass Burial Mountain, with a different color. In his previous life, he had another nickname, Wild Boar. It's just that the black gold beast in front of him seems to be at a particularly high level, and even his dull eyes have some spirituality. But after reincarnation, Ji Yang's powerful consciousness did not accompany him, and his specific realm could not be distinguished. He could only make guesses based on his body shape. After the black gold beast passed through the grass, it quickly moved towards Ji Yang. This made Ji Yang feel a little bad. Before Ji Yang had time to react, the fangs of the black gold beast appeared in front of Ji Yang. The next moment, Ji Yang's vision went dark, and at the same time there was a slight sound of chewing in his ears. Yujimin thinks you are delicious, you are dead. As the prompt in front of him disappeared, Ji Yang's vision began to change again. And when the black gold beast swallowed Ji Yang, its eyes became much brighter, and its eyes were looking around, as if looking for the same saplings. Ji Yang, who returned to the ancestral hall, couldn't help but cursed in his heart. If you deduce it again, he will be a dog. Chapter 98. End of deduction. You have learned a new ability in this deduction: sensitivity and perception. Sensitive and sensitive. You can easily detect the malicious intentions of others. Ji Yang was surprised. He didn't expect to die so quickly and gain a new ability. Not bad. But Ji Yang had no intention of using the remaining deduction points. Single-fold deduction cannot carry its own capabilities, and the risk is indeed relatively high. It is better to save it for multi-fold deduction next time. Now, if you want to open up the family situation, it will not take a moment, and you will have to wait for him to remain silent for a while. Hey, huh. 3 days later, the sounds of fists were heard in the family square. Looking around, many family warriors gathered here to practice their fighting skills. 10 meters away from the family, snowflakes were flying, but compared to the previous few days, they were much smaller. However, the snowfall in the past few days has already caused a thick layer of snow outside the clan. But the temperature in the clan is pleasant, and many warriors practicing combat skills are wearing thin clothes, with heat emanating from their bodies. Hey, when can I learn this combat skill? In the square, Chun Qingha sighed. The Taizu Chong fist he fired also had little strength. Even if it is just a yellow-level combat skill, it still requires a lot of practice to learn it. On the side, Chun Qingming looked determined and continued to pump his fists, feeling the movement of qi and blood in his body, integrating the movements of his hands with the movement of qi and blood into one. Seeing that Chun Qingming did not give up, Chun Qingha stopped complaining and continued to practice. Not far away, Chun Qingzhen looked at the scene in the square with relief. Although most of the body-tempering realm warriors in the family have not yet learned it, it won't take long to do so. As for the combat skill of Mingyue Rushuang, it has only been passed down to the blood coagulation realm warriors in the clan for the time being. But Xian-level combat skills are also extremely difficult to acquire. Then, Chun Qingyu looked into the distance. There was also some worry in my heart. It had been snowing for the past few days, but Chun Qingyu still hadn't returned. If he hadn't asked the Sacred Tree for instructions and learned that there was no problem, he might have sent his tribe to look for it. Clan leader, all the new clothes for the clan have been prepared. On the side, Xiao Zhenfang stepped forward to report. Hearing this, Chun Qingzhen nodded repeatedly. Thank you for your hard work. I just happened to have written the new clan rules. I'll send them out together later. Yes, Patriarch. Xiao Zhenfang led 2 clan members towards the square. In the hands of a few people were the family's new clothes. When several people came to the square with new family clothes, many clan members were attracted. The new clothes are all made of fine furs, in the style of a long gown, with 2 layers. They can keep out the cold in winter, and you only need to wear the outer layer in summer. The style of the clothes is similar to the clothes worn by the tribe. Although it looks simple, there is an extra embroidery pattern on the cuffs of the new clothes. On the pattern, the tattoo is naturally the family totem. In the embroidery, green and black are also used, interspersed with embroidery, to perfectly depict the current family sacred tree. It can be seen that the tribe has spent a lot of effort in this aspect. The clansmen who got new clothes all had happy faces and held them in their hands as treasures. Worried about getting dirty, many clan members were even prepared to store it, but were later told that the family would need to wear these clothes whenever they needed to go out in the future. This was naturally an idea put forward by the deceased elders of the family. If a family wants to be strong, it not only needs a certain amount of strength, but also needs a new scene to the outside world. Only in this way can a strong family be created. And with a totem, the tribesmen can always worship and pray in their hearts. And in the future, the family logo will also use this pattern. In addition to new clothes, there are also new clan rules handed out. Family rules have always been there, but the past rules are not very suitable for today's family. So many of them have been abandoned. But now it's no longer possible. Chun Qingha opened the clan rules in his hand. 1. If the matter is not urgent, clan members are not allowed to use the 5 internal organs ascension technique. 2. Even if it is used, the heart cannot be exploded. Anyone who finds it will not be allowed to enter the family ancestral hall. 3. It is strictly forbidden to pass on the final form of the Wu Zong Heaven Ascension technique to unsuspecting tribesmen. 4. If you encounter an unstoppable danger outside, rush back to your family as soon as possible. Looking at the new family rules, Chen Xinghe was stunned for a moment. These first 3 are the clan rules regarding the art of ascending the 5 internal organs to heaven. But when thinking about the clan member from before, everyone had no objections. It's just that the clan rules are quite long, so they have to pay attention to them for a while. In the distance, Chen Xingzhen was also paying attention to the reactions of the tribesmen. Although these clan rules have many restrictions, they are ultimately for the safety of each clan member and family. With the power of the Sacred Tree, the 5 internal organs ascension technique may really be able to help the family, but the last move needs to be guarded against. Even if this combat technique is passed down in the future, the last heart-exploding technique needs to be removed. The next day, the snowflakes in the sky disappeared. The snow has stopped, but the weather is still cold. It will take about 2 months to wait for the snow to melt, and it is very likely to snow again during this period. After noticing that the snow had stopped, Chen Xingzhen quickly issued an order to let his clan members open up roads leading to other villages. The winter is long, and even if you can't plant or hunt, the family's development cannot stagnate. Many tribesmen who heard the news also started to get busy. Blood coagulation realm warriors have strong energy and blood, and they can melt snow using combat skills. Every blood coagulation realm warrior is an automatic snow shovel. As for the body tempering realm warriors, they can only rely on the tools in their hands. Even with the full assistance of the warriors in the clan, it took the family 10 days to open up the family's roads to many villages. Fortunately, it didn't snow in Mass Burial Mountain during these 10 days. On the second day after the family shoveled snow, Chen Xingyu returned to the family dragging her injured body. Although he suffered a lot of injuries, the light in his eyes was even brighter, and his state had reached the level of blood coagulation. The injury was quite serious, but under the treatment of the Sacred Tree, he returned to normal in just a moment. Chen Xingyu, who had recovered from her injuries, seemed to have gained something and directly chose to retreat in her clan. Chen Xingzhen was naturally overjoyed after hearing this. He immediately prepared the room and did not allow his clan members to disturb him. The other side, when many villages discovered that the Chun family members had arrived, they all looked surprised. After all, the mountains are closed by heavy snow on weekdays, and the villagers can only shovel away the snow in their own villages. This is already the limit of the village, so how can they waste their efforts to open roads outside? After learning about the Chun family's intention to come, the village chiefs of each village were delighted and began to discuss it in the village. Chance. 2 words appeared in their minds. Nowadays, there is only one family in the Mass Burial Mountain, the Chin family. Both the fertile land and the hunting area of the Mass Burial Mountain are controlled by the Chin family. Although they usually hunt and farm, that is also a place that the 3 major families did not want. There are not many wild animals in the hunting area, and the resources are not rich. Even the fields where they are planted can only produce an average harvest of rice. As for blood rice, they can't grow it at all. The fertile fields that can grow blood rice are all controlled by the 3 major families. But now the Chin family is planning to marry outside. Isn't this a good opportunity for these villages? Chapter 99. As long as a villager marries into the Chin family, the relationship between the village and the Chun family will inevitably become closer. Mass Burial Mountain is neither big nor small. With contact, at least the villagers' lives will become better in every aspect. In addition, the Chun family has many warriors, even blood coagulation realm warriors. Moreover, the people who came to announce the news this time included many Chin family warriors. Although most villagers don't know the boundaries, they know that this is the limit of what they can touch. It is said that strong warriors can hunt ferocious beasts. That's not something ordinary beasts can compare to. It's said that a piece of meat can last a whole day. After marrying into the village and giving birth to children, can they still be warriors in the future? Even though she is a member of the Chin family, her mother also left the village. If she has a future, why not help the villagers? No matter from any aspect, the marriage is extremely beneficial to the village, whether it is now or in the future. After the Chun family members stated their intention to come, many villages directly agreed without even thinking about it, and asked about the specific time of the marriage. Some villages immediately heard back after thinking about it. Among them, all the villages, large and small, except for a few villages with a declining population and no marriageable women, agreed. As for the specific time of the marriage, the family set it in 3 days. The tribesmen who received the news also had expectations and began to prepare for the subsequent marriage. In this world, People who are over 16 years old are already adults. There are already many adult clan members in the family, and most of them are members of the Qing generation. These clan members have not had time to get married due to the previous wars in the family. But with so many villages participating, it shouldn't be a big problem. What? Your father wants you to marry into the Qin family. In Chonglu village, a young man looked at the girl in front of him with surprise, his eyes full of disbelief. Well, my father said that the Chun family is now a big family in Mass Burial Mountain and asked me to marry into it. Kaisheng, what should I do? The girl's face was sad, with a hint of pleading in her eyes. The young man who heard the girl's words turned pale. He had asked the girl's father before to betroth the girl to him, but he was so poor that he couldn't get enough of her. Now that he learned that his beloved woman was about to marry into the Qin family, the young man looked depressed, but could not say anything for a while. Now the Qin family is the dominant one, and every village knows that he is just a villager, not even a warrior. Even the girl's father doesn't agree, so how can he compete with the Qin family? The young man fell into silence, not even knowing when the girl left. The weather is cold, but the young people's hearts are even colder. Hateful. 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hushi. I, Zhang Taizhu, will never give up. 3 days later, a new pavilion had been built outside the Qin family. The pavilion is simple, but protected by the power of the sacred tree. It looks unique in this vast white snow. In each village, villagers also brought girls of the right age from their clans. In order to prevent someone in the village from forcing an unwilling girl, or from breaking up the childhood sweethearts in the village, Qin Xingzhen even asked the girls who came one by one whether they were interested in her, and whether they were willing to do so. Although with the current strength of the family, there is no need to care about this. But for the sake of the harmony of the family and the village, it's better not to have this kind of thing happen. There are so many villages, and with the marriageable people in the clan now, there is no need to worry about not having enough. After some investigation by Qin Xingzhen, he actually found a few. Although they said they didn't, as warriors in the late stage of blood coagulation realm, the looks and movements of these people were invisible to him. Of course, this is just a small episode. This time, more than 100 girls were brought from major villages. There are only about 10 marriageable members of the Qin family. If it weren't for the age limit, and if Chun Qinghe and others were unwilling, Qin Tianjing and others would have been prepared to force the marriage. Although there are not many people of marriageable age in the tribe, such a large scene has attracted many tribesmen to come and watch. Qingmeng, what are you looking at? Qin Qinghe looked at Qin Qingmeng, who was slightly demented, and asked. Qin Qingmeng did not answer, but Qin Qinghe followed his gaze and looked at the girl in front of him. This girl is young, has long braids, and has a slightly timid face, but her muscles are very strong, and she is quite eye-catching in the crowd. Qingmeng, do you like this? Qin Qinghe asked again. Qin Qingmeng nodded without hesitation. My mother said that only people like this can be strong. When choosing a wife, you must choose someone like this. In 2 years, I will choose someone stronger than this. Qin Qinghe didn't refute. In fact, most of the girls present were like this, and the other tribesmen didn't think there was anything wrong. They would even give priority to those with strong bodies during the selection process. As for those with weak bodies, most of them were eliminated by the tribesmen at the first opportunity. But Qin Qinghe didn't like this very much, mainly because these girls looked very similar to his mother. Qin Qinghe felt a little scared when he thought about having an extra mother after getting married. In the bonfire burning outside the clan, the blind date meeting went extremely smoothly. Some of them have taken a liking to them early on, and some agreed after some communication. After confirming the marriage partner, Qin Xingzhen also asked his tribe to escort the person he liked back to enhance the relationship between the two. As for the other girls, they were escorted back by other tribesmen. Although the weather was cold, there was no guarantee that there would be ferocious beasts in the wild. Since this matter was initiated by the Qin family, their safety must be protected. After confirming the candidate, it is time to choose a date to get married. Although it only takes a short time to get married, marriage is also a family matter and needs to be taken seriously. Choosing a good day, time, and time to hold the ceremony requires the approval of the family's sacred tree. Only in this way can he enter the Qin family. As for the time, it was set in a few days. In the meantime, the family and the village would each make preparations. As a big family in Mass Burial Mountain today, the betrothal gift cannot be shabby. Although the strength of the two is not equal, it comes from the importance the family attaches to their clansmen. P.S. These 2 days are transitional chapters. Chapter 100. On this day, the Qin family was decorated with lanterns and decorations. There is a lively atmosphere inside and outside the clan. Today is a happy day for many clan members. The clan leader Qin Xingzhen has already made arrangements for all aspects. The daily martial arts practice has been put aside, and the rice wine brewed from the rice has also been brought out. Although the alcohol content of the rice wine is not high, everyone will get drunk if the wine is not intoxicating. Even Ji Yang in the ancestral hall tasted it, although he didn't taste anything. In addition to wine brewed from ordinary grains, the family also brewed some blood rice. The rice wine brewed from blood rice not only tastes good, but also contains more qi and blood than the blood rice itself. It is also more suitable for warriors to temper their bodies. However, the brewing time is longer. If you want to produce rice wine, you have to wait until next spring. In the ancestral hall, many living souls were full of joy, because among them, those getting married included their descendants. These living souls even worshipped in the ancestral hall. I didn't expect that they would still be able to see this scene after they died. Only the two souls in the corner side. In addition, the family also invited the village chiefs of many villages to participate this time. The village chiefs looked frightened, but after drinking for 3 times, they were no longer cautious. The purpose of inviting these village chiefs is also very simple, for the smooth progress of other things in the family's future. There are not many places where the family will employ people. As night approaches, the moon rises above the willow branches, the locust trees in the ancestral hall glow brightly, and the originally lively families gradually begin to quiet down. As for the village chiefs, they have already taken a break with their families and are waiting for their return tomorrow. Clan leader, let me help you go in and rest. No, you should go to bed earlier. Chen Xingzhen waved his hand and walked slowly towards his room. As the clan leader, he naturally couldn't be absent today, and after seeing that many clan members' marriages were settled, Chen Xingzhen couldn't help but drink a few more drinks. However, he is already a warrior in the late stage of blood coagulation realm, so this little rice wine is nothing to him. He can even use the power of qi and blood in his body to dispel the alcohol, but he didn't do that. Many clan members are drunk, but there are family elders in the clan watching from the sky. Since there is nothing to do, why not get drunk? Chen Xingzhen cleared his mind slightly and lay on the bed peacefully. As his breathing became steady, Chen Xingzhen slowly fell into sleep. Dad, you are here. In the dream, looking at Chen Changming in front of him, Chen Xingzhen said hello. However, he always felt that Chen Changming seemed a little worried today, which made Chen Xingzhen couldn't help but ask, Dad, what's wrong? Have I forgotten anything else in the clan recently? Chen Changming shook his head, pondered for a while, and then slowly said, Well, Xingzhen, you see, you are not young yet, but you are not married yet, and you have no children. Dad is thinking about it, are you? After hearing this, Chen Xingzhen's drunkenness disappeared, and then he woke up from his dream. This made him feel even more at a loss than when he heard the natural blood spring under the ancestral hall. Chen Xingzhen touched the non-existent sweat on his forehead and remembered what his father had just said in his dream, which made Chen Xingzhen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Dad, I am already old, and now I am the leader of the clan. How can I? In the room, Chen Changming sighed after being ejected from his dream. In fact, he didn't think it mattered. It's just that he is a little older, but the body of the blood coagulation realm warrior is still there and can continue to shine. He simply considered Chen Xingzhen as a father. But seeing Chen Xingzhen's opposition, Chen Changming did not intend to continue persuading him. Regardless, although there are no direct descendants, there are many descendants in the clan, so there is no need to worry about the family being short-lived. On the other side, Chen Tianshun was also wandering around a secret room with a sad look on his face. In the secret room, there is Chen Qingyu who is in retreat. As a father, after seeing that many clan members were married today, he naturally thought of Chen Qingyu. What's more, Chen Qingyu is not young anymore. He will be 24 next year. At this age, according to the normal rhythm of Mass Burial Mountain, he should be the father of several children now. But Chen Qingyu was not married yet, which made him feel a little worried. Could it be that this kid doesn't like girls? Chen Tianshun was a little anxious, but then he turned around and left. He planned to wait until Chen Qingyu came out of confinement before questioning him carefully. The next day, the family returned to normal. After sending away the village chiefs, the family began to operate normally, but now the family was much more lively. Taking advantage of the winter, when they are not busy yet, the Chen family is also preparing to expand its territory a little or two, so as to avoid insufficient housing due to the increase in the number of clan members in the future. The snow is capped, and the family is thriving. Time flies, and it's already the beginning of February in a blink of an eye. The cold has not gone away, but the ice and snow on Mass Burial Mountain has slowly melted as the temperature rises. Among them, with the Chen family as the center, the surrounding ice and snow melted very quickly. In 2 months, the family has also undergone a lot of changes. During the winter expansion, the original family has doubled in size, and under the guidance of several elders, Chen Xingzhen built a new family in the family. After some planning, the family became more complete and more reasonable. In addition, there are many more women with slightly bulging bellies in the clan who are pregnant with the hope of the new generation in the clan. And with the sacred tree here, there is no need to worry about the premature death of the child. In 2 months, many tribesmen have also learned the combat skill of Taizu Changquan. Under the blood coagulation state, Chen Qingming was the first to learn the combat skill. This surprised many tribesmen. After all, Chen Qingming's martial arts talent was not very good. Seemingly inspired by Chen Qingming, Chen Qinghe also introduced Taizu Changquan on the second day. Although the two of them cannot exert the power of this combat skill now, as their realm improves and the power of qi and blood in their bodies increases, the rest is only a matter of time. As for the third tribesman who has learned combat skills, it is Chen Tianquan who is in the late stage of body tempering realm. But Chen Tianquan felt quite ashamed about this. After all, he was the elder of the two of them, and he was still in the late stage of the body tempering realm, but he didn't learn as fast as the two juniors. But talent is something that doesn't matter one's seniority. The progress of the younger generation of clan members has also allowed many middle-aged warriors in the clan to speed up their own quenching. You can't be surpassed by the younger generation in every aspect, right? The ice and snow gradually melted, and the clan also made new arrangements. When the weather gets warmer in Mass Burial Mountain, the most important thing is to plant the first crop of grain rice and blood rice as soon as possible. This winter, there is not much food left in the clan, and the blood rice is gradually bottoming out. While the first crop of blood rice in the new year has not yet been harvested, the clan members cannot delay their body tempering.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.